Good morning from Anglesey Circuit and welcome to the second day of this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. The event proceeds in accordance with Motorsport UK guidance, but yesterday and today competitors, teams and officials are uniting in 2-minute silence in remembrance of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, who died on Thursday. Motorsport continues, however, and today's racing caters for 6 different categories and 9 races in total. On the programme today, we have the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, 2 more races for them to add to the one that they had yesterday. There's a third and final race of the weekend for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Again, 2 races for Mazdas and the Yokohama Mazdas and the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Again, they both had their opening races yesterday. We've also got a 40-minute race for the All Porsche Trophy to add to their 2 sprints from yesterday. And of course, to round out the weekend, we've got the 125-minute race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. Those cars have just completed their qualifying session. My name's Ian Soman, and alongside me today is Josh Barrett. Josh, we enjoyed some tremendous racing yesterday, and we expect more of the same today at a crucial stage of the season.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. It's been nice to be here at Anglesey, a great location for racing, and really delivered some excellent motorsport yesterday for us all. And as you say, penultimate meeting really for the championships. We certainly looks like we might get some class champions over the course of today's action, possibly some overall champions as well, particularly looking towards hot hatches and club enduro towards the end of the day. So that means points will be calculated as the day goes on. But yeah, great racing in prospect throughout the programme. So we look forward to that over the next number of hours here at the picturesque Anglesey Circuit.
Thanks, Josh. Our first race today is for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. And the cars are being brought to the grid for the first race of 9 today here at Anglesey Circuit. I say these Swallow Hill Homes F1000s had their first race yesterday, and it's the result for that that sets the grid for today, with the top 10 positions reversed. So yesterday it was a victory for Lee Morgan from Matthew Higginson. The first of the main championship contenders, Matthew Booth, came third ahead of his main rivals Tom Gadd and Rob Well, and we'll look at how that affects the points in just a moment. But here's the grid for this particular race. On pole position, so 10th yesterday, number 41, Billy Stiles, and besides him on the grid is 24, that's Victor Newman. On the second row, it's 8, Dan Clues, and 80, Dan Gore. Row 3, 37, Ben Powney, and number 5, Rob Wellham. On to row 4, that's where we find 12, Tom Gadd, and 65, Matthew Booth. On the 5th row, 83, Matt Higginson, and yesterday's race winner, number 56, Lee Morgan. On row 6, it's 88, Mark Betts, and 26, Murphy Aldridge. On the 7th row, number 19, Sam Satchwell and Paul Butcher in the 42 car. Adam Walker in 14 and Kaylee Cole, 73, are on the 8th row. Row 9 is 95, Matthew Horton, and 91, David Williams. And rounding out the field is number 69, Eddie Falkingham, who was our only non-finisher from yesterday's race. It looks like he is going to be there at the back of the grid, Josh. So a fascinating race we had yesterday. I think it probably was the best race of yesterday. I think we had 6 cars in the lead battle, certainly towards the end of the race, but it was Lee Morgan that came out on top, but only very late on.
Yeah, it's the final lap of the race. He had a number of attempts to pass Matt Higginson, who was looking for his first F1000 win. Up at Rocket, they were side by side, lap after lap, but it wasn't until the final lap when Morgan made it through to take the lead and therefore take his 3rd victory of the season. You can see the size of the grid here. It goes all the way around the final corners because of this shorter start and finish line. The car's about to go onto a green flag lap. Lee Morgan continuing his form here at Anglesey, because he was a driver who won back in 2013 when these cars were last here on this circuit. So he's continuing his streak, despite there being 9 years between the cars being here. But as you say, it was a fantastic race, and it's a really tight championship battle. 3 drivers separated by just 18 points after yesterday's race, with 30 up for grab for just a race victory. It's Matthew Booth, the 2019 champion who leads on 259 points. He's won 3 times this year. Rob Wellham is 10 back on 249. He's won twice. And Tom Gadd is 3rd on 241 points, and he has won 4 times this season. So they're the 3 main championship contenders. Mathematically, there's 9 drivers still in contention, but really it's all about those 3 with 5 races to go.
Absolutely right, and great to have a fantastic field of 19 cars here at Anglesey this weekend. We're speaking to the coordinator, Thomas Langford, who's done a tremendous job to build on the success of the last few seasons. We've had a record grid for the last meeting at Donington Park. He was telling me that all the drivers were really enjoying the experience of Anglesey Circuit. It is new to most of the drivers, not to Lee Morgan, not to Matt Higginson, not to Matthew Booth, who raced it in different cars before. But it is a very different challenge to many of the other circuits around the country, and certainly the drivers have appreciated it, and as we've seen, it's delivered some very good racing indeed. This Swallow Hill Holmes F1000 Championship, I would say now one of the most competitive, if not the most competitive, single-seater championship in club racing, possibly any championship in club racing. And I think yesterday's race amply demonstrated that. It's getting more and more popular, this category, all the time. A number of new teams have come to race in it in recent seasons. Some teams that had previously run other cars, another 750 motor club classes, TSR, Mittal Racing, for example.
One thing you did notice yesterday, and I think you're right, is it isn't that easy to overtake in these cars around this circuit. And so that means with this reverse grid, firstly the start's going to be very important, how many places you can pick up on the first lap for those drivers who did well yesterday, and then sort of after the first lap, then how you move forward from there. We've had 5 different winners this year. I wonder if we might add another name to that over the course of today. Matt Higginson was so close to that yesterday, but missed out. But it should be a very exciting race this over the next 15 minutes for what is the 14th round of the championship.
Yep, so the final few cars coming into position. We'll get the green flag waved at the back. And very shortly we'll have yes, we do get the 5-second board shown now, so the revs starting to rise besides us in our commentary position. The red lights go on for 15 minutes of racing in the Swallow Hill Holmes F1000 Championship. The race gets underway. It's a good start by Billy Stiles from pole position. He's going to lead into the first corner. It looked like Victor Newman is up into second place then as they head around to the first corner. Then it's Dan Clues in third place, Dan Gore in fourth. You can see Matt Higginson in the green disc lock car there. He's in sixth position. That's a livery that certainly stands out among this field. But it is a very good start for Billy Stiles. He's got a lead of several car lengths as their cars head through Church and past the racing school building and up towards the top of the hill to Rocket. There you can see a change for second. Dan Clues has got his way up into second place, and third place is Victor Newman now, and who's that into fourth? That's Tom Gadd fourth as they round Rocket for the first time. Higginson
made the best of the start as he gained about 3 places, but he's trying to get one more here with Dan Gore. But then Lee Morgan, he's also made a good start. He's got himself, since I think the start of the race, past both Booth and Wellham, who are now behind him. But it's Giles in the lead. He's a bit sideways though into the corkscrew here. So no one's made huge amounts of positions on this first lap, so the top 3 are still as they were really, so they've got a real chance here. The youngster Billy Stiles, only in his 3rd season of car racing, leading the way here, and there's about 15 cars in this lead group.
Yes, yesterday we had a 14-lap race, so probably expecting the same today. There goes Higginson up the inside of Dan Gore, so he's up to 5th position now, the former multiple RGB champion, and he looking as Josh was saying, for his first victory. He's got a bit of work to do here, still got a few more places to make up. He's chasing after Tom Gadd next, the low-cost racing champion for a couple of years ago. He now is challenging Victor Newman, the former Sports 1000 racer, for 3rd position, and he's done it. He's gone around this one, and just a touch on the wing there of Victor Newman's car. That's damaged the wing of Victor Newman's car, so he will suffer some handling issues now, I would think, because of that. So we need just to keep an eye on that one, and whether the wing might be dislodged. I don't think it's sort of broken it, but it has bent it, Josh.
And after that, Higginson sort of bumped into the back of him, and that meant he lost the place to Matthew Boo. But Boo fights back here into the corkscrew, and that's really mix things up a little bit, but it's still Styles that lead. We've still got pretty much 15 cars in this lead pack as they blast across the line. With Eddie Falconer, who started right from the back, who's joined in now, so he's had a pretty good first couple of laps. But Tom Gadd is on the move. He's up to third. Booth and Higginson are still side by side as they were a few corners ago, and Booth therefore got past Morgan, and now I think he's gone ahead of Higginson too, and he has, and they're both trying to get past Victor Newman, who is still there in fourth position. This is allowing Tom Gadd to get away and challenge the top two. He should be quicker than Higginson on the grass now, so he's losing position. That means Lee Morgan's gone round the outside of everybody. Booth's on the inside, braking really late. He's not going to make the corner though, so Lee Morgan comes out on top. Victor Newman in the end only loses one position, despite at one point all three of them trying to get past him.
Yep, so Lee Morgan there up into fourth position as a result of that, and now off the circuit goes Matthew Booth, and that is one of the championship contenders. Something I imagine has broken on the guy. He's trying to get back onto the circuit though. Initially I thought he was going to park up there, so Booth trying to get back out into race, possibly back to the pit lane to have some repairs in. We'll see what happens to him, but that is crucial because he is one of the three main championship contenders alongside Tom Gadd and the car of Rob Wellham, who's only back in ninth position I think still at the moment.
And Gadd's got second away from Clues, and now he's challenging the leader. Tom Gadd, he's third in the championship currently. He could lead the championship after this race if he can get himself here up ahead of Billy Styles with his two other rivals having problems at this stage. Not quite sure what caused Booth's issue. I think he's continued. He's in 15th. Finally, Matt Higginson's got up alongside Victor Newman now, Woody, for fifth position and goes through. And in front for the lead, round the outside through School goes Tom Gadd to take the lead, and there he leads, but Clues is now also trying to get himself up alongside for second.
Yes, he is. So Clues in second, Lee Morgan in third for the moment. You've got Lee Morgan, who did the best lap of the race last time around. There goes Clues, champion from a couple of years ago, up the inside of Billy Styles to take second place away. Styles, for the moment, slots in ahead of Lee Morgan here. Morgan trying to go around the outside and then the inside at the second part of the corkscrew. Morgan, the winner yesterday with his new fan club in Leicestershire. My nephews Flynn and Carter were watching on and enjoying his victory yesterday. But here, Tom Gadd has got a big lead now. Well, let's have a look at exactly how much that is. 1.2 seconds as he comes across the line to complete lap number 4 of the race. He's now done the best lap of the race, a 1:05.53, and that's about 3/4 of a second faster than yesterday's fastest lap, which went to Matt Higginson, a 1:06.28. But nevertheless, it is still more than a second outside the overall lap record for these F1000 cars, which was set by Richard Mitchum, and that was more than a decade ago.
Side by side, just second place now as Lee Morgan draws up alongside of Dan Clues to go through. Behind Victor Newman with that damaged front wing is losing positions. Murphy Aldridge, who's having a pretty decent race here, did get past him but then run a little wide, so they're side by side now. Sideways on the outside line is Newman. He pulls back in front though, I think. So it's Gadd from Morgan, from Clues, from Higginson now sideways, and it's going to be free abreast coming down towards the corkscrew here, and Ben Powney gets squeezed there. I don't think Murphy Aldridge realised he was there, so Powney had to back out of that. But just looking at the points, if Tom Gadd wins this, Rob Wellham doesn't come into the podium position, so Matthew Booth isn't in the top 5. It will be Gadd as the new championship leader, where he was the one in third place going into this race. So tight is this championship battle in 2022.
Just looking at Matthew Booth out of our commentary box window, he is chasing after Eddie Falcom at the moment, so he's still there in 15th position. He's still circulating, so it's still a bit of a mystery what happened up at the top of the circuit where he went off initially at the rocket, then he pulled off at Peel before then pulling back on again.
I wonder if it was just the wet grass, he couldn't get the car turned on the grass.
Possibly so. I think it did have a little moisture overnight. Anyway, 9 minutes of this race left to go. So look at this jostling for position. This is the battle. It involves Billy Styles, it involves Victor Newman, it involves Murphy Aldridge, it involves Ben Powney as well, who's also on Mazda 7 duty during the course of this weekend. And Dan Gore, who's dropped back to 10th place. He was a winner at the last meeting. What yellow flags now up at the top of the circuit. Can't see why that is. Oh, there is a car off there, which is Matthew Horton, isn't it, I think, who's not come through after the 5th lap of the race. So his car is off on the grass there up at Peel. There it is. And I think he's got the car off the circuit as far as he can. But we'll see what the officials might do about that. With 8 minutes of the race left to go, and Tom Gadd now leading by almost 2 seconds.
Higginson dips and wheels over the grass. Sorry to interrupt there, Ian. I think he's stayed on track, but he ran wide and he was under pressure from Rob Wellham. So we'll see if Wellham got through. He didn't, so Wellham's still there behind Higginson. They're both catching Dan Clues, of course, was the 2020 champion. He's currently 7th in the championship this season, and we've not even had half this race yet, Ian. There's been plenty going on.
Yeah, including Tom Gadd getting into the fives, and a car slowing as Victor Newman. He's going to be out of the race, but Tom Gadd with a new lap record 104.93. Lee Morgan has done a 194.94 as well, so it's still 7/10 outside of the lap record, I should say, but within the 105s is what I was trying to say there.
Faster than yesterday.
Faster than yesterday, as we were saying earlier on. So there is Rob Wellham. He puts a wheel over the dirt at Peel Corner. He is pursuing Higginson and Clues, and these cars are 3 or 4 seconds behind the race leader Tom Gadd, and a couple of seconds now behind Lee Morgan as well. They've gone through again, and more laps in the 1 minute 5s, low minute 1 minute 5s for those two leaders. The next cars are in the high 105s or 106s, so Gadd and Morgan are getting away here. Gadd yesterday was in 4th position. Watch Billy Stiles and Murphy Aldridge go side by side. Murphy Aldridge it is on the right hand side of the picture there as they head into Church. He's alongside, he is through, and so too is Ben Powney. So our pole position driver has dropped back quite a long way now to 8th position, Billy Stiles.
Yeah, he did a good job early on, but just dropped back a little bit. So this group, Murphy Aldridge has had a good race here, hasn't he? Because he started 12th. He didn't finish inside the top 10 yesterday, but he's now there in 6th place. So a really good drive there for Murphy Aldridge, who just did a PB last time. That's in the 6s, so he's obviously just consistently in that bracket, and therefore he's having a good race. There's Victor Newman with the Mattel Cars team after he had that issue. Race leaders come through to complete 8 laps, with Tom Gadd leading by a reduced margin now of 1.6 seconds. A couple of attempts quicker on the last lap was Lee Morgan, so we'll have to monitor that as we go through the final 6 laps or so. Here's Aldridge under pressure from Ben Powney, dives up the inside, brakes a bit late though, so Aldridge has to give him plenty of space there to work with, but using the high line through the banking, Aldridge is trying to hang on as they head through Church Corner around the outside for Murphy Aldridge is enough for him to stay in P6 for now.
Absolutely. Up front on the last lap, Lee Morgan took a couple of tenths out of Tom Gadd. The gap between them down to 1.7 seconds. But here's Ben Powney, past School and up towards Rocket. He's on the outside line of the younger driver, Murphy Aldridge. He gets through briefly, does Aldridge, but Powney gets the cut back. That doesn't then work from at Rocket 2, who will now get alongside again on the run into the right-hander at Peel, and I think he might get that done, although then he washes out wide on the exit of the corner, so they remain side by side as they head down to Corkscrew. This is the battle for 6th position. You can see Billy Stiles in the background there in 8th spot. They're still side by side, but it is Aldridge that comes out in front at the end of the lap, as he was at the start of the lap, although they spent a lot of it swapping positions there. That battling, though, is causing them to fall further behind Rob Wellham, who's a little bit further up the road. He is still pursuing Higginson and Clues, but he's not really making much more in the way of inroads at this stage of the race.
Yeah, so let's see if that changes as we go on. Matthew Booth's got himself back to the top 10 now. So it's a decent recovery. Now Dan Gore is in, so the Mattel Cars team are very busy. Dan Gore didn't really make the inroads that we perhaps would have expected from him during the course of this, and perhaps that's the problem. Again, Powney and Aldridge are side by side as they head up towards the hairpin. This time it's Aldridge who breaks too late and actually goes completely off the circuit onto the runoff there. So Ben Powney has an easier time of it to get ahead of him, and he's got himself up into 6th place, and that's where he finished yesterday for the Team Sellers Racing driver. And now Aldridge sideways with a fellow youngster, Benny Stiles, chasing him down into the Corkscrew.
Yes, indeed. So good little scrap this that Murphy Aldridge has been in that number 26 car. It's his first season of racing. He is just 16 years of age from Bedford, and he's in the Jedi Racing Works car there, the number 26 car. He's done some karting in the past, as many of these drivers will have done, and he's doing a good job here. Lost out to Ben Powney, but he'll now try and keep Billy Stiles at base, but had got a couple more years more experience than he has in the championship. Blustery old day here at Anglesey, as you can possibly hear on the effects mode. Now here is 3rd, 4th and 5th. So these cars are about 4 seconds behind Lee Morgan, who's in 2nd place. So the pale blue car of Dan Clues, number 8, in 3rd place. The green car, number 83, Matthew Higginson, in 4th place. And Rob Wellham, number 5, one of the 3 championship contenders coming into this weekend, in 5th position. So they're dropping down through the Corkscrew on the last lap it was actually pretty similar lap times, all within a few hundredths of a second of one another, but crucially a little bit slower than that of Lee Morgan up ahead. So they're not really making progress, and last time the gap between the two leaders went out to more than 2 seconds for the first time in a little while. So Lee Morgan dropping back a little bit from Tom Gadd. So with only 2.5 minutes to go, it looks like we're not going to see a challenge from Lee Morgan for the victory this time.
So interestingly today, Gadd and Morgan are lapping on their best laps 8 tenths of a second faster than anybody else, so they're quite a bit quicker today than the rest for whatever reason, where yesterday it was all very tight, and it was actually Higginson who set the fast lap. As you were mentioning, both Morgan and Gadd have gone faster than what they went yesterday by a good half a second or so, dipping into the 104s, 100th of a second apart of their best laps, and it's the best laps that set the grid for the later race, so that's also important for the pair of them. But Dan Clues is doing a good job here to hang on to 3rd place. He's had just the 2 podiums so far this season. He's been under pressure from Matt Higginson for a long time now, but the disc lock backed car of Higginson can't find a way through. We've got just a couple of laps to go now. And Rob Wellham, he's also been there for a while, hasn't he? And he hasn't been able to make any progress as they make their way out of the banking up towards Church Corner, where Lee Morgan already is. I'm just listening to the effects mics there, Ian. Is it Morgan's car that sounds a bit rough?
Well, there's certainly one car that sounds rough. Yeah, you can probably hear it there, can't you, on the mic? But we think it's the 2nd place car, well, the 2nd car in this group. Second place, so it could be Lee Morgan, yeah. 2nd place, yes. Yeah,
and so Lee Morgan's had engine issues all season. Yes. Brands actually withdrew from the meeting at Silverstone. He didn't contest much at all to hit. There is Morgan going through. He's currently, 4 seconds ahead of Clues, or at the start of the lap. He was a little slower. How much is this affecting Lee Morgan? As they're going to come up to lap David Williams, who's in his first ever car meeting, the former motorcycle racer. So Lee Morgan's lap time, he's still in the 6s, so he's not losing much time, despite the car sounding more like a tractor than a 1-litre superbike engine. It certainly is. I took my headphones off for a second to hear that. The leader, Tom Gadd, is getting into the lapped traffic now, so that is going to be the car of Williams, isn't it? The Dave Williams car that he has gone past, number 91, in addition to the programme. But yes, Morgan's car certainly in trouble. It's on the last lap of the race now, so he should be able to hold on. Ben Powney's doing a good job now. He's got clear of the others. He's just at the 3rd fastest lap of the race, 105.56. He's not going to gain any more positions, but that'll give him a good grid spot for later on.
So Lee Morgan just pushing on, getting to the checkered flag. I expect he might even stop the car as soon as he crosses the line to avoid any potential damage to the engine if he's concerned about that. It looks like Williams there, the car that's been lapped, is in sort of trouble as well. Well, yes, there is the Williams car, but the check flag goes out now. Check flag is waved, and it's victory for Tom Gadd. He completes the 14-lap race with a victory margin of an increased amount in the end. 5 seconds it was over Lee Morgan, who was nursing those engine issues towards the end of the race. So that is a 5th victory of the season for Tom Gadd. He's taken 2 more victories than anybody else has in the championship now. He's the winner in number 12. Number 56, Lee Morgan, takes 2nd place. Number 8, Dan Clues in 3rd position. Matthew Higginson, number 83 in 4th, and Rob Weller, number 5 in 5th. That sort of 3-way, it wasn't really a battle because there wasn't a lot of jostling for position, but it was very close between those 3 for more than half of the race. Ben Powney got himself up to 6th place in the end, number 37. Murphy Aldridge was 7th at number 26. 8th was Billy Stars, number 41. Matthew Booth, crucially, got back to 9th place, so every point counts in the championship battle. I think Josh has probably been doing some working out on that. Rounding out the top 10 was number 88, Mark Betts, and it was Sam Satchell, Adam Walker. Eddie Falkingham finishing the race this time. Paul Butcher, 14th, and Kales Cole in 15th position. Josh, I think the only other finisher, she wasn't he, the final finisher on the lead lap.
And what that means is the top 3 in the championship are separated by just 4 points now. But now it's Gadd that leads the championship. He will start on pole position later. 2 behind him is Matthew Booth, and then further 2 points back is Rob Wellham. The gap in points terms from 1st to 2nd in a race is 5 points. So there's less than a sort of a position between them that separate the top 3 in the championship. We mentioned how competitive the season has been. Well, it's got even more competitive after that race. Such an important race that was, with these 3 drivers not able to drop any scores now as the season goes on.
And there's another race for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s later on today. Thomas Gadd, number 12 it was, that was the race winner, from number 56, Lee Morgan in second place. Dan Clues, number 8, finished in third. And it was Matthew Higginson, fourth, number 83, fifth, number 5, Rob Wellham. Ben Powney up to 6th place in the end in number 37, ahead of 26, Murphy Aldridge, and the pole position driver, number 41, Billy Stiles. Matthew Booth fought back to 9th place in number 65 after a couple of offs, and Mark Betts completed the top 10. Further back, Sam Satchwell, number 19, was 11th, and Adam Walker, Eddie Falking, and Paul Butcher and Cales Cole completed the finishes on the lead lap. David Williams was a lap down, and Dan Gore, Victor Newman, and Matthew Horton didn't make it to the end. We're not hearing from the drivers during the course of this weekend's live stream, so we'll be back with more action in a few moments' time when we'll have the BMW Car Club Racing Championship out on circuit. So we've got the cars coming to the grid for the next race, which is the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's the third and final race of the weekend for these cars. It's their first ever triple header and the first time that have been at Anglesey circuit for a race meeting. We had 2 wins yesterday for Graham Crowhurst outright, Lee Pearcey winning Class 6 on both occasions. This is how the grid is going to line up for this race. Pole position is going to be number 15, Graham Crowhurst, and alongside him it's the 61 car of Lee Pearcey. So you've got the 2 major class winners from yesterday, the M1 and Class 6 winners. Second row on the inside you've got number 30, Dan Harborough, and besides him is number 16, Andy Wynn. On the third row it's 66, Mark Culmer, and number 48, Mike Nash. On the fourth row, 96 is David Morris, and 82 is Saranga Sotishvihari. On row 5, 23, Tom Singleton, and the 316 car of Ivor Mayers. On row 6 is number 68, Gareth Thomas, and 70 is Philip White. On row 7, 79 is Sergei Meneve and 71 Jordan Saywood. The 8th row is number 6 Sam Walton and number 4 William Lake. On row 9 it's 7 Wayne Lewis and the 31 car of Paul Laramie. On to row 10, 59 Jim Benson and 17 Andrew Pyrewell. 8 Bill Redrop and 26 Paul Cook, and they were 4 non-finishers from yesterday, and there was also in the end a disqualification as well for Paul Cook from the results of yesterday's second race, and it looks like he in fact is not going to be there on the grid, Josh.
And that has championship implications for the current championship leader Graham Crowhurst, because it drops a car from entering, which means we're down to 3 M1 cars now, which means half points are awarded basically, and therefore Crowhurst can't score as many as his main championship rival Lee Pearcey. After yesterday's race, 156 for Crowhurst, 140 for Pearcey, but when drop scores are accounted for, there's just 2 between them. So that means this particular race is going to change how the championship looks, I think, going into the final meeting at Exeter, because the most Crowhurst can score is 5 plus the 3 for starting, where Pearcey can score 5 more than that during the course of this race. In this race as well, Lee Pearcey might wrap up the 6-cylinder title if he beats Jim Benson, and in this race the Cup class is up for grabs as well, I think, if Gareth Thomas can beat Ivor Mears. Well, Ivor Mears beat him twice yesterday, so we'll keep an eye on that as the 20-minute race goes on.
Yes, as we were saying, yesterday was the first ever races for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship here at Anglesey, so we had a new lap record. That went to Graham Crowhurst with a 1:13.55 in the second of the races yesterday, which he won by 48 seconds in the end from Lee Pearcey, with Wayne Lewis sort of dropping down the order in the end, didn't he, with problems, although he was there almost to the end of the race. So yes, Wayne Lewis again not classified yesterday. Dan Harborough therefore was the third of the podium finishers yesterday, with Andy Wynne 4th, Mark Colmer 5th and Mike Nash 6th in the second of the races that we had yesterday for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which has a grid of more than 20 cars here this weekend, with the majority of the cars competing in Class 6, which is for the 6-cylinder cars, a smaller number of cars in the M1 class for the most powerful machinery, the M-Series engined cars, and just the 1 car in Class 4, it's Andrew Pyrewell, and 4 cars I think we have in the Cup class this weekend. So, a 20-minute race this one, about to get underway. Wait for the lights to switch on, which they do now, and they go out. So the race gets underway. Good start by Lee Pearcey actually from the outside of the front row. He's going to lead into the first corner. Dan Harborough trying to get up on the inside of Graham Crowhurst there for second place, which was a short-lived attempt. So it's Pearcey leading, then in the number 61 car, the Class 6 car. You often see a Class 6 car in the outright lead of these BMW Car Club Racing Championship races. I suspect he won't be for too long, because already Graham Crowhurst is challenging him as they make their way through Church Corner for the first time, and probably when they get onto this straightish bit of circuit he will power by. Indeed, he's already doing that. There is Graham Crowhurst, number 15, the driver from Kent, up into the lead of the race and looking to add the 2 race wins that he had yesterday. I'm sure he would have appreciated actually a little bit more competition that he's going to get in this race, but you can only beat the opposition that's put in front of you. I expect Lee Pearcey probably will have a reasonably clear run in Class 6 as well, but we did see some good battling down the order in Class 6 and in the Cup class yesterday, Josh, so we'll hope for more of the same today. Yeah,
that's right. There's Wayne Lewis. He's already about 6th from near the back in car number 7. But yeah, Graham Crowhurst was saying about how much he enjoyed the first half of the first race yesterday when he was battling with Paul Cook before Paul Cook had a bit of a drama with a back marker, didn't he? And then his day sort of got worse from there on. For Cook, but here Graham Crowhurst and Lee Pearcey have already pulled way clear of everybody else. So Pearcey, after just 1 lap, leads the 6-cylinder class by over 3 seconds, which is a pretty remarkable feat. I noticed Ivor Mears made a pretty disastrous start, so I presume he's not leading the Cup class, which he won twice yesterday, and that is actually his championship rival Gareth Thomas, who got ahead. So we'll have to watch out for the Cup Class Battle too, because that was good yesterday. But here are the 6-cylinder guys, including a couple of the M1 machines, Mark Comer and Wayne Lewis. I can see at Church we've had a big old spin. Not sure if we can pick that up, but Mike Nash has spun onto the infield. Out of Church, there he is, just in front of our building, which you can see at the back of the shop there. So the Patron liveried car is off the road. Wayne Lewis there goes around the outside of Mark Comer through the second part of Rocket to grab 3rd or 4th position. There it's 4th, I think, yeah, behind Dan Harboros in the E30, the oldest car in the race here. And Mike Nash is getting out of his car in a problematic position because it's not near any place of safety, really.
That's right, so we'll have to keep an eye on what's done about that. Crowhurst, meanwhile, has come through to complete the second lap of the race, and already he's quite a long way clear of anybody else, 3.8 seconds clear of Lee Pearcey. Mike Nash there just wondering what to do, waiting for the directions of the marshals on the start line as to what he should do, because there's no barriers that he can get behind, so he's in an exposed position at the moment. 3 minutes of the race have gone, 17 minutes of it remain, and we'll just have to see what he's done here about that. Meanwhile, Wayne Lewis making up further positions.
In a yellow flag zone?
Yes.
Because we got cars off?
Yes, and the yellow flag was waving at the exit of the banking, so odd to see that happen. But anyway, that will be sorted out later on. So Wayne Lewis now up to 3rd position. Dan Harborough is in 4th place, and now we have yellow flags on the start line as well, because the safety car is heading out onto the circuit, where it will pick up the race leading car of Graham Crowhurst, which is just coming down through the corkscrew. Now I can see, so yellow flags already waving all the way around the circuit. There's the Renault Megane, the safety car, with the 750 Motor Club branding on the front, and it's just gently cruising its way around the banking, because Crowhurst only now is crossing the line. So his lead, which was nearly 4 seconds, that will obviously be reduced now. And I don't think it will take enormously long to clear this instance. It should just be a question of Mike Nash's car being towed away once the traffic has gone through. I'm sure there'll be a vehicle poised to get to it and get the car, and actually more to the point, Mike, to a position of safety. So we have 15 minutes of the race left to go, and it is the situation where all the drivers should be falling in line behind the safety car in single file. There's yellow flags, yellow flashing lights, and safety car boards all the way around the circuit, so all of the drivers will be fully aware of the situation here, and will fall into line. And Mike Nash now is being given the signal to sprint across, so possibly they will leave the car there, but Mike is now at least being able to get back behind the pit wall here, so he's into a position of safety. 15 minutes remain, so I would think then it will just be this lap, Josh, that we have behind the safety car.
It seems that way at the moment, doesn't it? You can hear the wind really getting up. There's questions about how the weather's going to go moving forward. So you can still see that the Snowdonia very clearly, can't we, from here? So we haven't got low cloud in that direction.
It is cloudier than it was first thing, though, for certain, and rain is forecast to come in from across the Irish Sea. Expected to arrive around about lunchtime, but we'll keep tabs on that. Anglesey renowned, this circuit, for having its own microclimate. I've had a beautiful day here at Anglesey before, and driven back to my lodgings for the night, and found that there have been huge thunderstorms and floods just a few miles from the circuit. But hopefully the Anglesey microclimate will work in our favour once again today. So it looks like the safety car is going to pull in to the pit lane, so we will go green flag racing again with just under 14 minutes of the race left to go. Graham Crowhurst now able to control the pace. Yep, sounds like he's now going and getting this race back underway. So it was just the one lap that we had behind the safety car, and Crowhurst can get back down to business now. He is leading then, with number 61 Lee Pearcey in 2nd place, and number 7 Wayne Lewis now going with him up in 3rd. There's been quite a gap back actually to Dan Harborough as this race is resumed. In 4th position, number 30 Mark Culmer, 66 is 5th, and we're getting the change for 2nd place there that we expected to happen. And you can see Wayne Lewis without the rear bumper on the car, and that was the reason that he pitted towards the end of the race yesterday, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. I think Lee Pearcey waved him through, basically, didn't he? He left a great big gap. I'm not really sure what Dan Harborough was doing at the restart, really, because he's 4 seconds behind the car in front of him when he took the green flag. But that's really the one of the battles of interest, because you've got Mark Colmer and Andy Wynne trying to chase after him. And then in the Cup class, Gareth Thomas has got 3 cars in between himself and Ivor Mares. And that equated on the restart to best part of 6 seconds, actually. So Gareth Thomas might here be able to wrap up that Cup class title today if he can stay ahead of Ivor Mares. And Gareth Thomas has only won a couple of times this year, so he'd be quite liking to do that again, because he hasn't won actually since April at Croft, the first meeting of the season. There's Jim Benson. He started from the back, didn't he? He was 8th by the time the safety car came out, and he's already got himself up another position at the start of this lap. So he's with Andy Wynne now in what is the battle for 6th and for 3rd already in the class. So Jim Benson's doing a good job here, and Wynne defends, moves to the inside, then takes his racing line through turn 1. But Jim Benson has the pace here. He was about a second quicker on the last lap, despite having to gain a place. He goes around the outside as they go through the banking using that higher line, but I don't think that's really worked for him. He's washed out a little bit wide, so Jim Benson will have to try again a bit later on. So through Church, he's got the speed, hasn't he? Right on the rear bumper of Andy Wynne. But with that rear wing, that might not actually help his case going uphill through the air. Might just give the car a bit more drag, and therefore don't have the straight line speed. But then through the corners up here, he can have more confidence in the brakes. So Andy Wynne defends. So this is going well here is Andy Wynne again. He's had a couple of 3rd places so far this year in Class 6. He's currently running in 3rd position ahead of Jim Benson.
Yep, so a nice little scrap between these two for 6th and 7th position overall, and 3rd place within the 6-cylinder class. Crow has been one has completed another lap, and Wayne Lewis still there in 2nd place. So watching these two in the Cup class, Gareth Thomas several cars between himself and Ivor Mares. Thomas in 10th place overall, Ivor Mares in 13th position. Continue to watch this battle going on. It's behind Mark Colmer, who's in a Class M1 car, so a slightly more powerful car, BMW M3. Benson here, thought he was going to have a look there on the exit of turn 1. He's going to switch to the inside line for the banking. They're banked 180-degree hairpin, but he again decides that discretion is the better part of valour and tucks back in behind. You can see the 82 car, Mr. Satish Rahari just behind him in 8th place, number 82. Tom Singleton 9th, David Morris up to 10th place on that lap, I think, in the 96 car as well.
So can Benson try again? And like I say, Andy Wynne isn't as quick over a lap as Jim Benson, but has been able to keep him behind so far. And Jim Benson is, I think, the more experienced driver, isn't he, here? So he's continuing to do a good job in what looks like a really standard car as well, doesn't it, in that livery? You could mistake that to be a road car if it didn't have the numbers on and a couple of stickers. And not really falling away from Mark Colmer either, are they, in that M3? It's only 1.7 seconds ahead at the start of the lap, so they head into the corkscrew as we move into the 2nd half of this race. Jim Benson, who's had success at the Burkitt Relay as well in that car, run by Rutec Motorsport, and they both caught Mark Colmer actually on that lap.
Oh, mistake from Andy Wynne there at turn 1. The car became a little bit unsettled. This might give Jim Benson an opportunity. It's also meant that gain that they got to Mark Colmer sort of washed away a little bit. Doesn't seem as if Jim Benson's been able to make the most of that little wiggle that Andy Wynne had, possibly because he had to back out of things as well. He's going to have another go into Church Corner, and he is alongside and he is through there. So Jim Benson eventually does get through into 6th place now, ahead of Andy Wynne, and he'll see if he can start to charge after the car ahead of him. But it looks like in a straight line actually. Andy Wynne's car is slightly quicker. Just looking at our commentary box window, it looked like he was gaining on Jim Benson as they made their way along that straightish section of the circuit. Long right-hander really, as they go past the school and towards Rocket at the top of the hill. So Colmer, Benson and Wynne now in this order in 5th, 6th and 7th positions. Confirmation there, Crowhurst has set a new fastest lap of the race of 1:13.82. Not quite as quick as he went yesterday evening in the 2nd race of the weekend when he was into the 1:13.5s. Down through the corkscrew goes Colmer, and he is under pressure from Benson here. So Benson in third position within the class now, looking to get into the top 5 overall here. They cross the timing line again to complete lap number 8. Yesterday's race was 16 laps. Of course, we had a safety car here, so possibly we'll only get 15 laps out of this particular race. As down towards the banking they go. Sort of single file through there, out of the corner. Just a tiny little bit of curb used on the exit of that corner, and then accelerating really all the way, I think, through Church, where they come onto the backstretch where momentum is all important.
Yeah, the power of Mark Colmer's M3 should therefore pull clear of the 6-cylinder 330 of Jim Benson, and it does, but we know Benson's good through the bends, so we head up to Rocket. How can Benson make this move? Well, he looks to the outside through the right-handed element. There's a long way to go all the way around the outside there, and then the power of the M3 comes in. So this might be a bit of a difficult task for Jim Benson. This is keeping Andy Wynne with him. So can Andy Wynne make anything of this problem that Jim Benson's really got, not being able to get past the more powerful car ahead of him?
Yeah, it's always a thorny issue, this, isn't it, when you're in a car. Well, this is where to do it, isn't it? At the corkscrew. Through is gone. That was very nicely done by Jim Benson, sort of out of the blue, really. So he has gone. So possibly that puts that thorny issue to bed. We'll see if that is the case, though. Cars making their way along the start and finish stretch once again.
Jim Benson 11 seconds behind Dan Harborough, so he's not going to be able to gain any more positions, is he, from that? It's been a good drive from the back of the grid.
Just looking at the Cup class, Gareth Thomas is still ahead. He's dropped down to 12th place overall now, as some cars that were possibly delayed have got ahead of him. It's a decent gap between himself and Ivor Mayers of about 5 seconds, but what lap times are they doing? Thomas is doing 1:22.69, that time Mayers are 1:22.50, so Mayers in the Cup class is not catching Gareth Thomas fast enough.
No. And that might be enough for Gareth Thomas to wrap up the Cup class title today. I'll have a look at that in a bit. Looks like Sam Reddrop's taken over his dad's car for today. That's what the timing screens are suggesting.
Yes.
Is that Will Lake with a problem?
It looks like it, yeah.
So yeah, Sam Reddrop's done a good job from the back of the grid. He's got himself up to 9th place because his dad had that incident, didn't he, at the end of yesterday? He shared the car as well in road sports, so he's up there with Sarge Stoffashari in another of the Rutec cars, teammate to Jim Benson.
Here is Sadish Rahari then, with Reddrop right behind him. This is the battle for 8th and 9th position. Satish Rahari in the number 82 car. He is 40 years of age from Harlow. There's an anaesthetist, is also a motorsport doctor as well, so often to be found at racetracks even when he's not competing. He's been racing for 3 years now, a couple of seasons in the Compact Cup and also some time now in the Car Club Racing Championship in this 3-litre 6-cylinder Rutec Racing prepared 2002 BMW 330ci. It's an ex-Darren Ball car, and he is having a good season and a good weekend here at Anglesey, trying to keep Sam Reddrop at bay as they go through that right kink, climbing now quite steeply up to Rocket, and Reddrop there goes through on the inside. We've seen a lot of drivers do that and then overcook their efforts, but on this occasion Reddrop has got that move done, and he goes up to 8th place now with less than 5 minutes of the race to go.
Yeah, that's right. Bill Reddrop's best result in that car this season has been an 8th position, and Sam's now up into 8th himself, isn't he? So that's a good effort from the youngster after making that move.
Yep, down through the corkscrew they go. This will be for them to complete their 11th lap of the race. Graham Crowhurst already done that. He's 18 seconds clear of Wayne Lewis in 2nd place, and Lee Pearson only about 2.5 seconds behind Wayne Lewis, by the way. But then he's nearly 15 seconds clear of Dan Harborough, who is 2nd within the 6-cylinder class, and Jim Benson another 11 seconds or so behind him. There's the Colmer car with Andy Wynne behind him, as he has been for much of the race. Of course, Jim Benson has wriggled clear of these now. He's about 5 seconds up the road. So we've just got to see if Andy Wynne can do anything about Mark Colmer now in the closing stages, but I suspect if he was going to, he might have done it already. possibly running out of steam now, running out of time as well, because we've got just over 3 minutes of the race left to go now.
I think because Ivor Mares has got the fastest lap in the Cup class, it means he's just going to take the championship to Snetterton, but all that Gareth Thomas will have to do at Snetterton is start a race, so that shouldn't be too difficult for him. He'll have to travel to Snetterton though, which Patrick he was going to wrap the title up, he may not have done, so that's there is Gareth Thomas actually we're just talking about. I think he's been caught by Ivor Mares as well, because that gap, which was 6 seconds not that long ago, looks a lot less than that here as they head their way into Peel. Yeah, Ivor Mares is both in the same shot now, so he's caught those 5 or 6 seconds.
I wonder if it's being held up here by David Morris.
I think it's Jordan Sayward who's just got past.
Sorry, Jordan Sayward, beg your pardon, yes. Jordan Sayward, number 71, ahead of Gareth Thomas here, the 29-year-old project engineer from Rochdale in his 3rd season of racing in the VTEC Direct Motorsport paired E36 Compact with a 2.8 litre engine that he originally bought 7 years ago as a cheap track car. He previously done a lot of the build work with his father until VTEC Direct have started to improve the car in recent times. So that's Jordan Sayward. He's in 12th position at the moment, one of the Class 6 cars, but he's got behind him the 2 Cup class leaders, Gareth Thomas number 68 and Ivor Mares number 316, who was the winner yesterday.
And in the 6-cylinder class, Lee Pearcey should be wrapping up the title in this race as well. So the main thing that's going to happen at Snetterton is sorting out the overall championship between Graham Crowhurst, who's won the M1 championship yesterday, and Lee Pearcey, who's on his way to winning the Class 6 title today. So that gap between Gareth Thomas and Ivor Mares, 1.5 seconds with what should be a couple of laps to go. So we'll see if Gareth Thomas can hang on. As I said, he hasn't won since Croft, so that is something that he would like to achieve, I'm sure, here. So there is Jordan Sayward just ahead. I was telling you about a moment ago. He's there in 12th position, just ahead of Thomas, and then Mares, who hasn't really made any inroads on this lap, I don't think. Now Sayward's ahead of Thomas.
No, last lap board has been shown as well to Graham Crowhurst. Yes, he's just rounded the banking, hasn't he? So he's got about 2/3 of the lap left to go. So these cars all now going on to their final lap of the race. Ivor Mares probably they're not going to have time to catch and attack Gareth Thomas, because they'll be on their final lap as well. There's our race leader then, Graham Crowhurst, and he's heading towards a 3rd victory of the weekend, but he's not had too much challenge, Josh.
No, that's right. I think he'd be disappointed by that, because he normally likes to get involved in a battle. This will be his 9th victory of the season. And as I say, he's already won the M1 title. He won't be picking up maximum score today because of the lack of cars in his class. So that potentially it's going to mean Lee Pearcey might be just in the better position as they head to Snetterton. But it'll be all up for grabs then in 3 weeks' time.
So he's coming through the final corner, 2 seconds to go, 1 second to time was run out, so the checkered flag is waved, and it's Graham Crowhurst that takes the 3rd victory of the weekend in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship at Anglesey Circuit. As Josh says, his 9th victory of the season, already assured of the M1 class title, and he will be looking at Snetterton to add the overall championship to that, although it may not be completely in his hands. There goes the Cup class winner. That is Gareth Thomas on this occasion, the number 68 car, only just ahead of Ivor Mares in 3:16 in the end. The Class 4 winner goes through, that's Andrew Pyro. There's our 2nd place finisher, Wayne Lewis, and our 3rd place finisher and Class 6 winner as well, that is Lee Pearcey in the number 61 car. So a handful more cars to come through that haven't been lapped, including the Dan Harborough car. He's coming through in 4th place, number 30. And then in 5th place, we're going to see Jim Benson. We just saw him come into shot, the number 59 car. And 6th place will go to, I think, Mark Colmer. Yes, it will, ahead of Andy Wynn. But there, Graham Crowhurst on his slowing down lap, Josh.
Yep, congratulations to Graham on that win. And congratulations to Lee Pearcey on the Class 6 win. Congratulations to Gareth Thomas. In particular, winning for the first time since April in the Cup class, so I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. He's been picking up seconds, he's got 4 of those, and thirds, 5 of those, which is his 3rd win of the Cup class season for Gareth Thomas. For Graham Crowhurst, that's his 11th M1 win, his 9th win overall. Also 11 wins in the Class 6 for Lee Piercy. And that's all we'll be seeing of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship from Anglesey. We will see them back at Snetterton, as I say, in 3 weeks' time, where their season will conclude for 2022.
Certainly will. So there is Crowhurst heading into Parc Ferme after his race, and also the class winners, Lee Piercy, Gareth Thomas and Andrew Pywell. Let's take a look at the results from that BMW Car Club Racing Championship. There's a brooding sky if ever there was one. Number 15, Graham Crowhurst, took the win at the end of 15 laps by shades under 30 seconds from number 7, Wayne Lewis. Number 61, Lee Piercy, was 3rd. Number 30, Dan Harper, was 4th. 5th went to number 59, Jim Benson. 6th was 66, Mark Colmer. 7th was 16, Andy Wynn. 8th was number 8, Sam Redrop. 9th was 82, Saranga Sodhi, and Tom Singleton in number 23 completing the top 10. For the back we had David Morris and Jordan Saywood, 96 and 71. Gareth Thomas, number 68, won the Cup class from 316 Ivor Mares. 3rd in that class was number 6, Sam Walton. And also we see there Andrew Pywell, number 17, was the winner of class 4. So that was the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. They, as Josh says, continue, and indeed they conclude their season at Snetterton. We continue our racing here at Anglesey in a few minutes' time with the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. So we've got the cars, as you can see, being released out onto the circuit now for the third race of the day, the 15th race of the weekend. This is for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. It's the second of 3 races this weekend for these cars. Yesterday we had a win for the championship leader, number 71, Jonathan Lister. Second place went the way of number 27, Danny Andrew. And third place went to number 77, Eddie Moore. But this is how the grid for this particular race lines up. So pole position is 27, Danny Andrew, and besides him it is 77, Eddie Moore. The second row is 71, Jonathan Lister, and 66, Lucas Batt. On the third row is 55, David Winter, and 23, Samir Abid. Yes, his car is there. He was a non-finisher yesterday. Row 4 is 99, Martin Charlton, and 7, Daniel Court. The fifth row, 55, Simon Court, and 37, Ben Powney, out for his second race of the day. The sixth row is 25, David Bowen, and 1, Colin Marshall. On the seventh row, it's 18, Peter Wood, and 3, Callum Barnes. Lewis Penstone Smith, number 47, and Stephen Manley, number 74 on the 8th row, and Michael Jacobs will start on row 9 of the grid on his own. So the grid is almost complete now, no green flag lap for this one. Jonathan Lister, the winner yesterday. Josh, so extending his championship lead.
Slightly, yeah. He's on 319 compared to Danny Andrews' 293, and they're a little bit ahead of the rest. Daniel Court, the best of the rest, on 240. Jonathan Lister, as you say, winning 3 times this season now. We've had 2 for Danny Andrew, 1 for Eddie Moyer, 3 for Ben Powney, and 1 for Daniel Simmons. Race about to get underway.
Yes, 30-second board being shown, but it won't be 30 seconds before the lights go out, I promise you that, because there is the 5-second board, and the race about to get underway. 15 minutes of action, and this 1.55 mile Anglesey Coastal Circuit. It gets underway now, and it's not a very good start from Eddie Moyer from the outside of the front row of the grid, so he's going to lose a place to Jonathan Lister. Pole position driver Danny Andrew, and reigning champion, he holds the lead as they go through turn 1 and towards the banking for the first time. Lister second, Moyer third, David Winter is fourth, Lucas Batt is fifth, and Samir Abid is there in 6th position. as they stream around the banking for the first time, heading towards the right hand of a church, flat out that corner, and then they will continue to accelerate their way up the hill. And of course these Mazda 7s with low-cost chassis and bodywork, very little in the way of aerodynamics, so they make for very effective slipstreaming vehicles. There's Lucas back coming up on the inside of David Winter, but having to get out of that move slows him up a little bit. Might put him into the clutches of Samir Abid there. Yes, it does. Samir Abid in the 23 car, who retired from yesterday's race, he goes through on the inside and up into 5th position, and it means the top 4 make a bit of a break.
Yeah, that's right. Although if it was like yesterday's race, they came back together somewhat. I think we had about 7 cars in the lead battle yesterday. And it's Danny Andrew here that leads, the champion from last year. Twice a winner this season. Hasn't won though since Pembroke. The only time he's won so far this year was at Pembroke, which was in June. He won twice that weekend. As the field come through then into turn 1. Lisseter, championship leader, sideways. There's a big old tank slapper off the corner. So that gives Eddie Moore the chance to go around the outside, but he slides wide now. And that means it's really all spread out up front because of all that. And Moyer struggling off the corner because of that big slide. He loses 3rd to David Winter.
Yeah, and it means there's a big-ish lead by Mazda 7 standards now for Danny Andrew, number 27 in the lead of the race. He finished 2nd ultimately yesterday after a very exciting contest for these cars. Lucas Batt, who was going very well yesterday, finished in 5th place yesterday. He's looking to reclaim 5th here by getting back ahead of Samir Abid. You've got Martin Shelton there in 7th place. That's the grey car with the pink roll cage. And there's Ben Powney in 10th place. He was a non-finisher yesterday, so good that his car is back out there, but not where we'd expect him, because he was battling until the final round of the championship last year with Danny Andrew for the title.
That's right, and he won for 3 times this season, which all came on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. But here, struggling, so not sure if all is well with the car. It's run by Team Sellers Racing, and last time out was in the hand of Autosport's Stefan Mackley.
Indeed, yes, and you can read about that in the current issue of Autosport, still available at all good news agents, as they say. So, heading on to lap 3 of the race. It's Andrew leading. This is the battle for 2nd. It has got itself close together again. Lisseter and Winter and Moyer, who's up the inside of Winter this time. He's actually tucked back in behind though as they head through Church. That is a place where you do see some overtaking being done. Moyer carries good speed off Church corner, almost bump drafting with Winter there. He's going to use the toe, come out of the toe now in fact, and try and get alongside Winter and try and outbrake him into Rocket. Is this going to work for him? He carries a lot of speed in, he locks up the brakes. He is through though, so Eddie Moyer, the Lincolnshire farmer, goes up into 3rd place behind Lisseter. But Danny Andrew was nearly 2 seconds clear at the end of the lap. They can see Simon Court, he's in 8th place, number 55. That's the black and white car. He yesterday was going well, wasn't he? But then eventually was a retirement from the race. So here's the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars heading down through the corkscrew, and just seeing how big Danny Andrews is. It is still quite sizable actually. It's still a couple of seconds or so, as now Moyer is challenging Lisseter there. New fastest lap for Danny Andrew, 1:17.88, and that's faster than we saw in yesterday's race, at a new lap record therefore.
Yep, that's right. Here's that battle for 2nd place. Eddie Moyer there in 3rd. He was a winner last time out at Silverstone. His first win in cars in his first season of car racing for the former Carter. His livery on that car is a bit takes you back to the late 90s McLarens, doesn't it, with the name on the side in that form. And he draws up alongside Lisseter here. So if Lisseter loses places, that'll do a favour for Danny Andrew, because he's the main rival to Lisseter this year. Jonathan Lisseter, who's only finished off the podium once all season. He's had a 1st, a 2nd and a 3rd 3 times as well. So there his point scores, really, they're all in the podium position. So he's been really consistent all year, has Lisseter. But he's dropped down to 3rd now. Then David Winter. Sam Abid doing a good job there in 5th, and it's 3 abreast at the back of this group, involving Martin Shelton in the middle, Ben Powney on the outside, and Shelton might lose both positions because on the inside went Daniel Court, around the outside it's gone Ben Powney. So for Martin Shelton there, he lost a couple of positions.
Yeah, so he's really lost out on that lap as well. He'd also lost a position to Simon Court since the start of that lap as well. So he's gone back down to 10th place, I think. Another new lap record for Danny Andrew, a 1:17.63. That's nearly 72 miles per hour average around this very twisty indeed 1.55 mile Anglesey coastal circuit. So pretty good effort that from him. Meanwhile, up towards second place, I can see that Eddie Moyer is now getting away from Jonathan Lister, but I'm not sure we'll be able to latch onto the back of Danny Andrew because he's 3 seconds up the road. Lister third, Winter fourth, and then we can see actually Winter and Lister doing battle here. Winter up the inside of Lister into Rocket 1. He'll be on the outside line then for the Rocket 2. You've got two very tight corners, one after the other. Lister manages to hold on there, but look at that. Samir Abid is coming into the equation as well in the number 23 car. Used to race in low cost as well, did Samir. Now has this data development business. He's a race engineer and driver coach from Leamington Spa. We've now got a safety car out. Safety car is out, Josh. Yellow flags, and that is the reason why. It's the number 88 car that is stopped, and that is Peter Wood. Looks like he's had a spin there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's collected a tyre. Well, he's out the car, isn't he, standing by the fence. That's coming out of turn 1, actually, before they get to the banking. So that lead, you said Danny Andrew wouldn't lose. Will he lose it with the safety car out? So that means, assuming we get a restart, which hopefully we will do, with 8 minutes still on the clock, there's going to be a real battle emerge, I think, at the front of the pack. And Ben Powney, on that before the safety car came out, did the fastest lap, so he's got pace in that car, 1 minute 17.56, so he's taken that lap record away there from Danny Andrew. But obviously he did have some use of the slipstream. You were talking about Sam Abida before that. He's doing well here, isn't he, up in 5th place, because his best result this season has been an 8th position. He's 16th in the championship, so he's going well inside the top 5, as he has been really all race.
Yeah, and to tell you a bit more about him, his business is Your Data Driven, helping drivers to lap faster. It's his own company that he started during lockdown. There's online courses, spreadsheets, detailed how-to articles, books, and there's even a popular motorsports podcast that you can listen to with various famous guests, F1 drivers, engineers, data gurus, driver coaches, even the Stig, he says. So do listen out for Samir's podcast as well. Samir says that his car is the oldest low-cost chassis that's still racing. It was built in an awning beside a narrow boat in about 1999 and obviously converted to Mazda 7 specification, a multiple race-winning car in both guises.
Yeah, he's just ahead of Lucas Batt, who went really well yesterday, scoring his best result. We got a 5th position yesterday, so that moves him up to 12th in the championship. Yeah,
first season of racing for Lucas. The stonemason from Cheshire. He did some sprinting and hill climbing before this, and he's there with the Dave Boucher built and prepared MX-5 engined Mazda 7. The 7, of course, designating the 7 style design. Originally, many of these were low-cost chassis, the low-cost in turn based on the One Champion book. And low cost, of course, still enjoying great success with the 750 Motor Club as well. They'll be in action at Cadwell Park next weekend for their penultimate meeting of the season. Still get excellent grids and very loyal following of drivers as well. Very good racing indeed.
Somebody else who went well yesterday, Ian, was I think in his first ever race, was David Bowen. He finished 8th yesterday in his first race. So that was a really good first outing for him. Yeah,
he's the owner and director of Aeon Sports Cars, or Aeon Sports Cars, I should say. So he's an engineer, mechanic and fabricator as well. First season of racing. He actually runs and prepares Mark 1 and Mark 2 escorts for a customer who competes in the historic Rally Championship. He's also competed in model car racing around the world, a multiple British champion at 1/5 scale. And it's the ex-Ollie Batten car that he has that he bought earlier on this year. So lots of experience in motorsport, but not necessarily competing in circuit racing himself before this weekend. But he's in 11th position today, and we're looking to try and replicate his 8th place finish from yesterday, which I'm sure he'll have been very pleased with. Of course, he's got another race as well coming up later on this afternoon.
Somebody else who's joined Mazda 7 recently, we just got a shot of there, was Stephen Manley, who's towards the back. So he's again somebody with very little in the way of experience. I think he debuted last time out at Silverstone. So it's good to see new drivers coming into the Mazda 7s from various backgrounds, whether it be low cost with perhaps more experience or as their first car racing category. So that's always good to see.
We saw Callum Barnes go fairly well yesterday, didn't we, before a late spin which dropped him back to 12th position. He's running 14th today. He is 20 years old from Newcastle, and he started racing towards the end of 2021, and he seems to have found more pace as the season goes on. His main sponsor for the season is Northern Structures in the northeast, which is the company that he works for. The chassis that he's racing and the roll cage was originally factory built in 2002, but there's not much of the original chassis left. The rest of the car was built around that. We're going to have at least one more lap behind the safety car as well by the looks of it, because that car's still being recovered. He bought the car, did Callum, in 2020. At the time it was a championship winning hill climb car. It had the 1300 Crossflow engine in it. It used to run in low costs, driven by Adam Parsonage, but it was entirely rebuilt from the ground up in 2021. Well, there's the car being taken away, so that should mean that this is the last lap behind the safety car, but I suspect we'll probably only get perhaps one at the outside. 2 more laps of racing, Josh, in this second of 3 races this weekend for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. The recovery truck will not do a full lap of the circuit. It will pull off around about halfway around the lap, and that should mean that it can get back into the infield, back into the paddock, and allow racing to continue, but not for terribly long, I don't think, Josh. No,
it's what it might mean though. It's a pretty frenetic first lap of the race, or one lap of the race though, mightn't it? Because Danny Andrew will be looking to make a good restart, but if he's in towing distance, we know Eddie Moyer's pretty aggressive to try and find a way through. But if we get 2 laps, that would be good for some extra opportunity. So the recovery vehicle there, you can see, can take a shortcut to get out of the way, which will give the safety car a bit of opportunity to speed up. The lap times we're doing here around 1:17 in race pace, and we're 50 seconds away from that now, so it's going to be tight, isn't it, when we get 1 or 2 laps?
Yeah, so the recovery truck has just pulled it, or about to pull into Parc Ferme, I think, so that will be off the circuit. So if the safety car can just up its pace now, we might stand a chance of getting 2 more laps out of this, which would be advantageous. Of course, it's then in the hands of Danny Andrew. He'd probably perhaps rather only have 1 lap to defend, so he probably won't be in too much of a hurry, and I don't think we are going to get back down to the start line for an extra lap now.
For Danny, if he loses the lead into Rocket, he probably would like a second lap, wouldn't he?
Exactly.
But if he can defend on this first lap, yeah, he'll be happy with just the 1 lap.
And the safety car's now left them to it, so the safety car's going to get back down here, but there's now only a lap time left to go in the race, and so it should be much at the speed Danny's going, we might only get 1 more lap out of this. He is starting to accelerate now, I think, as they head down through the corkscrew. Yes, I think words might have been had if it come to a virtual stop. So the race about to get back underway with the green flag, with 57 seconds left on the clock. So it's Danny Andrew leading. He's got Eddie Moyer right behind him now. Jonathan Lister a bit napping there, I think, because he's several lengths behind him in 3rd place. And you'd think, with a championship at stake, you'd want to take every advantage that you possibly could. Yeah,
he doesn't seem to have got the pace today, has he? Where he won the race yesterday, his fastest lap's a full second slower than what Danny Andrew managed. Lucas Batt here, side by side with Simon Court. So that's Court gone down the inside, and Ben Powney's going to make it 3 abreast as they go up towards Church Corner. And Powney still side by side. Lucas Batt, they've got the best of them 3.
Checker flag is being made ready, so this is the last lap of the race. We've got the 2 leaders together then as they head up towards Rocket. It's going to be Eddie Moyer on the outside line, Danny Andrew on the inside. Moyer trying to stick all the way around the outside. They're both off onto the runoff. Moyer onto the grass as well, but he has got his nose in front, but he was off the circuit we did so, but so was Andrew Fair. And here comes Lister now. What was I saying? As onto the grass goes Danny Andrew at the exit of Peel. Lister was in the perfect position all along, and he's gone through to take the lead of the race. There's only a couple more corners to go now, down through the corkscrew. Who's going to be second, I think, is the battle now. It's Moyer and Andrew side by side. And you can hear the screech of the Yokohama tyres as they come through. It is going to be Andrew that holds on, but it's Jonathan Lister that snatches that victory. The final knock-ins, really, on that one last lap before the checkered flag. Jonathan Lister gets the win from Danny Andrew in second place, Eddie Moyer in third, David Winter fourth, Samira Beard fifth, Lucas Batt held on to sixth place with Ben Powney up to seventh in the end. Simon Court 8th, Daniel Court 9th, and Martin Shelton rounding out the top 10. So it was just a one-lap dash for it. I think, yeah, Danny Andrews continuing on, actually.
He looked pretty fed up when he took the checkered flag.
He did look fed up, but I'm not sure why particularly. Obviously, we couldn't have the last lap ball being shown necessarily because the green flag was being waved at the same time. So,
but Lister, like you said, he hung back a little bit because he thought something might happen in front of him, and that's absolutely what did happen. Lister set the 8th fastest lap in the race. So he didn't have the pace today, but he's won the race, and he's really improved, hasn't he, over those years in locals.
Yes.
We had them fantastic wet weather wins at Snetterton before moving into Mazda 7. He had a few mechanical issues, I think, last year, but this year he's been fantastic and took his 4th win of the season now, and that's more than anybody. And for the first time this year, he's won twice now at the same track, because he won back at Croft at the opening meeting, he won at Silverstone, but now he's won twice here at Anglesey, and that will extend his championship lead by a further 3 points over Danny Andrew. So it continues to go in the right direction for him, and again he's continuing that consistency of being on the podium.
So Lister arriving back in park firm, and the second car to arrive back and possibly at a more appropriate speed. Eddie Moyer following him in, but let's have a look at the results of that Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship race, the second of 3 this weekend. Number 71, Jonathan Lister, was the winner after 9 laps of racing, from number 27, Danny Andrew, in second place. The gap between them just over half a second. Third place went to number 77, Eddie Moyer, from David Winter, number 35, in fourth position. 23, Samir Abid was fifth, and Lucas Batt, number 66, was sixth. Ben Powney got 7th place on the final lap in number 37, away from Simon Court 55, with Daniel Court 7 and Martin Shelton 99 rounding out the top 10. For the back, David Bowen was 11th, then Rob Ollie, Callum Barnes, Colin Marshall, Lewis Penstone Smith and Stephen Manley, with Peter Wood, the one retirement from the race. So another race to come for the Yokohama Mazda 7s at around about 2 this afternoon. We have 2 more races to come before the lunch break, the next of which is the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. And so we move on to the 16th race of the weekend, the 4th race of the day. It's for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Second race of 3 this weekend for these cars. Yesterday we had a win for Chris McCloy, and he's on pole position for this race. So number 37, Chris McCloy on pole, and besides him is number 63 Philip Wright. On the second row it's 69, which is Joe Bauer, and number 7 Cameron Elder. On the third row it's the first of the Class B cars, the 177 Clio of Matthew Mandipira, and 58 Paul Jarvis is besides him. On the fourth row of the grid, number 60 Stephen Langton and 59 Daniel McKay, so that's Civic and Fiesta. On the fifth row, 93 Charlie Hayes in the BMW and 57 Joel Argelles in the Clio. Then on row 6 it's 28 Lee Warren and 14 Jared Coulson. On to the seventh row, that's where we find the Class C frontrunner, number 1 David Drinkwater and 316 Ivor Mayers, once again in the BMW. Row 8 is number 20 Martin Paget and 98 Paul Warren. Row 9, 13 Stuart Kennedy's Corrado and 403 Richard Bancroft in the Clio. On the 10th row we find 107 Stephen Watson and 47 Charlie Cole, with Warren Andrews number 12 and Trevor Gregory 44 on the 11th row, and number 4 Stephen Harrison and 65 Ben Morton on row 12 of the grid. So 24 cars that we should have for this race. We did have an incident yesterday, the Integra of Ben Morton. He dropped some oil, and it was Trevor Gregory that spun on that and ended up glancing the barrier at Rocket. He worked his way back to 7th, only to have the clutch fail on the last lap of the race, so Trevor has to start from the back of the grid today. But evidently he did manage to source a clutch, which is something that he was pleading for on Facebook yesterday evening. Meanwhile, yesterday it was Chris McCloy that took the win from Philip Wright and Joe Bauer in Class A. Matthew Mandipira beat Paul Jarvis and Charlie Hayes in Class B, whereas David Drinkwater, despite some dramas of his own in qualifying, he took the Class C victory from Ivor Mayers and Martin Paget as well, with the non-finishers being Trevor Gregory, Stephen Harrison and Ben Morton in the Integra. What does all of this mean for the championship, Josh?
Well, in the classes, David Drinkwater's already won the Class C championship. I think Paul Jarvis needs to finish 4th or better today to win the Class B championship, and Phil Wright needs to finish 8th or better to win the Class A championship today. So both of those have a good chance of going in that direction. But the overall championship, David Drinkwater is 18 points ahead of Phil Wright. So I don't think that can go in this race. I'll actually have to have a look at that as this race goes on, see how that goes. Because David Drinkwater had a few issues yesterday with the water pump failing in qualifying, and towards the end of the race he had just enough pace to keep Ivor Mayers back, who started from the back, so it'll be interesting to see how Ivor can get on this time. But Chris McCloy was really the story of the race yesterday, taking his first victory in the older car, the EK2 Honda Civic, the 90s machine. The Irishman, after finishing on the podium before yesterday 7 times, 4 seconds and 3 thirds, but got that race win, finally beating the 7-time race winner Phil Wright.
So the cars making their way around on this green flag warming up lap, a chance to get some heat into the tyres. Circuit for the moment is still dry. We're told though that rain is going to arrive at Anglesey Circuit imminently.
I'd suggest it's this part of the track, isn't it, where it's going to hit first, by the looks of the clouds up that end.
Yes, possibly so. So we'll see if that arrives possibly during the course of the race. If it does, it would certainly make life even more interesting. Of course, the 3 classes here based on power to weight ratio. Class A for cars with 200 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B for 175, and Class C for up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. And this class structure that was adopted in the last couple of seasons and adapted in the last couple of seasons really seems to have struck a winning formula, doesn't it, Josh? Yeah,
the grids have been really good. This is our lowest grid of the season. There's 24 of them, so that's still pretty good. We've had pretty much capacity grids at some of the races in England this year, so it's been really successful, and the 3 classes are usually pretty well defined. It's just this year each of the classes has sort of been dominated by one driver, which hasn't always been the case in the past, but we've had some pretty open individual races. As we mentioned, Chris McCloy for the first time winning yesterday. It was a really good race yesterday. McCloy beating Phil Wright and Joe Bauer in one of the older cars. Also involved Cameron Elder, also led at one stage. In the end, though, dropping to 4th. Other people that have won this year are not here today. That's Ryan Polly and Will Self. But a good grid here, and if yesterday's anything to go by, we should have a good race at the front again.
should indeed. So pole position, closest to the pit wall, is number 37 Chris McCloy in the 1990s shape Civic. It's the early 2000s shape for number 63 Phil Wright. There's a few more examples of those on the grid as well, but this circuit is one which seems to be more even balanced between the different eras and shapes of cars, as well as between the different classes as well. So 5-second board is shown. We're about to go racing for 15 minutes in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship at Anglesey Circuit. The red lights go out, the race gets underway. Again, as you said, not a great start from Phil Wright, and he's going to be fourth possibly by the time they arrive at turn number 1, with Chris McCloy leading, Joe Bauer second, and Cameron Elder, I think, in third position. Phil Wright dropping to at least fourth there. That's Stephen Langton trying to go around the outside of him as well in the Yoo-Hoo liveried car, but I don't think he quite made that work, and he's now off the circuit as well on the exit of the banking, so that challenge comes to nothing. That means it's Matthew Mandipera in 5th and Paul Jarvis in 6th, the two front runners within Class B. But the 4 front running Class A cars up ahead, there we can see Jared Coulson in the Dayglow fronted Clio number 14. These the two Class B leaders heading into Rocket, and they are very close together, as is Phil Wright close to the back of Cameron Elder as well. Ivor Mares is there coming through in the lead of Class C, so he's got ahead of David Drinkwater as well. But as they head through Peel for the first time, it's Chris McCloy leading it side by side for the lead of Class B. Running a bit wide there in the red clear, number 177 is Matthew Mandipera. So it looks like Paul Jarvis now has gone through to the Class B lead. Down towards us they come at the end of the lap, and it is Chris McCloy leading then from Joe Bauer in 2nd, Cameron Elder 3rd, and Philip Wright in 4th position.
That's right. So you can see the Fiesta there slowing on the inside. Dan McKay had a bit of contact, I think, into the corkscrew. He tried to get out of contact, perhaps more so. But Phil Wright made his standard poor start, which seems to have been a bit of a factor of the races this season. Here's the Class C leader, Ivor Mares. He's trying to get cars in between himself and David Drinkwater, and successfully has managed that, hasn't he? So Ivor Mares is keen to try and be the man who can beat David Drinkwater. We haven't seen that done since April, and he turns here through the church corner, but then uphill he's not going to have the power to keep the more powerful cars behind. Meanwhile, the battle for 3rd overall is on uphill, because Cameron Elder has Phil Wright, who's won those 7 races this year, trying to get ahead as they go through Rocket, but can't manage that. This is all allowing Chris McCloy to pull away up front. He won by 1.6 seconds yesterday. He probably leads by about that now already on just lap 2 of the race.
Cameron Elder was a leader for a time yesterday, dropped back to 4th position in the end. Certainly having his best meeting of the season so far. Stephen Langton trying to recover here after that off at the exit of the banking on lap number 1. He's trying to get alongside Matthew Mandipera here and get between the two Class B leaders. Paul Jarvis in that Saxo that's been rebuilt since Donington Park. He continues to lead Class B, and he won't mind having Stephen Langton between himself and Matthew Mandipera for, because it will give him a bit of breathing space. 3rd in Class B is now looking like Jared Coulson, I think, in the Clio as lap 2 is completed.
Yep, that's right. Paul Jarvis doesn't need to win the championship here in Class B, but he'd quite like to do that. He's won 8 times so far this season. He's side by side with the Class A car of Stephen Langton, who should go through, but that might compromise Jarvis's line in his battle against Matthew Mandipera, who won just for the 2nd time in Class B yesterday in the newer Clio. Here are the Class C drivers. It's still Ivor Mares ahead of David Drinkwater, as Trevor Gregory's had a massive off in front. He's gone right across the circuit, and he's on the other side of the track from where he started, and Stephen Harrison is off as well. Not sure if that was involved, but Trevor Gregory, there he is. He's gone from one side of the track closely to the other. So the grass must still be pretty wet. Well, the cars just do not slow down when they're on the grass.
Yeah, and we have lost a car over there as well, which is the Stephen Harrison Clio. That is stopped on the grass on the exit of Church Corner, and its bonnet has flipped up, which has not helped. So I suspect that may need recovering, that car. So the race continues in the meantime, though. We've got the two Class B leaders together, and they have swapped order, haven't they? So Matthew Mandipera in the red Clio has got back ahead of Paul Jarvis now. In the background you can see Jared Coulson is there in 3rd position within that class. He's got Joel Arguelles closely behind him in another of the red Clios, and then it's Daniel McKay in the Fiesta Class A car that's going through. And for the Class C lead outside our commentary box window, it looks like David Drinkwater is going to go through, and he has done at turn 1 to take the lead away from Ivan Mares, who I think gets onto the grass on the exit of turn 1. So we'll see how all of that shapes out. They've got yellow flags at the exit of the banking, and that is because the car is off the road. It's side by side though. Yes, through Church Corner, where we do have yellow flags with the Harrison car there, and the driver out of it as well.
Yeah, he's heading towards the marshal post, so he'd probably be advised to hurry up and get there before the car's coming under the next lap.
Safety car's coming out though now, Josh, so that car will need to be recovered. I think it is quite close to the edge of the circuit. We saw Trevor Gregory go off there as well, didn't we, a lap or so ago.
It's a similar kind of place to where the BMW was, which was left. Looks like the Class B leaders were side by side as they went into the safety car zone, so who's going to come out on top between Paul Jarvis and Matthew Mandapira?
Mandapira's ahead, which he was at the start of the lap as well. So the drivers can see the safety car boards and the yellow flags all around the circuit. Yeah, the car was a bit close to the edge of the circuit than the car was in the BMW race, wasn't it? So I think that's why the officials there have decided to throw the safety car, and also with the driver out of the car. And he was heading to the marshal's post, which was the sensible thing to do, but it is isolated and sort of open in this section between the backstretch and the start and finish straight as well. So the marshal with the driver now walking back to the car. Hopefully it won't be too long a recovery. There's already a recovery truck arriving on the scene to get that hooked up and towed away.
You mentioned Trevor Gregory's spin. It's been a bit of a weekend for him here at Anglesey, hasn't it? There he is at the back, not where he'd like to be after having those issues yesterday and then having that big old spin at Church Corner, and ended up on a different part of the track basically. Not quite sure how Ivan Mares has now ended up behind Martin Paget in Class C, because he was sort of side by side with David Drinkwater, wasn't he, as they went into that yellow flag zone before the safety car, but he's now 3 positions further back.
He was, so possibly he's backed off on seeing the safety car boards and yellow flags. So the order at the end of lap 4 is number 37 Chris McCloy leading, from number 69 Joe Bauer in second place. In third place it's number 63 Philip Wright. In fourth place number 7 Cameron Elder, and fifth is number 60 Stephen Langton, all Class A cars. Then we get to the Class B leaders. That's number 177 Matthew Mandapira in sixth place overall. Then it's 58 Paul Jarvis in seventh. Jared Coulson, number 14, is eighth. Ninth is number 57 Joel Arguelles, and running out the top 10 is another Class A car. That's 59 Daniel Daniel McKay. And then in Class C, 12th overall, we've got number 1 David Drinkwater. From number 20 Martin Paget, he's 14th overall, and 316 Ivan Mares in 15th place overall. Now the Stephen Harrison car has been recovered. There will be one more lap, I think, behind the safety car before the race gets underway. That Harrison car will be brought into the paddock, and so probably we'll get maybe 4 or 5 more laps of racing, I would think, before the end. Yesterday's race, which wasn't interrupted, did go to 12 laps, but obviously it's going to be a slightly shorter distance today, 5 laps completed, so we might get 10 laps out of it, of which a couple would have been behind the safety car, so effectively it will be an 8-lap race.
We haven't had the rain yet that was promised during the course of
You say that, the spots on our commentary box windows now. There's not many of them, but they're there nevertheless, and they weren't there before. So yes, some rain is starting to fall. I don't think it's going to be terribly heavy at first. It might get a bit heavy as the rain goes on. Yes,
it would be helpful, wouldn't it, for all involved, if we don't have one of those really heavy bursts of showers that the last month or so has kind of been famous for, after the long dry spells we've had in the UK, although possibly less at this part of the country compared to the part of the country that I'm used to being in.
Yes, at the moment it is not doing enough to particularly alter the grip levels on the circuit, I don't think. Only really the odd spot of rain right now, possibly up at the top of the hill. There might be more than down here, but the main feature here, of course, is that it is rather windy today here at Anglesey. So whatever we get, I don't think we're going to get terribly long with a bit of luck. If there are showers, they'll hopefully blow through. rather than be anything too persistent. 5.5 minutes left. The safety car is hopefully going to come in at the end of this lap. And we'll have about 5 minutes to go. Yep, well, actually the safety car's not pulled away terribly much from Chris McCloy, but I think it is going to dive in this time. As you can see, a green flag in the start line, Marshall. Yes, safety car is coming in. Chris McCloy leads them round, and the green flag waves. So with exactly 5 minutes to go, we get back underway. So it probably is going to be 4 laps that we get out of this then, Josh, with Chris McCloy leading from Joe Bauer as the race gets back underway.
Yeah, it wasn't probably the best restart that Chris McCloy could have managed, because everybody was right with him at the line there, but that means it's nice and close. There's the battle for third in Class B, I think, that Jared Coulson heads in his Renault Clio. But now that we've got going, the 2 older Civics at the front starting to pull clear again. Chris McCloy and Joe Power away from Phil Wright and from Cameron Elder, who are there in 3rd and 4th positions. But uphill, Wright gets closer to Bauer again as they head into Rocket then for the 7th time in this race. And Cameron Elder closes in too. So this again, like in the first part, is just allowing Chris McCloy to pull away, but not by as much, I don't think, as the first time round, as they head up into the hill curve there before heading back towards us through the corkscrew. They will come with 3 laps, probably, 3 laps to go, I think.
Yeah, so they're going to come through here, through the final turn, onto the short start and finish straight, still in the same order, those 4 as they were. Stephen Langton not able to go with them. And then the Class B car still very close together. You can just see in the background there the red Clio of Matthew Mantipira still ahead of the white Saxo of number 58, Paul Jarvis, long-time racer with the 750 motor in stock hatch before hot hatch. I can see that it is still David Drinkwater leading in Class C as well. There are the leaders though, heading through Church for the 8th time in this race. And it's still McCloy, number 37, the driver originally from Northern Ireland, but these days based in Gateshead, that leads the way. He's 30 years of age, production coordinator at a domestic radiator manufacturing plant, and he is ahead of Joe Bauer, number 69 in 2nd place. Then Philip Wright, the championship leader in Class A, in 3rd position. Cameron Elder, who went well yesterday and led the race briefly in 4th spot, through Peel. John Peel, and you can see spots of rain on the camera lens there as well, up at the top of the circuit.
I think Philip Wright here is doing just enough to keep the overall championship going to the next race, but then it'll be difficult after that for him. Jared Coulson's had an off at Peel, and that means he's going to lose that 3rd place in the Class 2. Joe Gaius in the Renault, but Phil Wright is doing enough here to win the Class A championship in this particular race to wrap that up, I think. Okay, so although he's only 3rd here, he is doing enough in the championship, because he was well ahead coming into this weekend. Chris McCloy's gone quicker than anybody did yesterday, so that's a new record we've seen from Hot Hatch there, 1 minute 17.62. And it shows that the rain's not really taking an effect yet as well. There's only a few spots on the commentary box window, so I don't think it's really affecting the grip levels on offer at all. Cameron Elder's dropping back a bit there, isn't he? In 4th position, not staying with Philip Wright here as they come up to the left-hander at Rocket from the penultimate time in this race. McCloy actually getting away a little bit now, away from Joe Bauer as well, as they come off Rocket towards Peel once again. They all are turning their way through the right-hander. And there is, that's Joel Arguelles then. He's in 8th place. He's got the Class A Fiesta of Daniel McKay nibbling at his heels and trying to go through into 8th place overall, but not being successful in doing so. Leaders come through. They see the last lap board as this battle for 8th place races on. Jared Coulson there rounding out the top 10 at the moment in his number 14 Clio, which is just behind these 2. McKay unable to get ahead of the Clio there. You can see Mantipira and Jarvis, the 2 Class B leaders,
heading on to their final lap.
Daniel McKay's another driver who's got his heritage from Ireland, hasn't he? Which a number of drivers here this weekend, either Irish racers or originally coming from Ireland. So that's good to see with the 750 Motor Club having some either Irish racers in some other categories or people that come have their family heritage in the past. But Chris McCloy, he leads the way. He's an Irish racer, I think, isn't he? Our leader. Joe Bauer for second is under threat from Phil Wright. The top three have all come together a little bit on this last lap of the race. There's not many positions or places left to try and gain a place into the corkscrew. You've got to be pretty committed to do that.
Yep, so here are the 3 leaders then, only the corkscrew to go as the clock counts down to 0. With a bit of a lock-up there into the first part of the sequence, but I think he's going to hold on here. Joe Bauer not able to take anything away from him, so Joe Bauer's going to get a better finish today than yesterday, but the checker flag goes out. A second win of the weekend, a second win of the season therefore for Chris McCloy in the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. He beats Joe Bauer by just under 0.6 of a second. Philip Wright was third and Cameron Elder a few seconds back in the end in 4th position. Some battles still to be resolved further down. This is Martin Paget, I think, and Paul Warren. So that's going to be for third in Class C, with it being won there by David Drinkwater. He just goes across the line now as Ivor Mayers is going to take second place within that class. And there's that scrap for third between Paget and Warren just coming up to the line. And they were pretty much side by side as they went across it. Class B, though, went the way of Matthew Mandipera by about a second from Paul Jarvis in the end. But 2 wins this weekend now for Chris McCloy.
Yeah, he's been waiting all season to get that win. He's been close to on a few occasions, but now 2 have come in the weekend, so congratulations to him. And I think that's all the class championships wrapped up now, with still 3 races to go. It's the Class A, Phil Wright claiming that, Class B for Paul Jarvis and Class C for David Drinkwater as far as I work out, but the overall championship still to be decided, and that is a battle still between David Drinkwater and Philip Wright, but Drinkwater might be able to conclude that now in the race, which we have a little bit later on today, because the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship are back this afternoon. But Joe Bauer, he's had a good weekend here at Anglesey. He got the fastest lap yesterday and finished in 3rd. He got 2nd today, and the best before this weekend was a 4th position. So he his first podium yesterday, improved on that in this one, and he'll be looking to go one better again later, because that would give him the race victory. But we'll look forward to that later. For now, let's see if we can have a look at the results of round 13 of the season.
Yes, it was Chris McCloy then that took the victory after 10 laps. Obviously a couple of those behind the safety car, and he beat, he was in number 37, he beat number 69 Joe Bauer by just over half a second. In 3rd place, number 63 Philip Wright, 4th place went to number 7 Cameron Elder, and 5th to number 60 Stephen Langton, ahead of our Class B winner. In 6th place, number 177 Matthew Mandipera, 7th to number 58 Paul Jarvis, 8th was 57 Joel Arguelles, and 9th 59 Daniel McKay, rounding out the top 10, number 14 Jared Coulson. Charlie Hayes was 11th in number 93, ahead of another BMW Compact, but a Class C car, and that was David Drinkwater, who won the class. And then 13th was 28 Lee Warren, 14th was 44 Trevor Gregory as he fought back. And then we got 3 more Class C finishers, 316 Ivor Mayers 15th, then Martin Paget in number 20, and Paul Warren in number 98. And Richard Bancroft, Stuart Kennedy, and Stephen Watson in their Class B cars, and then Charlie Cole, I think the only other finisher, with Stephen Harrison and Warren Andrews with his Polo retiring from the race. 1 more race to come for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. That's at 10 to 2. In a few moments we'll have the final race before the lunch break, which is the Car All Porsche Trophy. We've got the cars onto the grid for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. They had 2 sprint races yesterday. Both of them were won by James Coleman. And we have a 40-minute race today, which should line up as follows, but there is a significant car missing because it should be 47 James Coleman on pole position, but he's not there. It's the 51 car, which is going to be started by John Walker, that is there on the outside of the front row. On the second row, it's the number 60 car of Roger Coy and Callum Lockie. And it looks like Roger Coy is starting that car, and then besides him a solo-driven car, which is the number 44 Boxster of Sam Callahan. On the third row, it's the number 25 Jamie McHugh car, and the number 40 Boxster, which is James Harvey. Then on row 4, it's the 35 of Daniel Crago and 56 Thomas McHugh. On row 5, we as yet only have 1 car, so there's no number 9 Christopher Campbell, but we do have 30 Edward Sampson. On the 6th row, it's the 55 car of Jonathan Leeson and 316 Ivor Mayers, fresh from that last race. Row 7, we have the 68 car of Andrew Peck and 41 Carl Rossin. There's no Philip Waters or Richard Jones I can see on row 8 of the grid, but I think we do have... Philip Waters is there, yes, he's hidden behind the marshal's post, so 15 is there. And then the only other car at the back is, for the purpose of this race, car 301, which is the Fernando Gattino car. So a few cars missing from the grid, and we don't necessarily have been officially advised all of the start drivers, and we don't have the car that won both of the races yesterday, Josh, which was James Coleman.
No, that's right, and this grid I think is set by the aggregate results of yesterday, so when the 2 sprint races are added together, James Coleman was the winner of both those races, like you say, but for John and Christian Walker, they finished second in both races, so they, you would think, should be the favourites here, and we'll see how that goes. Like I say, it's a shame we've lost a few cars because this is a longer race of 40 minutes with pit stops in the middle section of it. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes, and there's still obviously this question mark of the weather and whether that might change over this 40-minute period.
Yeah, the spots of rain that were on our commentary box window aren't there anymore, so there's been a few spots blown through, but it's not amounted to very much at this stage. But obviously over the course of 40 minutes things could change somewhat, couldn't they? So we'll see how things pan out as this Calm All Porsche Trophy race is going to get underway. It's the final race of the season for these cars. There is certainly more rain on the radar coming in, but let's say the final race of the season for these cars. They've had a mixture of different race formats, some sprints and some longer races. Up until yesterday, we did not have the same winner in more than one race. They've been to Donington Park, Brands Hatch, Thruxton and Snetton so far. Anglesey the final meeting for the season, but we know that there will be a number of the contenders from the Calm All Porsche Trophy taking part in the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone at the end of October, the concluding event of the 750 Motor Club season and one of the great institutions in British motorsport. So the cars coming back round to the grid for this race start. It is a standing start, not a rolling start, although it's a longer distance race.
I can see Callum Lockie in the pit lane, so it certainly is Roger Coy that starts out on the second row of the grid. So I think out of the front runners, we should pretty much know who's in the cars there. For it's one that's a little bit further back we haven't got notification of.
Yes, so but a few of the 2 driver teams not actually taking part now, so but we'll see how things pan out for this 40-minute race. 5-second board is shown, and the Calm All Porsche Trophy 40-minute feature race is about to get underway. Lights go out, and away we go. And it's from pole position, John Walker that is not going to lead, or is he going to lead into the first corner? Sam Callahan has surged through in the number 44 car from the second row of the grid, so he's gone into P2, and looks like that is Roger Coy, is it, in third position in the number 60 car, the first of the front engine cars at the moment. And they head out of the banking towards Church for the first time. The top 2 here already starting to get away then. That's John Walker and Sam Callahan, with the first of the front engine cars, Roger Coy, I think, in third place for the moment. He's been chased hard there by Jamie McHugh, and also very late on the brakes is the number 35 car. That's Daniel Crago in the 968 Club Sport, isn't it, that he is in. Just about got that car stopped in time, which I was a bit concerned about for a moment.
He only gained 1 place as well. It looked like he might gain a lot more than that, or, as you say, might have not gone too well. In the end, it was okay. Perhaps it was more the others being a little bit more cautious on the first lap. But he's side by side now with James Harvey, who initially made a good start, but he didn't gain the positions I thought he might have done. It was Sam Callahan who was really bold on the brakes into turn 1. That was one of the gainers at the start of this, but it is John Walker who starts the second lap as the leader, the former Caterham racer, and he is ahead of Sam Callahan by about a second. James Harvey there is running a little bit wide because Thomas McHugh got down the inside of him, and also in that battle is one of the shared cars that we haven't got. We're not aware who started. That's the car shared between Clayton and Edward Sampson, and then the rest of the field come through then with Roger Coy there in third place now, starting to pull all clear of Jamie McHugh by the looks of things on this, the second lap of the race. They're both now a long way ahead of Daniel Crago, and then you've got this battle of a sixth position where James Harvey looks down the inside of Tom McHugh and goes back ahead. So that's been a couple of changes on this lap, so they're back in the same order as when they started the lap a minute or so ago.
So there's Harvey and McHugh behind him then. That's Tom McHugh in 7th place. Some side-by-side action a little bit further back. That includes Andrew Peck. That stopped both of yesterday's races from the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty. That was for some noise testing prior to going out to qualify. And he was getting involved there with the 55 car, which is the Leeson car. Just behind them is the car being shared by Fernando Gattino and Gary Martin, but it's the John Walker car, the race leading car at the moment, in the best lap of the race of 1:19.55. We though are watching the first of the front engine cars go through. That was Roger Coy, then Jamie McHugh, then Daniel Crago.
Yep, that's right. Just 1.1 seconds between the leaders. John Walker unable to pull clear of Sam Callahan, as was the case really in the first race yesterday. And there they are, so Callahan doing a good job here, and he's had a pretty decent season really, because he's been on the overall podium 4 times now, I think. He's had a win, a second and a couple of third positions, and he's chasing down the more experienced John Walker as they head down there into the complex once more. So through the corkscrew goes Sam Callahan in second place. He's just about a second behind John Walker here, and some side-by-side action here. This is the Sampson car and the Peck car we just saw going through shot. So that's the battle for 8th position. So watching briefly the 924s coming through. Carl Rossin and Scott Lawton leading in that class at the moment. That's class SP4. There's that battle that we saw briefly, the Sampson and Peck battle for 8th place. That's just coming through turn 1 now, up towards the banking. On this, the 4th lap of the race. Peck up the inside there, but Sampson defends and stays ahead of him. Side by side further back. That is the Leeson car and also the Gattino and Martin battle as well. Yep, so there's a few battles out there on the circuit at the moment, including this front engine battle heading uphill towards Rocket, and through then goes Andrew Peck, who was pretty quick in the races yesterday. He was had good pace, so see how high up the order he can get today, just getting past the Sampsons in their 968 Club Sport. And now that Sampson car has fallen into the clutches of the next one along, which is that Class 1 Boxster shared by Fernando Gattino and Gary Martin.
John Walker's the new fastest lap of the race, a 1:19.20, so his lead over Sam Callahan now is 1.63 seconds. Callahan, who has been a victor this season, he won the race at Thruxton a couple of months ago. Also was quite competitive, wasn't he, at Snetterton before he retired from the race there. Watching this battle for 9th at the moment. Not for class position, they're in different classes. The class structure here is based on power to weight ratio. The SP1 class of cars are up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne. SP2 up to 200, SP3 180 and SP4 145, with the SPDA class for cars that previously ran in the Porsche Racing Drivers Association Championship, Porsche Boxsters. As we watch these two head up to Rocket, and then we're watching now Daniel Krieger in 5th place and James Harvey, number 40, in 6th position as they turn their way through Peel.
Yeah, so they've dropped a few seconds behind Jamie McHugh, but pulled away from Thomas McHugh in that position on the circuit. So we're not seeing the really big packs of cars that we saw in yesterday's race, as the leaders have gone through another faster lap for John Walker, but he is a couple or so seconds slower than what that car went yesterday, in the car that he shared with his son Christian. 2.2 seconds clear now of Sam Callahan. This battle continues with Craigo ahead in the 968 Club Sport, ahead of the Boxster S of James Harvey. He's the only car now left this season, really, in the Drivers Association class.
Yes, Harvey from Cardiff, he's 39 years of age, a company director. This car was built during lockdown. He's enjoyed a few class wins and podiums so far in the last couple of years. He started racing in 2018, did some Citroen C1 endurance racing to start his career. He says that was a great way to learn the craft. It's sponsored by Student Motorsport, on a mission to get more student engineers and mechanics into the world of motorsport. Also Rocket Dog lubrication supplies of the car maintenance as well. That's James Harvey, number 40, running in 6th place at the moment. This is the scrap now involving Tom McHugh and Andrew Peck. So Peck has just moved forward again here to challenge for 7th position. He's just about to come down through the corkscrew to complete the lap as well, I think. There he is. So McHugh and Peck. McHugh in the red, number 56, 944 S2. And then you've got Peck in the 968. This is the fight for 7th position. It's also 3rd position within that class as well. It might change here at the banking. Yes, it looks like Peck has gone through to take 7th position away. With about 9 minutes of the race now gone. We're working lap 7 now. So can Peck now try to reel in James Harvey, who is ahead of him? There's about 9 seconds, I think, Josh, between those cars.
Okay, how's the pace difference? Andrew Peck's on a 120.8, which is pretty much the same as James Harvey's done, within a 10th of a second there. So it's going to be difficult for Peck to move forward at the moment, but that's consistent lap times might do the trick. But the battle for 5th does continue, doesn't it? Daniel Craigo and James Harvey. Are they starting to catch Jamie McHugh up ahead of them? They were a few attempts quicker on the last lap. So they're battling, they're pushing each other to go quicker and to start to close in on the car in front of them at the moment. And obviously when we get to the pit stops, it'll be important to get your pit stop done efficiently. So if you lose a few seconds in the pits, it'll be difficult to make them back up on the track, particularly when there are battles like this.
Yep, so about a quarter of the way through the race now. So probably we're looking at maybe a 27 lap race, something like that, once we take into account pit stops, which will take a lap time's worth or so to complete. There's Craigo in 5th position, number 35, still being tracked by number 40, which is James Harvey. Craigo there from Epsom. That 3-litre 968 Club Sport. Been seen him racing in a Porsche for a number of seasons now. probably got more experience in Porsches than has Harvey. He only started racing altogether 4 years ago, as we were hearing, initially in the C1s. That's the Jamie McHugh car in 4th place, we just caught sight of there, number 25, that leads its class. So through to complete another lap they go. The leaders, by the way, have gone through to complete 8 laps, with John Walker now just about 3 seconds ahead of Sam Callahan. So that gap continues to just edge out ever so slightly pretty much every lap between the two leaders. Scrap goes on though for 5th and 6th places. It's only out of the banking, and there's this short straight that they have before the sweeping right-hander at Church, and then the circuit hugs the coastline really for a few hundred yards past the church, just a rocky outcrop or two, the racing school building, and then up towards Rocket onto this plateau here at the top of the circuit. Rocket 1, the left-hander, Rocket 2, the right-hander. A little bit windswept up there at the top of the hill, I can tell you from experience. And then towards the right-hander at the hill, which is quite a tight right-hander in its own right, so it really is a tricky sequence of corners there. Well, really, that includes the corkscrew as well, which they're coming to now. It was designed to reflect the corner sequence of the same name at Laguna Seca. It's not come out quite the same, but one thing that is similar is the sudden dropping gradients that you have from that top plateau down to the bottom end of the circuit here at the start and finish line. So, if anything, a little bit more time has emerged between Crago and Harvey on that lap. Yes, another 1,500, but both of them actually did personal best laps of the race that time around, Josh.
Okay, so are they getting closer to Jamie McHugh? They're not, because he's going quicker, isn't he? He's just on a 1:19.8, which is quicker than Roger Coy, so the gap from 3rd to 4th is coming down a bit. The gap there is about 3 seconds. This is the battle for 8th position, which Tom McHugh leads in his 944 Series 2 machine. He's just ahead of the more powerful Boxster, shared today between Fernando Gattino and Gary Martin. So they head off uphill now towards Rocket. So you've got 2 different eras of Porsche here in this scrap. They are currently 6 seconds behind Andrew Peck, who got past them a few laps ago, and they are 4 seconds ahead of the 968 Club Sport of Edward and Clayton Sampson. And here's a challenge as the Boxster gets up the inside into Peel Curve and goes through, so into 8th position there. So it's been a good drive up the order from the Boxster driver, the Class 1 car there. Their best lap in this race has been a 1:21.6, which isn't quicker than any of the cars that are left in front of them now, so might be difficult to progress any further, with Andrew Peck now over 5 seconds ahead.
Of course, we do have the pit stops there, so that could randomise things a little bit. There's Ivor Mayers. He's running 2nd within the SP4 class, but he's just being lapped there by Sam Callahan, who's in 2nd place overall. Sam Callahan, the driver well known as a singer, appeared on the X Factor, of course, and still making his name in the music industry.
Big accident out at the church corner. I can see that's just in front of our camera actually. That is the car that was progressing. The Coutinho and Martin car had a big spin. I saw some dust and it's gone straight into the tyre wall, I'm afraid, and rearranged the tyre wall somewhat. So this will bring an interruption to the race, I'm sure, Ian.
Yes, that's the 301 car, the 3-car Coutinho and Martin car. So safety car is being scrambled. So yellow flags are waving all around the circuit now, and so we will obviously have the safety car being released out onto the track. It's not been released just yet, so we tried to pick up the leader. The rescue vehicle is making its way onto the circuit as well, as is absolutely normal in these situations where there's been an accident which has resulted in a car collecting the barriers. And we will hope to see the driver out of the car shortly.
Wait,
But with 24 minutes of the race left to go, Josh.
When's the pit window open here?
Well, I think it may well be open. I've not actually seen a pit window board go out, but it would be around about now that I'd be expecting it to do so.
It's just that nobody's come into the pits, which is
nobody
surprising.
has come into the pits yet. So we'll see what happens as regards pit stops. There you can see white flags also waving because the rescue vehicle is on the circuit, as well as the yellow flags and the safety car board out to advise the drivers the fact that there's the vehicle on circuit. There is also an incident, and obviously the safety car now out on circuit. The medical car also being brought out onto the circuit at the moment as well. So this Carmel Porsche Trophy race is being neutralised after an accident at Church Corner. It was on, I think, lap 11 of the race that it occurred. We've now had actually 12 laps completed by our race leader, which is still John Walker, number 51, from number 44, Sam Callahan in second position. Third place is number 60, that's Roger Coy at the moment. He's due to hand over to Callum Lockie. Fourth is number 25, Jamie McHugh. Fifth is number 35, Daniel Crago. And sixth is number 40, and that is the car of James Harvey. But an incident being dealt with by the rescue crew and the team down there on the exit of Church Corner just at the moment. Looks to me as if the driver is now out of the car, which is good news, and we will have that incident cleared, one would hope, and some more racing will be able to happen in the remaining 22 minutes that we have of the race. So we will so we've seen Ivor Mayers come into the pit. I don't know if he's actually stopped, but he's heading back out onto the circuit. 22 minutes of this race remaining. Where is the safety car at the moment? Trying to pick out where exactly it is. I think it must be up at the top of the circuit at the moment. There you can see the driver out of the car, the damage to the car and the damage to the tyre wall as well, just in front of our camera position down there at the exit of Church Corner. The driver, of course, will be taken to the medical centre to be checked over, as is usual in those situations, Josh.
Here comes everyone into the pit lane, so it's going to get very busy down there. So if you make a good pit stop, you can gain positions here.
Yes. And unfortunately, there are only 13 cars remaining in the race, so the pit lane can never get too busy. And it is pretty much at the half-distance mark, isn't it, as well? So we're seeing one driver change at least, Christian Walker, getting into the car to replace his father. The race-leading number 51 car, Sam Callahan, remains in his car, number 44, because of course he's driving solo.
One thing that hasn't happened for the Walkers is they haven't parked at a 45-degree angle.
That's true.
And everybody else has.
Yes, I think that probably would be a requirement to do so. So that's something that may catch the attention of the officials. So we have cars down there in pit lane at the moment.
So one car did stay out, so I guess that is basically the leader, which was 55, I think.
Yes, well, it will be when it comes around again, when it's not showing that way on our timing screen at the moment. Recovery truck is now heading out onto the scene. There's the 41 car of Philip Waters. No, that's sorry, the Carl Rossin car, isn't it? I beg your pardon. And that's shared today with Scott Lawson. So that's car shared two ways. There's the 30 car, so that would be the Sampsons swapping over. There's the Philip Waters car, number 15. I beg your pardon. Both of them have that rather interesting livery made up of hundreds of pictures. 68 getting back out into the race, so that's Andrew Peck, who will be continuing his solo effort. There's now a queue of cars at the exit of the pit lane, of course, because the red lights are on at the pit lane exit, because there's a couple of circuit vehicles now actually heading out onto track, no doubt to help to rebuild the barriers, and also we're waiting for the safety car to, no, we're not waiting for the safety car to come through, they are now being released with those circuit vehicles having driven onto the circuit. So There is a bit of work to be done to get the barriers rebuilt and that car removed as well. There's actually a second recovery truck heading around there now. Possibly they've decided the one that's there is not the right kind of vehicle to retrieve it.
Yeah, it's a flatbed that's got down there now, so perhaps it needs to be put onto the back of the flatbed, which wouldn't be a particular surprise, would it? So there's still half the race to go, so we'll see what happens next. So safety car coming back round. Did 55 pit before? Because it's staying out again, Jonathan Leeson, who on the qualifying sheet was shown to be sharing with Chris Astley, but it's showing on the timing screens, it's showing something different, I think.
Yeah, Christopher Leeson, I think, probably. So we're not too certain on on that. Yes, it is Christopher Leeson it's showing as. There's Ross. Was that been in again? And now the red light's being shown, so the race being stopped. And I presume that was because the circuit staff have got there and thought, actually, we're not going to be able to rebuild this barrier and get this car away in sufficient time. So it would make most sense to stop the race. Well, I think if drivers have now made their stops, then of course we can just have a second short sprint race.
Depending on how long the barrier rebuilding would take, I guess, to see what the decision is.
Indeed, the Rossin.
The cars are coming back into the pit lane.
Yes, the Rossin and Lawton car was. No, there is a green light at the end of the pit lane.
No, I'm saying the rest of the cars are coming in.
No, but I'm talking about the car that's at the end of the pit lane that was being held by the red light there. So that's going back out onto the circuit now, bizarrely.
So I think you're supposed to say go to the grid unless someone says otherwise.
Yes.
So I wonder if Christian Walker's made that mistake and everyone's just followed him.
Well, that's often the case, and now he's sort of stopped at the pit lane entrance and awaiting further advice. So we'll see what happens there. You can see that queue of cars. So there's no cars on the grid, but that's where they should be in this situation. That will no doubt get sorted out. And red lights being shown around the circuit as well, with the red flashing boards that you can see there. There's Marshall's Post 7. As well as the red flags. It's the first time we've seen the red flags in racing during the course of this weekend. And I can see that the car that's to be recovered is now halfway onto the flatbed, so I don't think it'll be too long before the car is taken away. But is the question of the repairs to the barriers now. If it's just a question of stacking the tyres back up, then that wouldn't take too long. But maybe they've checked and there's actually some damage to the structure of the barriers as well, so that's what they'll be concerned about, and that is what will need to be attended to before the race gets back underway. So reminder that as we went into this stoppage, certainly on our timing screens it was the 51 car of Christian Walker that was leading, from 44 Sam Callahan in second, 60 Callum Lockie in third, 25 Jamie McHugh in fourth position. In fifth place was number 35 Daniel Krigo, and sixth place was number 40, and that was James Harvey.
I think there's another circuit staff vehicle heading up towards the incident scene, so perhaps that's got something that can assist with that. I think decisions still being made where the cars are, whether to bring them into the pit lane or whether they will get a restart. I'm guessing all depends on how long they think it is going to be to take to fix those barriers up there.
Yes, I can see the staff just working to get the tyres back in position, but we'll see if there's any more work needing to be done. That's just what we do for a few moments, is just take a short break while we wait to see what happens about the resumption of this Carmel Porsche Trophy race.
B, can you clear the pit wall for the start, please? Can you clear the pit wall, please?
So it looks like the work on the barriers there on the exit of Church Corner is complete, and the circuit vehicles now moving back towards the paddock. The cars have been regridded in the order that they were at the end of the first part of the race when the red flags came out. So it's now Christian Walker on pole position in number 51, 44 Sam Callahan besides him, and then it's going to be Callum Lockie and Jamie McHugh on the second row of the grid, and we're going to get a green flag lap before the race gets back underway, and when it does, it will be of 15 minutes duration, which is about right, because we'd had I think just over 20 minutes of the race, or just about 20 minutes of the race when the cars went out. There's some cars just trying to sort themselves out, I think, on this green flag lap. There's one at the end of the pit lane as well, which will I think start from the pit lane now.
That's Ivan Ayres who's in the pit lane.
Yes, and he was pushed down from the corkscrew, just where his car had stopped on the circuit when the red flag came out. So hopefully Ivan will be able to get back into the race. So it's Christian Walker then, having taken over from his father for the second half of the race, that's leading the cars around on this green flag lap, ahead of a 15-minute race time, so effectively the same race distance as we had for the two sprint races yesterday in the Calm All Porsche Trophy, which won by James Coleman, who's not taking part in this race today.
would have thought Callum Lockie might fancy his chances at a good result now, because he beat Sam Callahan yesterday, didn't he? In a similar sort of situation.
Yes.
Christian Walker might be a little bit more difficult to head, because although he's not that experienced, he's been pretty quick here.
Yes, that's true. He is the son of John Walker, we saw take part in the first part of the race. He's only 18 years of age, from Sunningdale. He's entering his first year at Loughborough University, wishing well with his studies there, and supported by his mum, who's also the team manager, pit strategist, etc. He did one season racing in 2020 in the RX8 Trophy. Christian won his first race at Thruxton in that. Then they've done one previous season in the Carmel Porsche Trophy before this year, and the car partnered with Charles Ivy Porsche, who've done some work on the car prior to the season as well. So you can see the cars forming up beneath us. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 cars on the grid. We've got one from the pit lane, which will be Ivor Mares, and we've got a 15-minute race ahead of us for the second part of this Calm All Porsche Trophy, and it's about to get underway. Red lights go on then, and they go out, and it's a good start by Callum Lockie from the second row of the grid. He's going to have the inside line as they go into the first corner. Almost a bit of squeezing there. It's Sam Callahan around the outside that takes the lead of the race. Callum Lockie wise, he just backed out of that a little bit. I don't think he had too much choice in that, so he's tucked in behind Christian Walker there. Lockie in third place. It's James Harvey fourth, 3 abreast for fifth position. The 3 front-engine cars, the one going wide there is Jamie McHugh, who loses a bit of ground there. He was fourth in the first part of the race in his 944 Turbo. So it's Callahan leading then in number 44 from 51. In second place, which is Christian Walker, and Callum Lockie in third position, in the first of the front-engine cars, as they climb up towards Rocket for the first time.
One car that's gaining places is 55, which we're sort of a question about who's actually in it, but Callum Lockie gets ahead, does he? Well, he's side by side. Yeah, he's getting ahead of the car that led early on, Christian Walker. So Christian Walker started this race, hasn't gone to plan. It's Callahan that leads, though. A great start from him. Second is Lockie. Third is that 51 car, which is Walker. Then I think the next one is the 55 car that was 11th in the first part of the race. I do wonder if it is Chris Astley at the wheel of it, racing instructor. Callahan's made a mistake here through the corkscrew, so the top 3 have come absolutely together. So this restarted race is really lit up on the first lap. It's almost 3 cars across the circuit as they go down towards turn 1. Lockie up the inside, he gets squeezed by Callahan, but that's not going to deter Callum Lockie from taking the lead of the race. There's still pretty much 3 cars across the circuit there. Lockie on the outside into the banking, brakes later, takes the lead but runs out wide, Ian.
Yeah, deeper line, but that actually might work out quite well for him. Sam Callahan trying to get on the power, gets a bit squirrely as he does so. Tucks back in behind Lockie then, and he's got Christian Walker trying to go alongside him as well as they go through Church Corner. That time Walker over the curb and over the grass, briefly on the edge of the circuit. That's given Lockie a little bit of breathing space in the lead of the race, ahead of Sam Callahan, and Christian Walker there in third position as they climb up to Rocket for the second time in this race. We'll probably get around about 12 laps out of this, I should think. And well, it's all worked out well for Callum Lockie here on the first lap and a half of the race. He's managed to get ahead. We thought he might be able to get ahead of Sam Callahan. We thought Christian Walker might be a bit more tricky. As it is, it's Walker that's back in third position. Then in fourth place, you've got the Leeson and Nasty car in fifth position. Sixth place is Tom McHugh. And Jamie McHugh, after that mistake at Church on the banking on the night, trying to come back. Here's the challenge for second position then, as they go through the corkscrew. They're side by side as they come up and over the timing line. Lots of curb being used there by Christian Walker. He's on the outside line for turn 1. That, though, if he can stay there, is going to be the inside line for the banking. He's still part way alongside Sam Callahan's car. More dust is kicked up on the exit of the corner. He is on the inside line now for the banking, and Christian Walker, number 51, goes through into second place, and all the while Callum Lockie is pulling away. He's already about 2.5 seconds clear.
Yeah, then it's Chris Astley catching them, who I saw race in the club championship. A big moment there for Christian Walker. He's all over the grass. He's managed to keep it out the tyre wall, where I thought he was heading for a moment, straight for our camera. But that he managed to get back onto the road. But it's a long, long way down the order now is Christian Walker. So this safety car, which turned into a red flag and a restart, has not gone well for the Walker family. We've had Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different winners this year. Could Roger Coy and Callum Lockie become win number 7 of the season in just an 8-race season for this category?
Possibly so. I mean, Sam Callahan, in a way, now he's not got Walker to worry about. He might be able to have some single-minded focus on Lockie, but that 55 car just behind him, that's going to start. He's already catching him and will start to apply pressure as well. So maybe that single-minded focus of Callahan won't come to pass. There's the 25 car. That's Jamie McHugh trying to get ahead of Andrew Peck as they drop down through the corkscrew. There is Callahan. There is the car that is now, we think, the Leeson and Astley car. And that is through in 3rd place. And there was only 0.8 of a second between them that time.
Yeah, and the lead gap's gone out to 5 seconds, so Callum Lockie's really pulling clear. Battles between some of the front engine cars further back. Peck, isn't it? Peck and McHugh that have got themselves together in the battle for 7th place. The Class 1 car should have a bit more power though as they go uphill. Down into Rocket comes that battle for 2nd place. Yeah, that point I was making, it was Chris Astley I saw race at Upton Park earlier in the year, I think in this car or a very similar car in the club championship, and was right at the front. He's a race instructor, so got lots of experience. Battle for 4th. Well, Christian Walker's fighting back, isn't he? Because he's caught back to James Harvey after that scary moment, wasn't it, up at Church Corner, because it looked like it was going to go very, very wrong at one point,
yes.
But it didn't quite go as wrong as it might have done. And he's now on the inside of James Harvey, who's running out wide into the corkscrew, so Walker gets the position.
Yes, so he's back into 4th place now, and he's about 3 seconds behind the cars in front. So we'll see if he can do anything to track those down. At least an Astley car and the Callahan car ahead. Another lap completed then for Callum Lockie. He's now 6.29 seconds clear of Sam Callahan in 2nd place. So he's getting further and further out in front. There's 9.5 minutes of the race left to go. There's 2nd, 3rd, and indeed 4th on your screens at the moment, heading towards the sweeping right-hander at Church. And look how out of shape the 55 car of Astley appeared to get briefly for a moment. Heading now past the school building. Now they embark on this climb up towards Rocket, top of the circuit. Turn in through the left-hander. Now this 180-degree right-hand Rocket out, Rocket 2. Driving standards flag going out for somebody. I can see from our commentary position that'll be for exceeding track limits. Can't see the number. I think it ends in a 1. Which would be possibly the Walker car. Well, we know that exceeded track limits. It could get an advantage from doing so, though. Lockie comes through to complete his 5th lap now. Here's the fight for 2nd coming over the line. Callahan and Astley with 8.5 minutes to go. Is Walker making any progress towards them? Well, yes, he is. He's just done his best lap of the race, 1:18.39 now, which was a second quicker than the 2 cars ahead of him, so we might have a 3-way battle for 2nd place here before the end of the race between these Boxster S's. That's a challenge on there for 2nd place. Is it not quite? I don't think, as they come through very windy Church Corner this time.
Just got confirmation from SW Engineering on social media. It is Chris Astley that's doing the 2nd part of this race, like I thought it might be. So the graphics not quite accurate there. But unsurprising, therefore, that Chris Astley has put in the car Sam Callahan under plenty of pressure here as they go through the Rocket sequence of bends.
Yeah, very tight there as they head to Peel. Is he going to try and find a way up the inside? Well, Sam Callahan drifts a bit wide there, so they'll get alongside here and down towards the corkscrew, where we have seen drivers run side by side through here during the course of the weekend so far. But Callahan is back ahead at the moment.
Christian Walker, who was 3 seconds behind at the start of the lap, is with them now.
You can see how Sam Callahan's defending then, can't you? To try and keep Astley at bay, but it does bring all the cars into the equation. It's probably going to hurt him in the long run.
Walker up the inside and goes past Chris Astley for his 3rd. This is all a battle for the lead of Class 2 as well, isn't it? So a Class win up for grabs here, and Christian Walker made quite short work of Chris Astley there, really.
I was surprised by that. As you say, he did another personal best lap of 1:18 dead on the previous lap to get up to 3rd place.
So can he get past Sam Callahan? He's done it once, hasn't he? But then he went off afterwards. So the three Boxster S's head uphill now. All cars built pretty much to the same specification in this group. And now they brake uphill into the Rocket corner. But Sam Callahan is hanging on in this group. Oh, was there a touch there, Ian?
I think there might have been a touch. It looked like Astley, it was a bit delayed. It looked like the back end of the Walker car just stepped out a little bit. I thought there was a little bit of contact, maybe wrong. Either way, no real harm done, I don't think. They're all continuing, although Astley's lost a few car lengths. Still 6 minutes to go. And actually, and a lot more speed carried by Walker there through the corkscrew. He's going to try and get alongside Sam Callahan as they come up to complete lap number 7 of this race. They're absolutely side by side. There'll be Walker on the outside line for turn 1, but if he can stay there, it is the inside line for the banking. So he is still part way alongside the 51 car of Walker. Now he took back him. No, he goes back alongside Callahan there. They're still beside one another as they come through the corner. And will this give Astley a chance to get back involved as well? They might go 3 wide into Church Corner. It's Walker that's ahead, and Callahan a bit sideways. He's going to get onto the grass, is he? Yes, Callahan spins off, I'm afraid, at Church Corner. And is he going to get it out of the barrier? Yes, he just stopped spinning short of the barrier and a few yards away from our cameraman, much to his relief.
Well, he's had a busy race in this Porsche race, hasn't he? Because he had the accident in the first part. He had Christian Walker almost join him earlier, and now Sam Callahan is off there too. So I'm not sure if there might have been a bit of a touch that intonated all of that, but it was 3 abreast into Churches. I think you were expecting wasn't going to work out for those guys, and it didn't.
No, Callahan's back out into the race, so he has rejoined there. They can see him in the number 44 car, but he's lost about half a lap probably, I would think. So no chance of him coming back for any successful overall finish in this race.
So who came out on top in that group? Well, it looks like
Walker,
that's Christian Walker and Chris Astley not far back, so that's not over yet. And now 15 seconds behind Callum Lockie, who was telling me yesterday he hasn't done that much racing here. He did the race of remembrance for Mazda a few years ago, but that's about it. Obviously, we've done a lot of laps in a long race there, but not as many as perhaps other places, although we were running a track day here just last week, I think. Side by side, change of position into the banking for what is 6th position. Andrew Peck goes past Jamie McHugh, I think that was. Daniel Crago not far ahead of those 2. Notice in the Class 4, Philip Waters has been caught by Ivor Mayers. He started from the pit lane, so that's still on in the 94s, isn't it? In 11th position overall, Philip Waters, but has Ivor Mayers at the start of the lap, just 8 tenths of a second behind him.
So 3.5 minutes of the race left to go. It's Callum Lockie most likely to win this race. There's Harvey in 4th position. Side-by-side action amongst the 2 leaders within the Class 4 and the 924 battle. There they are on screen now, and we just have had the change. So it's Ivor Mayers, number 316, who started this restart from the pit lane, of course, that's now gone into the lead of that class ahead of Philip Waters. So it's quite something to do that from the pit lane.
And he was telling me earlier that he was finding this car quite difficult to drive in comparison to the BMW that he's also racing this weekend, but he's had a good drive there. I think the problem for Cole Rossin was he pulled a big gap in that first part, and he's slightly quicker than Scott Lawson, so they've dropped back in this second part of the race. So he's fighting back, Philip Waters, here as they go in towards Rocket. So Ivor Mayers might not have it all done yet with just a couple or so laps of this to go. They've been lapped by Callum Lockie, I think, at the start of this lap. But Ivor Mayers stays ahead of Philip Waters as they head into the Pill curve here.
You were talking about Scott Lawson, who's in that 3rd car within this class, and he listed Anglesey as his favourite circuit because he took his first rallycross win at Anglesey. It's a very different venue to what it is now. He's done both mini-cross and rallycross and inshore powerboat racing as well over the years. That's Scott Lawson, 3rd in the class, but we're watching here the fight for 2nd and 3rd position overall, also the Class 2 victory. And with 2 minutes to go, for simply 2 laps to go, it's Christian Walker versus Chris Astley.
Yeah, Chris Astley's caught a gap, hasn't he? since that moment at Church a couple of laps ago where he lost some time. He's back on terms now with Christian Walker. And down the inside, sort of late in the corner, it looked Astley. It didn't work out for him. Now they're going to have to lap the Class 4 leaders, which probably happen uphill into the rocket sequence of bends. So there goes Mares, Waters, then Walker and Astley in the SW Engineering car, who provided the hospitality last night for the Porsche Trophy, where there was those drinks for the marshals. A big dive up the inside here. It's four abreast pretty much, and through went Astley. Then Walker got into the back of him into the corner. Ivor Mares and Philip Waters got well out of it because they thought an incident was about to occur, I think. I guess that shows you technology of Porsche brakes over the years, doesn't it? That the Boxsters can brake much later than the older 924s.
Absolutely. If I'd been sitting down, I would have been on the edge of my seat there, but I'm standing up because that was quite an exciting moment, wasn't it? So it is Astley, therefore, that's gone ahead of Christian Walker. Last lap board has already gone out to Callum Lockie. We've got this battle going on for the SP4 class lead. Ivor Mares against Waters, and the SP2 battle is almost side by side up and over the line as well. That's the battle for second place overall. So a couple of things might be decided here on the final lap of the race. Walker to the outside of Astley as they go into the banking, tries to get the cut back on the exit of the corner, and he does get the car alongside. He's got the nose in front as they turn into Church, so they're side by side there, and Walker has gone back through. But are we going to see another banzai manoeuvre from Astley up into Rocket for the final time?
Been quite a frenetic battle this, hasn't it, for a number of laps. So they head uphill. Walker's trying to cover that off and brakes late himself into the hairpin. Can he get the car turned in? I think he can, okay. So it's going to be difficult for Chris Astley to fight back. But 16 seconds up the road is Callum Lockie, and he's going to be making his way through the corkscrew while the battle for second continues. Yes,
and he's out of the corkscrew now for the final time, so the checkered flag goes out, and it is a victory then for number 60, Callum Lockie. Shared that car with Roger Coy. He had it in the first part of the race, but here's the battle for second place. It through the corkscrew for the final time. It is Walker then that is going to hold on, I think, unless Astley has anything up his sleeve for this final turn. No, he doesn't, and it's only a very, very short drag race to the line. So it is Christian Walker that gets second overall and the Class SP2 victory. Chris Astley and Jonathan Leeson third overall then. And then coming through the Class 4 winner is Ivor Mares in number 316 and 15 Philip Waters behind him. Then we have fourth place overall, number 40 James Harvey, the 35 car of Daniel Krigo, that's second winner within its class, and Andrew Peck, who's sixth overall and third within Class SP3.
I think that's Ivor Mares' 8th podium of the weekend here at Anglesey, and his third win, I think, to add to the 2 BMW wins he had yesterday.
He's got another race to come as well later on in the hot hatches, hasn't he, after the lunch break as well, so chance for another. But Callum Lockie, the former British GT champion then, bringing the car. Someone has managed to find, James Harvey, a Welsh flag. Presumably he's had that in the car all along to display that. He is from Cardiff and racing here in his home country, so nice to see him show that on the slowing down lap after he won his class and finished fourth place overall. But yeah, Callum Lockie and Roger Coy then getting the win by 18 seconds there. Really, there's no real contest, but that was because the SP2 cars were falling over one another, having a great fight, including Sam Callahan, who came back to 8th place in the end after his big off at Church Corner when they went 3 wide through there a few laps into the race. There is the happy Welshman, James Harvey, 4th overall, displaying the Welsh flag out of his car as we look at those brooding skies over Snowdonia now, and we also look to have the results of race 17 of the weekend for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. A win then for Roger Coy and Callum Lockie. 12 laps completed in the second part of the race for them. Second, John and Christian Walker. Christian Walker taking the second part of the race, 18 seconds behind, instead of Jonathan Leeson and Chris Astley there in third place. James Harvey, number 40, was in fourth place. Daniel Krigo, number 35, was fifth. Andrew Peck, number 68, was in sixth. Then Jamie McHugh, the SP1 winner, was 7th overall. Sam Callahan, 8th overall in number 44 after his off, ahead of Tom McHugh, number 56, and Edward Sampson and Clayton Sampson, who went out the top 10. Then Ivor Mares won Class SP4 in 316 from Philip Waters and Carl Mossin and Scott Lawson. They were the only finishers. So that brings to an end this morning's racing here at Anglesey Circuit. At 12:45 there will be a 2-minute silence marked in the pit lane in memory of Her Majesty the Queen, and racing will get underway very shortly after 1 o'clock. So do join us then for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Welcome back then to Anglesey after the lunch break, where we have 4 more races to come at this 750 Motor Club race meeting. We've got the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship coming onto the grid now, and then 3 more races for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, the Yokohama Mazda 7s. They're both having their final races of the weekend, third and final race of the weekend. And then we've got the Car Club Enduro Championship. But first, let's give you the grid for this Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship race. And the grid for this set by the fastest lap times from this morning's race. So on pole position, it's number 12, Tom Gadd. And besides him, it's number 56, Lee Morgan. On the second row, it's number 37, Ben Powney, and number 5, Rob Wellham. On row 3, it's 83, Matthew Higginson, and 8, Dan Clues. On the fourth row, 65, Matthew Booth, and 80, Dan Gore. Row 5, number 26, Murphy Aldridge, and 41, Billy Stiles. Eddie Falkingham, number 69, and number 88, Mark Betts, are on the 6th row. The 7th row is 19, Sam Satchwell, and 14, Adam Walker. Victor Newman, number 24, has withdrawn, so he won't be on row 8, but number 42, Paul Butcher, should be there. Row 9 will see 95, Matthew Horton, and 73, Cales Cole. And David Williams, we also understand, has withdrawn from the meeting, number 91. So 17 cars we should have for the third and final race of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. So far this weekend we've had victories for Lee Morgan and for Tom Gadd. And Josh, where does that leave the championship?
Very tight indeed, because Tom Gadd now takes the lead of the championship. Going into today, he was only 3rd. He's on 271 points, I reckon, which compares to Matthew Booth's 269 and Rob Wellham's 267. So just 4 points separate the 3 top drivers in the championship. Now with Gadd ahead of Booth and Wellham. So Gadd's won 5 races. So that's really where the difference is. Booth has won 3 and Wellham has won 2. Gadd's been on the podium 8 times, Booth and Wellham have been on the podium 7 times.
And really, pretty much then, whoever finishes ahead of the 3 in this race will likely go into the final triple header at Snetterton in the lead of the championship. So that will be a very exciting finale indeed. I'm sure it will go down to the wire. 3 drivers, I think, really going to be involved there, Gadd and Booth and Rob Wellham as well. So earlier on today, Gadd scored his 5th victory of the season. Booth has had 3, Wellham has had 2. Lee Morgan, who's not really in contention because of some issues earlier in the season, he's had 3 wins so far, including the one that he had yesterday. Yesterday's race was really close and competitive, 6 drivers vying for victory. It wasn't quite the same story this morning. Tom Gadd coming home 5 seconds clear of Lee Morgan. They got away really from a reasonably close scrap for 3rd between Dan Clues, Matthew Higginson and Rob Wellham, although never really looked close to being a position change there. And Ben Powney came through the order, getting the better of Murphy Aldridge to get to the final place inside the top 6, and also got a fairly fast lap time in doing so, with on the inside of the 2nd row of the grid. But it's Tom Gadd on pole, Lee Morgan next him, the 2 winners from during the course of this weekend, and then Ben Powney, number 37, whose best result so far this year is the 2nd place. He's had a couple of other podium finishes as well. So, as things stand, it is still dry here at Anglesey. These F1000 Jedi single-seaters, mostly powered by Suzuki motorcycle engines. There's the odd Yamaha in there as well, on slick tyres, of course. So hopefully, from their point of view, the rain stays away. 5-second board has gone up. Revs are starting to rise. The red light goes on, and it goes out, and the race gets underway, but not for Tom Gadd. He has stalled on the line, and he's going to fall right to the back of the field. Everyone does avoid him, thankfully, so Gadd does finally get away. So it's Lee Morgan into the lead of the race, Ben Powney 2nd, Matthew Higginson 3rd, Rob Wellham in 4th, Dan Clues in 5th, and Matthew Booth in 6th as they work their way around the banking for the first time towards the church corner. It's worked out well for Lee Morgan. He's got quite a big lead over Ben Powney, who, because he's got a few cars behind him, Dan Gore has got off the road there in the number 80 car. He has stopped quite close to the marshal's post, so we'll see what happens with him. And here's Higginson now in the number 83 car, challenging around the outside of Ben Powney, and he can't make that work. That might allow Wellham to go around the outside of him at Rocky's out, but it doesn't. So an even bigger gaggle of cars. There's half a dozen of them there queuing up behind Ben Powney, with Wellham up the inside of Higginson there. They both go wide, but Wellham's got his nose in front, so they drop down towards the corkscrew. Booth not too far behind either. but it's Wellham that comes out in front. Higginson just ahead of Booth, who's got a tighter line through the corkscrew. Of course, Booth, one of the championship contenders, so is Wellham, and so too is the driver right at the back of the field at the end of lap 1, Tom Gadd.
Still side by side between Higginson and Booth as they went into turn 1. Higginson back in front, but when Wellham got past Higginson, there was wheel-to-wheel contact that didn't really cause any problems for the two of them, but a bit of a brush between them. Lee Morgan 2.5 seconds up the road after 1 lap.
And Gadd came through 14th, so got ahead of Cole, as well as also the number 95 car of Matthew Horton before the end of the opening lap. So Gadd has got a lot of work to do. He's 9 seconds behind the race leader. He's about 6.5 seconds behind second place, though. So let's see what Tom Gadd can do with this recovery drive. We've seen him recover well before, and there is Ben Powney ahead of Rob Wellham and Matt Higginson, but we note Lee Morgan not in the picture there. We just saw a glimpse of him going through there. He's miles in the lead. It was already 2.5 seconds at the end of the opening lap. I think it's more than that now, and I think Ben Powney may well be a bit of a cork in the bottle.
Well, remember, he's Tom Gadd's teammate, so if he holds everyone back and let Gadd catch everybody, that works well for the Sellers team. But what a drama that was for Tom Gadd, because he was looking right in the prime position, just taking the championship lead earlier on. Started from pole and it all went wrong. Normally we see somebody stall at some point in F1000 weekend. We hadn't had one up till now. Yeah. Didn't perhaps expect it to be the drive from pole. He's 11th. He's passed 3 cars on that lap. So he's absolutely flying along, gaining positions.
And his lap time was only 7/10 off what the race leader Lee Morgan did as well, which, considering he was having to pass slower cars, that's quite impressive. And he's very much in the mix. He's got other cars immediately ahead of him. Meanwhile, Rob Wellham in 3rd place, up towards the Rocket Inn complex, and then the Rocket Out corner through the second of those turns. Then this short burst onto Peel, a little bit of a squeeze on the gas, then slowing down through the gears again through Peel, and then they drop down towards the corkscrew.
Powney doing a good job here, isn't he? Keeping Wellham behind him, and Wellham knows he doesn't want to get involved in an incident, but and some more points would be quite helpful with the championship being so tight. So they all come down into turn 1. They are now 4.5 seconds behind the race leader Lee Morgan, who's just going faster and faster at the head of the field. Gadd got 1 more position, so he's ahead of Mark Betts now into the top 10, with Booth in 5th and Wellham in 3rd. They turn their way into Church Court. I wonder if Dan Gore just pulled off, because where he's parked, so kind of suggests that way. So not a good day for the Mattel's team in the Jedis, because they've all, I think, pretty much had problems, except for Higginson, who's here up the inside of Rob Wellham. Wellham doesn't particularly give him much space, so Higginson backs out. These two have already made contact in this race when Wellham went down the inside of Higginson. But Matt Higginson, who's been quick all weekend here at Anglesey, is going to try and get himself back up a position if he can.
Yep, so he's there in 4th spot at the moment, number 83, multiple RGB champion, of course, having his first season in F1000 racing. He's ahead at the moment of the 2016 Sports Specials champion, Matthew Booth, who's also had success before in F1000 as well, and is a championship contender for this season. As things like it's going to be Rob Wellham leading the championship at the end of this race. Gadd at the end of another lap, 4 laps in the book now, is up to 9th position. He's 10.5 seconds behind Lee Morgan. He's less than 6 seconds behind Ben Powney though, and his next target is not too far ahead of him. That's Billy Stiles. They're heading through Church Corner now as we watch Ben Powney.
He was 1.7 seconds faster than the car in front of him on the last lap, Tom Gadd, so he's going to gain more positions. Big lick of flame out the back of Powney's car, who's doing a good job still to keep these drivers behind him. Ben Powney has had 3 podiums so far this season, and he turns his way through Pill Curve. Murphy Aldridge is hanging in with this group as well, isn't he? As Wellham dips a wheel over the curbs, but don't think that hurt him too much. But yeah, Murphy Aldridge 8th in the championship coming into this race, doing a good job there in 6th position to go with these more experienced drivers ahead of him as they complete 5 laps of racing, where Lee Morgan leads by 5 seconds now over Ben Powney, who's a bit sideways through turn 1. Is that going to give Rob Wellham a chance to attack?
Tom Gadd up to 8th and is 0.8 of a second behind Dan Clues, and he lapped more than a second faster than Clues on the previous lap as well. He's virtually with him in actual fact as they head into Church Corner. So I think Gadd will go 7th on this lap, and then he's going to set about catching this leading group. 9 minutes of the race still to go, so there's still quite a lot of time left in this 15-minute race. Here's 2nd, 3rd and 4th, up towards Rocket in again. This is lap 6. And you can see there Matthew Booth very much in the race as well.
There's a fire for Eddie Falconer. I think he might have, I don't know if he went down a gear instead of up one, because big burst of flame come out the back of his car, as you can see on the screen now. Yes,
so he's getting out of the car, and there's a marshal rushing to the scene with an extinguisher as well. He might. And I don't know if Eddie Falcon realises the severity of the situation or not.
Well, I think the car had a big spin as it happened, so that's why I wonder either the car seized or the engine seized perhaps in a situation then, because we would be going about over 100 miles per hour at that point.
Gadd's not got past Clues yet, so he's still there in 8th position for the moment. Lee Morgan still leading. He's leading by nearly 6 seconds now in this race over Ben Powney in 2nd. He's done a 1:04.88 during the course of the race, which is a new lap, new fastest lap of the weekend, not a lap record, of course, because that was a 1:04.93. But now we're getting the safety car boards coming out and the yellow flags. I'm not surprised by that, with that car needing to be dealt with.
But before they got to yellows, yes, they have. Higginson was going down the inside of Wellham, but yeah, they got yellows there. So they're contesting the position, aren't they?
Yeah, so I think Higginson had seen the flag. So there is Falkingham. He's out of his car. The marshal's got where there with the extinguisher. The fire truck is also there. We can't see any orange licks of flame anymore.
No,
so
I think
bodes well.
I think the big flames is when it happened, and then it sort of put itself out later. So I can only assume perhaps the engine seized at that point, because I think he did spin, didn't he, when it was sort of happening? Yeah.
So the safety car's on the exit of turn 1, waiting for Lee Morgan to come through. And of course, this does change the complexion of the race, with the field being closed up again to the race leader, Lee Morgan. He had got this advantage of around about 6 seconds. And it's obviously going to be less than that as and when the race gets back underway. Looking at where that car is positioned, it is on the exit of the sort of the school kink on the infield. So it may be one that can be recovered, but there are only 6.5 minutes of the race left to go. So question how much time there would be for any more racing after that car was recovered. But for the moment, we do have the race order. Number 56, Lee Morgan leading. Number 37, Ben Powney in 2nd. Number 5, Rob Wellham in 3rd. 83, Matthew Higginson is 4th. 65, Matthew Booth is in 5th position. 26, Murphy Aldridge is 6th. 7th is number 8, Dan Clues. 8th is number 12, Tom Gadd. 9th is number 41, Billy Stiles. And 10th is number 88, Mark Betts. We've lost a couple of cars from this race, Dan Gore and Eddie Falkingham. We have therefore 15 cars still circulating, including in the 15th position Matt Horton, who is the 26-year-old CNC machinist from Royton, and he's in his first F1000 race, having been karting since the age of 14. And he's in one of the Yamaha engined cars that's prepared by Perpetuum Motorsport. Josh?
If they were to finish as they are now, as you say, Rob Wellham would be the championship leader going to Snetterton by just 2 points over Matthew Booth, with Gadd another 4 back, so 6 points between them. But assuming we do get a restart, Gadd has probably got the most to gain, hasn't he? They're in 8th position, because we know how quick he is. I think he set the 2nd quickest lap in this race, and it's half a second really quicker than everybody in front of him, apart from the leader.
Yeah, but the question is how many more racing laps we might get out of this, because there's going to be at least one more lap behind the safety car. And I think, the Trudes over there would check and see if there's any fluid dropped onto the circuit that might need dressing and all of that as well, because that would be another component to add to this. So the cars are going to come through behind the safety car to complete lap number 8 of this race now. It looks like they're going to try to tow the Falkingham car away. If they can do that quickly, we might just have one more lap behind the safety car, which is the one that they're just starting. Just a question of how quickly that car can be recovered now. Falkingham, I think, is back in the car to steer the car back to the paddock. Not too far away from the paddock, which is fortunate. But yes, I mean, it does help Tom Gadd this more than anybody else, assuming there is time for more racing. Because you would think he could make up at least 2 or 3 more places before the end. Could even possibly get Matt Booth, Rob Wellham maybe too far up the road. It's those that he's most worried about, isn't it, really? Obviously he'd like to win the race, but Lee Morgan and Ben Powney not contending for the championship.
Because Lee Morgan's had a good weekend, he had actually moved up to 4th in the championship this weekend.
How close would he be, though, to those
He's
3?
72 behind the leader at the moment. There's still, including this race, there's 120 points up for grabs.
So mathematically he's still in with a chance, but it would need things to go wrong for all 3 of those front runners. But strange things have happened. I mean, last year it went wrong for various drivers at Snatton at the final meeting.
If they finish where they are, Lee Morgan will be 60 behind after today, so 60 behind again. It would be difficult, but it's not totally out of the question, is it? So he's, particularly with the pace he's got in this race, he's so much faster than everybody else. He's 3 tenths quicker than Gadd, and then, as I say, Gadd's about half a second faster than the rest.
So the car of Falcon being recovered to the paddock is just using the wrong way direction of the national circuit, which is rarely used here at Anglesey and across the international and coastal circuit. So I would think, therefore, that we will be able to go racing again. What have we got? We're probably going to have time for 2 more laps. I would think a lap time, or 2 lap times would be 2 minutes 10 roughly. So I don't think they're going to get to the start line before 2 minutes 10 after. So I think it's going to be a 2 lap sprint to the finish line. And now Lee Morgan is holding them back behind the safety car. He's controlling the pace as the safety car bustles back to the pit lane. Bit of weaving, keeping heat in the tyres as they go for the restart. So it will be 2 laps that we get. Lee Morgan obviously would be keen to have as few laps as possible because now he is under threat in a way that he wasn't before. Now he goes. Now he gets his foot on the gas. Tries to steal a march on Ben Powney. The green flag is ready on the start line. And it waves, and we're back underway at Anglesey with 2 laps to go. And Rob Wellham up the inside of Ben Powney there to take 2nd place away at turn 1, or target. And they're heading now up towards the banking.
That was quite a bold, committed move, but it worked out for him. So Wellham is the one who's gained out of this immediately, so he's into P2. And Powney might lose another place because Matt Higginson's gone down the inside into Church Corner and he's gone through. So this restart's not gone well at all for Ben Powney. And now it's Booth who's fighting back, but he's got a good run uphill in the tow. He's going back past Higginson side by side. Can Booth get down the inside of the pair of them? Not quite. So it's Higginson 3rd, then Powney, then Booth.
Tom Gadd's not got past Dan Clues yet, or at least did not when they disappeared up to... No, he's still not got past Dan Clues yet, so I thought he might have done by now. He's only got a lap and a half left to go, and Tom Gadd, there he goes, up the inside of the pale blue car of Dan Clues. Those 2 side by side now for 7th position, but Clues is contesting it, which he's perfectly entitled to, but Gadd does get him, but he's got a few car lengths to make up on Murphy Aldridge now, before he can get in among that pack, with the last lap board having gone out to Lee Morgan, who leads by 0.8 of a second.
Yep, that's right. So they come through. Fastest lap on that lap from Wellham, 104.6, which is just a few tenths outside the Richard Mitchum lap record there. So he's really on form in this race. He had a few issues earlier on and still finished 2nd then. So Powney again is the one under pressure. Can Matthew Booth do what Wellham managed earlier on? And Gadd has joined in on the fight as well as they come uphill in towards Rocket, and it's Powney defending. Here comes Gadd up the inside of Aldridge, and he's going to go through into what is 6th position now. So
he's 6th and he's now behind Matthew Booth, his championship rival, but Wellham, the rival of both of them, is too far up the road for them to catch. They've got Powney ahead of both of them now. Gadd is going to try and get past Booth, I think, as they go down into the corkscrew. He dives down the inside into the first part of the corner, but Booth closes the door in his face, so he's not going to get through there. Meanwhile, the checker flag waves. It's 2nd win of the weekend for Lee Morgan in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Rob Wellham takes 2nd place. He moves into the championship lead. Matthew Higginson 3rd. 4th place goes the way of Ben Powney. 5th to Matthew Booth. 6th to Tom Gadd after stalling on the grid. 7th to Murphy Aldridge. 8th to Dan Clues. So 9th to Billy Stiles, and 10th to Sam Satchwell. He did a personal best lap on the last lap of the race. And Mark Betts, Adam Walker, Paul Butcher, Cole and Matthew Horton, the whole field, of course, because they only had 2 laps after the safety car, separated by just 18 seconds at the end. So if you've done the maths there, Josh, if you confirm that Rob Wellham moves into the championship lead?
Yeah, and that restart worked better for him of anybody because he gained 3 points with that move, which means he's now 5 ahead of Gadd and Booth, who are equal on points going to Snetterton. So 5 points, the gap between first and second in a race is all that can separate the top 3 drivers after 15 races of this championship. What drive though from Lee Morgan? We didn't really talk about him too much because he was so far ahead of everybody else. He was really fantastic in that race, wasn't he? So much quicker than everybody else in the race, and he's really on form again. But as you say, with losing so many points early in the season, he's, although an outside short, it's very unlikely that he will be a contender in a few weeks at Snetterton.
It would need the stars to align for him, but really it's it could go any one of 3 ways, couldn't it, between Wellham, Booth and Gadd. Very close indeed between the 3 of them, so that'll be an exciting conclusion to the season at Snetterton, so get yourself along there to enjoy that. That's on the first weekend in October. Let's have a look at the results then of the first race of the afternoon and the 18th race of the weekend, the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. 11 laps completed by winner Lee Morgan, and he was 1.58 seconds clear in car 56, ahead of number 5 Rob Wellham in second place. Matthew Higginson, number 83, was third. 37 Ben Powney took fourth, and it was Matthew Booth in fifth, number 65. Sixth to number 12 Tom Gadd. Seventh was 26 Murphy Aldridge. Eighth, number 8 Dan Clues. Ninth was 41 Billy Start, and Sam Satchwell, number 19, rounded out the top 10. Ahead of Mark Betts, Adam Walker, Paul Butcher, Cales Cole, and Matthew Horton, the final finisher. So F1000, that resumes at Snetterton in a month's time. We'll have in a few minutes the next race of the day, the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. So it's the third and final race of the weekend for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, and rain starting to fall as these cars come out onto the grid. Let's have a look at how it lines up. On pole position, it's number 37, Chris McCloy. Beside him is number 69, Joe Bauer. On the second row, it's 63, Philip Wright, and number 7, Cameron Elder. 60, Stephen Langton, and 177, Matthew Mandapira on the third row. On the fourth row, on the inside, it's number 58, Paul Jarvis. Beside him is 57, Joel Arguelles. On the fifth row, it's 59, Daniel McKay, and 14, Jared Coulson. Row 6 is 93, Charlie Hayes, and number 1, David Drinkwater. On the 7th row, 28, Lee Warren, and 44, Trevor Gregory. The 8th row, 316, Ivor Mayers, and 20, Martin Paget. It's Paul Warren in 98 and 403, Richard Bancroft on the 9th row. Row 10, we'll go to number 13, Stuart Kennedy, and 107, Stephen Watson. 47, Charlie Cole, and 4, Stephen Harrison on the 11th row. Row 12, Warren Andrews, and 65, Ben Morton, although I suspect some of those cars missing from towards the back, as they've been retirements from the races that we've had throughout the weekend so far. In those races, it has been 2 wins for Chris McCloy. Overall, his first 2 wins in, I think it had something like 7 podiums during the course of the season before this, but getting his first victories there with Joe Bauer in second place, so making it a sort of top 2 lockout for the Honda Civic EG models, ahead of the slightly more modern cars, the Type Rs of Philip Wright and Cameron Elder, with Stephen Langton in 5th early on. Matthew Mandapira won in Class B from Paul Jarvis. David Drinkwater again won in Class C, and he was ahead of Ivor Mayers and Martin Paget in this morning's race. So another 15-minute race for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. There is one more meeting to come in this category. That's going to be at Snetton as well, where they'll have a double header. But championships already being sorted, Josh.
Yeah, all the 3 classes have gone the way of Class A, Philip Wright, Class B for Paul Jarvis, and Class C for David Drinkwater. And I think all that David Drinkwater needs to do here is to finish, and he will wrap up the overall championship in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch series for 2022, from what I calculate. So unofficially, we should say, but I think that's going to be the way, which it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Because David Drinkwater has won this season, all but on one occasion, so he's had 12 wins and 1 second place. So on the overall points, he's currently 24 ahead of Phil Wright. Phil Wright's finished on the podium every time. He's had 7 wins in Class A, 4 seconds and 2 thirds. So he's had a good season, but it's just that David Drinkwater's has been even better.
I think Paul Jarvis had 8 wins in Class B. Yeah. That's still the case, isn't it?
Yeah, 8 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. So those 3 drivers have dominated the respective classes. It's been good to see Matthew Mandapira up there in Class B this weekend, hasn't it? Taking his 3rd win now of that class. He, I think, had a few issues at the start of the season, but has come on strong in the second half of the year. So he's sort of the next driver who's won the most races within his class, equal with Ryan Polly, who won 3 at the first part of the season in Class A.
Be interesting to see if the rain is coming down a little bit heavier now than it has done at any point previously during the course of this weekend. Whether that has much impact on this race. Does it have much impact on the grip levels on the circuit?
No one's putting their wipers on, are they? So I think it
not at this stage.
Might not be too bad currently.
Also, I think that the rain is blowing the opposite direction, so it's probably not landing on their windscreens right now, given where they are. I think it's blowing it off the sea. Red lights on. 15 minutes of racing in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which gets underway now. Pretty good start from the 2 on the front row. Again, Philip Wright rather sluggish away. He's not the greatest starter in the world, is he? And he is side by side with Stephen Langton, and also with Matthew Mandapira there as they try to head into the banking. Mandapira in danger of losing the Class B lead to Paul Jarvis. Yes, it does, around the outside at the banking. So we'll try and pick up what's going on in the class situation. The lead overall is being held by Chris McCloy at the moment, though, from Joe Bauer in 2nd place, Cameron Elder 3rd, Philip Wright in 4th, and it's Paul Jarvis in the Class B lead in 5th position. It looked like David Drinkwater is leading in Class C as per.
Now that Paul Jarvis has wrapped up the Class B title, he's trying to get in amongst it, isn't he, early on in the race, unlike the earlier ones, I think. Phil Wright's trying to fight back here, round the outside of Cameron Elder to get 3rd place, which he should manage. Yeah, and Jarvis is doing a good job here, isn't he, in 5th overall. his best overall finish this year was a 6, so see if he can beat that. And Phil Wright did make the move on Cameron Elder, so he's into 3rd place, but the 2 older cars have pulled away. There's Jarvis in 5th, 6th for Langton, 7th for Mandapira. Then I think that's Elgailis has made a good start in the other Clio there in P8.
There's Wright and Elder then, so right ahead of Elder now. That is a change then. Through he's gone to 3rd place, but the top 2 here getting away in the form of Chris McCloy, the Northern Irishman, and Joe Bauer in 2nd place in the number 69 car for the driver from Hull. And 3rd is Wright, 4th is Elder. Gap back then to Paul Jarvis in 5th place. He's got the Class A car of Stephen Langton, the Yoo-Hoo car behind him. Then it's the 2 Clios of Mandy Pira and Arguelles, who are 2nd and 3rd within their class, and some good scraps going on all the way down the order as usual.
And Trevor Gregory's going quite a nice number of places on lap 1, hasn't he? Up to 9th from further back on the grid after his problems so far this weekend. There he is, just going through. He's just flicked his wipers on there, so that's one of the first drivers that felt the need to do that. And there's Jarvis still keeping Stephen Langton at bay in a much more powerful car. Matthew Mandapira wants to get involved in this now in the Clio. So you've got the Citroen, the Honda and the Renaults behind, so a good mix of cars in this little battle. And up front, Joe Bauer, who I don't think done that much racing, had his first podium yesterday where he finished 3rd, and he improved up to 2nd this morning, and he's putting Chris McCloy under a good amount of pressure here.
Yes, he certainly is, so they're making their way through, and here's Paul Jarvis, the Class B leader, under pressure from the Class A Civic of Stephen Langton there, but he's not yielding. Isn't Paul Jarvis there? He's also got his class rival Matthew Mandapira just behind. Here are the leaders though, out of target and up towards the banking for the 3rd time in this race. And McCloy and Bauer, who goes very wide there over the edge of the curbs and over the onto the green concrete there, so that will be deemed to be exceeding track limit, so that may well be reported, and may well see him being shown a track limits warning flag if he does it again. Just got to be careful, especially in these conditions. If the curbs start to get wet and slippery, not advisable to use too much of them if you can possibly help it. They're up at Rocket Inn now. You can see Wright just nosing into the background as well. He may well be catching these 2 a little bit on this 3rd lap of the race.
Well, the previous lap, Cameron Elder set the fastest lap on that first flying lap, surprisingly. So he's looking quick at this stage as well. But so really, actually, there's not much. It was only a 10th, wasn't there, between the 4 of them on best laps. So they're pretty evenly matched, these cars around here. There's Phil Wright trying to get closer to Bauer. He was a full 2nd behind at the start of the lap. Similar, perhaps, as they come through to complete 3 laps of racing on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit. So the gap, which was 0.56, becomes 0.45 between McCloy and Bauer. Fastest lap was with Wright, so he was a bit quicker, 1:17.73. The next group now does have Stephen Langton at the front of it. Trevor Gregory's joined in, though, in his Class A car, so he's got himself between Matthew Mandapira and Joel Elgailis there as they headed into turn 1.
Yep, so that's Gregory in the black number 44 Honda Civic. He's had some trials and tribulations during the course of the weekend. He's a new clutch overnight, but he looks like he's going to get ahead of Mandapira, although Mandapira is resisting his challenge through Church, and has done so. He's managed to hold on to the position there, has the Clio, Matthew Mandapira.
Of course, Gregory had that big spin there in the earlier race. I wonder if that's just making him be a little bit more cautious at that part of the circuit in particular.
Locking up the wheels there was 177 car of Mandapira, but Gregory was able to find a way through at that part of the circuit. You've got Daniel McKay there as well in the blue and yellow Fiesta. He's tucked into this little scrap as well now. So this really is 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th together. McKay in a Class A car getting ahead of the Class B car of Arguelles there.
You can see out the window at the banking, Paul Warren has pulled off. He was 2nd within Class C in his BMW Compact. He's only a 2nd behind David Drinkwater at that point, but he, not sure if it's an off or he's pulled off. He's a long way off the circuit though, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I suspect he's pulled off there, hasn't he? And Trevor Gregory now here under threat from Daniel McKay as well in the Fiesta. And that is a battle for class position as well, because they're both Class A drivers. It is nice to see the Fiesta out there, and a welcome change from the Civics of various shapes that are filling the top 5 places, or actually top 6 places within that class. You've also got a bit further back, you've got the Lee Warren Ford car as well, haven't you? The little car with a big engine. Oh, and Cameron Alder has spun away 4th position there. He's going to get back on track before Stephen Langton catches him, though. So he's not going to lose a place, but he has lost contact with Philip Bright and the 2 leaders.
Yep, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? As the wind continues to batter the circuit here. Chris McCloy, Joe Bauer, Phil Wright turn their way through the corkscrew. Phil Wright's got his wipers going at full track. There is Paul Warren, who I mentioned had pulled off, so he's was going well up to that point, but he's out of the race as the top 3 come through. How are the lap times at this stage with wipers on? They're about a second slower than what they were doing earlier. Now, obviously, we saw Cameron Alder have that off. I wonder if that was a slippery surface problem that he had. There he is. He lost 7 seconds in that spin. They're still ahead of Stephen Langton. There he is in 5th. Then the Class B cars behind. Paul Jarvis is still there ahead of Matthew Mandapira. What's happened to Trevor Gregory here? He has fallen behind Daniel McKay in the Fiesta, who the tradition this year is that Trevor would have been ahead, and he's got a problem, has he? Or is he getting cautious with this rain coming down? Because Joel Gaius has gone round the outside of him in the banking.
It's got his indicator on there as if he was trying to keep out of the way and indicating to the drivers that was the case. I wonder if Trevor Gregory is sort of trying to drive around a problem now and just wanting to alert other drivers to that fact, which would be the responsible thing to do. But yeah, he's losing a lot of ground to the car ahead, so I think he has got a problem and may well pull out of this race, which would be a sad end to Trevor Gregory's weekend.
And I think his aim is to try and finish 3rd in the Class A points this year, which he is in at the moment. He's a few ahead of Ryan Polly, but of course Ryan Polly not here, so he should be able to leave Anglesey in that position.
There'll be some traffic to deal with before too much longer. That's going to be the Polo of Warren Andrews. I think they'll get his car within the next lap or so. Good to see the Polo out there, an unusual car in hot hatch.
The rain's starting to stream off our commentary box windows now, which it hasn't done before. The lap times have now gone out to 1.5 seconds off of what they were. And window wipers go in, rain on the lens of our camera as well there now. Chris McCloy under pressure here from Joe Bauer. Of course, McCloy's the first person to get to the corners, so he's got to try and guess really how much grip there is every time he gets to the next corner on the circuit.
Spinner down beneath the commentary box as well. That's the number 93 car from Class B. That's Charlie Hayes in his BMW Compact. You can see it there. He's stopped just short of the pit wall. We have seen cars spin into the pit wall in the past, and he's going to get back out into the race.
The start of the lap, Matthew Mandapira has got past Paul Jarvis to take the Class B lead, and they're side by side as they go uphill into Rocket, while we watch the lead battle, which is just as close into Peel, where Chris McCloy continues to be under pressure. There they are, the Class B cars, side by side. Mandapira on the inside line, Paul Jarvis around the outside, which gives them the right line for the second part of Rocket. What battles these two have had this weekend. And Paul Jarvis goes through. 2 cars from different decades. But in this class system that M50 Motor Club has put together, they are absolutely level pegging really all weekend. Great to see.
And you can see that the 3 leaders have got past the Polo there of Warren Andrews. So it's a bit more traffic to deal with before the end of the race, no doubt, for these drivers, but not catching it in the immediate future. So still Chris McCloy, number 37, leading from 69, Joe Bauer, and 63. Phil Wright lapping in the 119s now, so around about 1.5 seconds as you swaying, Josh, off what we saw in the earlier. So not full wet situation yet by any of the stretch of the imagination, but it is becoming more difficult, a bit less grip out there, I suspect, at certain parts of the track. Up towards Rocket they go, with this being lap 8 of the race, and they all follow one another through Rocket in, and now through Rocket out. The second other yellow flags there. Oh, is that the BMW that stopped again, the one that spun with us?
Looks like it. Hayes, Charlie Hayes.
Yeah.
Which is another spin perhaps.
And I've got a safety car flag coming out. There's the car that has indeed the Hayes car that's probably brought that about. It stopped up there between Rocket and Peel. And there's only 4.5 minutes of the race left to go, so not sure how much more racing we will get. Certainly Chris McCloy sees the safety car boards, and they're wielded at him, and I think the safety car, it's out there at the banking, so it will have picked up the leader, which is a good job. We've seen that done pretty reliably during the course of this weekend, and that's the reason why the car's just stopped on the circuit, hasn't it?
Looks that way. So perhaps there was a problem that caused them to spin earlier.
Yeah, so hopefully, I mean, it might be one that can just be pushed up against the barriers by the marshals there. He is right by a marshal's post, which is helpful. And if that's the case, then we might be able to get going again relatively quickly before the 15 minutes are up. But if it needs recovery, might not happen.
David Drinkwater leads Class C, so he's on the way to winning the overall championship. For what's that, 4 years in a row now, I think?
Yes, it will be. I can't think of too many occasions where drivers have won 4 championships in a row.
No.
I'm sure it has happened, but not all that often. So David Drinkwater very successful in his racing with the 750 Motor Club in Hot Hatch and in the Burkitt Relay race as well, where he's been a multiple winner in the handicap element of that race.
Yeah,
3 Amigos.
the only time you can think in any type of motorsport where drivers won it so many times back to back is probably Formula 1, isn't it? At other levels, people tend to move on and do other things, or that you don't win it back to back.
I don't know if he did, and we need to get the record books out. But within 750, someone like Mick Harris might have done in 750 Formula, because he won 10 championships within that, so it's possible that 4 of them may have been back to back, but there's nobody else that springs to one. Now the marshals are trying to push that BMW out of the way, but it's seems to be the heaviest BMW in the world right now, and it doesn't want to move very far, so they've got it onto the grass, but they can't seemingly get it much further than that, and I wonder if therefore it might need some outside intervention. There's only 2.5 minutes of the race scheduled remaining, and
Mick Harris tended to win 2 in a row and then missed one and then won another.
okay.
Looking at the archives on the website, Peter Bove did 3 in 6, 7 and 8, but I can't see 4 in a row.
Okay, so there may be other examples that don't immediately spring to mind. If you've got any, do drop your answers on a postcard.
So we're not going to get any more racing, are we?
No, we're not, because there's only a minute 53 to go. So I think this race will end behind the safety car. We'll get the checker flag next round. But they have, ironically, now got the car up against the barrier, so probably in a good enough position to be able to leave it there.
We have seen examples, haven't we, where they let them race for 1 lap just so going behind the safety car wasn't pointless for those few laps. So
there is a precedent there. Let's see if that's applied on this occasion, though. But strictly speaking, I think we'll be down to 0 by the time the safety car gets back round, unless it's suddenly speeds up to lap record pace. Trap the driver frustrated. Joining the marshals on their post.
Yeah, Charlie Hayes had I think a podium over the course of the weekend.
The last lap board's just been brought out.
So I think that is probably what's going to happen, isn't it? So we've seen that. I think it's the previous meet. Is it being adjusted?
We'll see what happens. I'm going to keep my eye on the start line, Marshall, here as to what's happened at the moment. Still obviously holding the safety car board and the yellow flag. 50 seconds remaining. It is still number 37 Chris McCloy leading from 69 Joe Bauer and 63 Philip Wright. Class B is 58 Paul Jarvis from 177 Matthew Mandapira and 57 Joel Arguelles. And in Class C it's number 1 David Drinkwater from 20 Martin Paget and 316 Ivor Mares.
Looks like the safety car's getting a move on over this lap. So
it is just the
Chris McCloy's doing what he did earlier and follows the safety car as closely as he can, which is an unusual tactic.
Yes, usually drivers will, when they see the safety car lights go out, back up. Right, we are getting a green flag being made ready, so it looks like we are going to get 1 more lap of racing in. And to be fair, the safety car has done a good job of getting them back around again as quickly as they possibly can. So green flag flies. And we do get 1 more lap of racing in this PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. So it's Chris McCloy versus Joe Bauer. Big gap. Oh, and that's because there's the back marker there. And off onto the grass goes Matthew Mandapira up at turn 1. Well, let's focus on the leaders.
He got past Jarvis, just to mention, so it worked out for him.
He did, but the leaders are turning through the banking. There we can see Matthew Mandapira in the 177 car. He's behind Stephen Langton. The reason there was a big gap behind 4th is because the lap Polo, was ahead of them all, and of course they couldn't overtake it until they got to the timing line. So it's Chris McCloy leading, Joe Bauer 2nd, Philip Wright 3rd, and Cameron Elder 4th as they head up towards Rocket.
Yeah, Phil Wright is the one who looks like he might make a challenge here on Joe Bauer. So the Class A champ, Phil Wright looks to the outside, but Joe Bauer doing a good job here. He's had a really good weekend at Anglesey and he's still there in second place. He's got the road number plates on his Honda Civic as they climb the hill up towards Peel. It's very busy behind by the looks of things still, so the Class B battle still being contested, but we'll pick up on that in a moment because there's only the corkscrew to go.
Yep, and it's going to be Chris McCloy looking like he's going to make it a triple here at Anglesey Circuit. Down through the corkscrew he goes, Bauer behind him, then right, and the checker flag waves. Yes, 3 wins out of 3 for Chris McCloy at Anglesey in the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. Second goes the way of Joe Bauer, third to Philip Wright, fourth to Cameron Elder. Fifth is going to go to Stephen Langton. Matthew Mandapira is going to win in Class B.
Looks quite happy.
He is very happy with that, isn't he? In the 177 car, he finishes ahead of 58 Paul Jarvis. And then it's Daniel McKay, who is 8th, Steve Harrison 9th, Joe Larguillo 10th. But David Drinkwater has come home to win Class C, 12th position overall, and that, we think, means a 4th successive PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship title, which is quite remarkable. So, provisionally, many congratulations to him for that.
And it's a weekend, well, probably 24 hours ago, where it could have gone all terribly wrong because the water pump had failed in qualifying. The car was in bits when I went round at lunchtime, but they managed to source a part on mainland Wales at Bangor, and they managed to fit it, and he's had 3 wins. Yesterday's race was a little bit dodgy, he didn't win by very much, but today's been rather more dominant, and that is 13 wins in 14 races in Class C. But Chris McCloy, he's really been the man of the weekend, hasn't he? Never won before, and now he's won 3 races, all here at Anglesey, and under pressure yesterday by Phil Wright and Joe Bauer today.
Yeah, absolutely right. 3 good drives. I think it's probably a circuit that has suited his car, maybe better than the Type R's. But that's to take nothing away from his driving. He's shown great pace throughout the season, and a win has certainly been coming, and like buses, 3 come along and win. So many congratulations to Chris McCloy on the success that he's enjoyed this weekend here at Anglesey. PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, that will conclude at Snetton. He's showing his appreciation to the marshals as he goes around the circuit as well. Now he's heading into Parc Ferme at the end of that race, and we'll give you a look at the results from that PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. It was won by number 37 Chris McCloy. He completed 11 laps from, in second place, number 69 Joe Bauer, half a second behind. Third was 63 Philip Wright, fourth was number 7 Cameron Elder, and fifth was 60 Stephen Langton. Then came our Class B winner in 6th place overall, that was number 177 Matthew Mandapira. 7th was number 58 Paul Jarvis, 8th 59 Daniel McKay, 9th and 10th for Stephen Harrison, and 57 Joel Arguelles. Lee Warren, it was in 11th place, number 28. Then our Class C winner, David Drinkwater, he was in 12th, number 1. Second within that class and 13th overall was number 20, Martin Paget. And in third in that class, 15th overall, was number 316, Ivor Mayers. And it was just those cars that I think that finished. A few more cars that didn't make it to the end. The Charlie Hayes BMW Compact, and actually the Paul Warren Compact as well, both failing to make it to the checkered flag. So that was the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. There's 2 more races to come here at Anglesey. In a few moments we'll have our final sprint race of the weekend, which is the Yokohama Mazda 7s. Final race of the weekend for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. The car's coming out onto the grid. And it's going to line up as follows. Pole position is number 71, Jonathan Lister. Besides him is number 27, Danny Andrew. The second row, 77, Eddie Moyer, and 35, David Winter. Row 3, 23, Samira Bid, and 66, Lucas Batt. Row 4, 37, Ben Powney, and 55, Simon Court. On the fifth row, it's 7, Daniel Court, and 99, Martin Shelton. Sixth row, 25, David Bowen, and 188, Michael Jacobs. On to row 7, it's number 3, Callum Barnes, and 1, Colin Marshall. 47, Lewis Penston Smith, and 74, Stephen Manley on the 8th row, with Peter Woods, number 88, on the 9th row of the grid. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, yes, 17 cars look like they are out there.
Potential championship deciding race this could be. If Jonathan Lister beats Danny Andrew, I reckon he will wrap up the title before Snetterton.
Yeah, and it is just the 2 races that we're due to have at Snetterton, so we'll keep an eye on that as the race develops. Red light goes on for 15 minutes of Yokohama Mazda 7 racing, and it goes out, so where we go. Pretty good start by Lister, and almost equally good start from Danny Andrew then as they head through turn number 1, and they're still sort of overlapping. Andrew's going to have the inside line for the banking, and he's going to go through to take the lead of the race, and as Josh says, that could be very important for the championship. As watch them head down towards Church, it is still Andrew ahead from from Lister to insect. So Andrew from Lister, I should say, then Eddie Moyer third, David Winter in 4th, Simon Court in 5th, and Samira Bid in 6th position. But Lister trying to get alongside on this run up towards Rocket, and Moyer's going to get him on the inside as well. Moyer's going to go through to take the lead if he gets the car stopped. He does about get the car stopped, but nevertheless Danny Andrew nips back through on the inside. So Andrew leads from Moyer and Lister then. So Lister back to 3rd again. That could be important as the rain continues to come down fairly heavily now at Anglesey.
Yeah, I think Lister will have to beat Andrew to win it today, but even if he finishes just behind him, it means very little he'll need to do at Snetterton, really, where Danny Andrew needs really to score all the points, wins and fastest laps, which isn't going to be easy, especially on a track like Snetterton in these cars. So here they come at the end of 1 lap of racing. Danny Andrew leads, Eddie Moyer is 2nd, 3rd is Lister. So then there's a gap back to the next 3 as they go into turn 1, and it's Simon Court who leads that little pack. We haven't seen him quite at the sharp end today, so Simon Court there in 4th position. He'll be happy with that and looking to move forward further.
A couple of cars have tangled at the back of the field. I think one of them is Colin Marshall, and the other car is getting back out into the race. Was that Stephen Manley possibly in the number 74 car? It may well have been. They were towards the back of the field. Yes, it was Stephen Manley getting back out into the race. So there are the leaders, and there's the fight for 4th position. You've got David Winter, Simon Court, and Ben Powney involved in this one. So Powney running in 6th place at the moment. Winter about fending off Simon Court there, who uses a bit of curb and goes through on the inside at the second part of Rocket. Winter might lose 2 places here because Powney has gone through as well as they head towards the next right-hander, which is at Peel, although Winter trying to run all the way around the outside there. Don't think that's going to quite work for him. It's bringing Lucas Batt in the number 66 car into things as well. Here are the 3 leaders though. Still Andrew from Moyer and Lister.
Yeah, so really close up front. Danny Andrew not able to pull away like he was in the first part of race 1 before the safety car came out. Then the next group, Simon Court, as you say, got to the front of that once more. Ben Powney up next, who was the fastest driver in that earlier race. So he'll be hoping to move up the order a little bit. So we're in the 19s now. Where were we in the dry race earlier? As number 7 goes off, that's Daniel Court. It was a 1:17 earlier, wasn't it? So again, like the hot hatch, it was just a couple of seconds off. So there's almost as much grip as there was earlier. Perhaps not quite though full 100% grip.
Yep, and Daniel Court was out of his car, and so he is out of the race then. He finished 9th this morning. So
there's yellow flags here then?
Yes, yellow flags here there will be. So the 3 leaders heading into that part of the circuit, they see the yellow flags and respect them accordingly. I think the next 3 cars there sort of arrived abreast, but they've shuffled themselves back into an order. Simon Court, David Winter and Ben Powney for 4th, 5th and 6th. So they now should be back into green flag racing, I would think.
Not a great weekend for Daniel Court, who is third in the championship. He hasn't really featured as high up as he is in the past, and obviously not finishing this race.
Down through the corkscrew goes Andrew, with Moya and Lister in close proximity to him. Now, there's quite a gap back though from third to fourth. It was around about 2 seconds at the beginning of the lap. Moya now is just in the best lap of the race at 1:19.36. But it was a similar lap time for Andrew, 1:19.54, 1:19.44 for Lister, so only a couple of tenths between them on that lap. Looks like Simon Court has made a bit of a break away from David Winter now. He's under pressure from Ben Powney, and Powney in turn has got Lucas Batt nibbling at his heels as they make their way through. Looks like the two leads are going to go side by side though as they head through the right-hand kink there up towards Rocket. It's Moya who's going to be on the right-hand side, the outside of the circuit for the left-hander. Doesn't break as late as Andrew, I don't think. Possibly waiting for Andrew to outbrake himself, but he didn't do that. And so there's no change in the order for the moment.
Yeah, that's tricky to know where to brake up there, because we know there's not perhaps as much grip as there was in this morning's race, but they're doing a good job at the moment. You would have noticed that the yellow flags have gone in, so we've got a full green flag racing circuit once more, and a great battle up front between Danny Andrew, Eddie Moya and Jonathan Lisseter. Lisseter probably quite happy to sit there in third, although he could win the championship today. He's happy with the points, pick up more points. He's been on the podium in all but one race this season, and he's there in third place again in a podium position while the guys fight in front. And of course that's what he did earlier, wasn't it? Just sat behind them and waited for something to happen between the two of them, and he pounced as we've got a car off. Is that David Winter?
It is David Winter, yeah, from 5th position, number 35. I'm just going to point out though, 1:18.55, so quite a few tenths of a second have been found there, so drivers gaining confidence in these conditions. There's still spots of rain on our commentary box window, but the track I think is pretty dry. The wind will be helping that, and it is very windy. Moya and Andrew side by side. Moya's got a wheel in front now. Lister's going to try and make it 3 wide, I think, up towards Rocket. Not sure that's going to work out for him. Andrew might well get back into the lead on the inside. He's now going to be on the outside line for Rocket out. So, no, it's Moya that takes the lead of the race. Andrew is second and Lister is third. Andrew needs and wants this place back as soon as he possibly can get it. He's up the inside of his fellow Lincolnshire driver into Peel, and he goes back through into the lead. So Danny Andrew leads, the farm from Lincolnshire, Eddie Moya in second, and Jonathan Lister is there in third place. It's furious stuff.
Yeah, big look up through the middle of the corkscrew there for Eddie Moya. And although it's all named as one part, really each of the corners are a bit different, aren't they? You've got to adjust your line, do some braking as well. So that's a really interesting part of the circuit, and really with nothing else like that here in the UK. Great to see, but John Lisseter there, still in third place here, and just kind of watching what the guys in front are doing.
Yeah, which is what he did in the earlier race, isn't it? He pounced on the last lap to go from third to first after a safety car period. Maybe he's thinking that a late move might be the one that is well calculated once again, as Moya tries to do exactly what he did on the last lap and get alongside Danny Andrew and up the inside for Rocket. But no, this time it doesn't work out for him. This might be a carbon copy because he might go around the outside of Andrew, but no, this time it doesn't work. So Andrew holds on for the moment from Moya, and then Lisseter there in third place. He's won the other races this weekend. He's 41 years of age from Kingston, originally senior technical coordinator, started racing in cars in 2019, had some success in low cost, but he's been there in the Mazda 7s for the past few seasons now in this car prepared by TSR, originally built by Richard Bradley.
Halfway through the race then, as we come up across the line, with Andrew leading the way. He has done, I think, most of the weekend, but he hasn't won a race yet. And he would quite like those guys behind to battle. Ben Powney's up to fourth, and he's the fastest person on the track, and he's into the 17s like we were earlier. So if perhaps the rain has now stopped and the track is back up to where it should be, but Powney is 3 seconds behind the leaders, so he'll have a big task on his hands if he's going to catch them. Lisseter's got a good run here out of Church Corner. He's in the toe of Eddie Moya, and he elects not to pull out of the toe, I don't think. He's happy just to sit there behind them, like he has been all day, really. And the leader's gone on, the leader's gone straight on. Danny Andrews gone off the road and he's lost the 2 positions. He had started to pull a gap, but trying too hard perhaps to pull away and break the toe. So Eddie Moyer is our new leader. Jonathan Lisseter is second, and down to third for Danny Andrew, and he's behind Jonathan Lisseter, and we know that's an important part of this race.
Yes, in terms of the championship being wrapped up today rather than at Snetterton. So it is the 77 car leading, turning its way now through the left-hander. That is Eddie Moyer from Jonathan Lisseter in second place. And now the 74 car has stopped, hasn't it? So that's the Stephen Manley car. He was in 14th position. So that was actually at the exit of Target Turn 1, where he'd been off previously. And it looks like he's going to try to resume between the banking and church corner as well. And Callum Barnes, I can see, is going slowly as well in the number 3 car. That's pulling off. That's going to pull by the Marshall's post 2. Just before Target as well, so he's had some dramas as well. This race though continues with 5 minutes to go, and here is the battle for the lead. Yeah,
and Danny Andrews side by side with his championship rival John Lisseter here, but Jonathan Lisseter hangs on in second place, and Moyer leads. We've seen both Moyer and Andrew run straight on at the Rocket corner there over the weekend. I don't think Jonathan Lisseter has done that, has he? He's been able to pick his braking zone consistently over the 3 races, it seems. 5 minutes of it to go. Ben Powney is getting closer. He was 3 seconds behind. He's now 2. There he is in the orange car. This is much better, isn't it? Because it's been a problematic weekend for him, really, with a retirement yesterday. He got the fastest lap earlier, but finished a bit further back. Some battles a bit further back there. We could see David Bowen and Lewis Penstone-Smith. There is Callum Barnes, who we mentioned had those problems at the start of the previous lap. And what happened to Danny Andrew here? Because he's fallen further behind Jonathan Lisseter.
And almost into the clutches of Ben Powney, hasn't he? So what was the lap times for him that time through? Andrew did a 1:19.76, Powney did a 1:18.78, so he gained a second on him. The gap between them 3/4 of a second at the start of this lap. This is lap 9 of the race, and it's now Moyer and Lisseter, with Moyer with that damaged right front wheel arch there.
There's damage for Andrew.
And there's damage for Danny Andrew. I think that's a wheel arch as well, isn't it? That's rubbing on the tyre by the looks of it. He's lost the position to Ben Powney, and so this problem might well cost him the championship pool. At least it being decided to say there. You can see the wheel arch is askew.
And put rubbing on the tyre, which is the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, and that is the issue, I would think. Didn't see how that was initiated, but look at this, Ben Powney here. He could be in contention for a win. I think there'll be 3 more laps to go at the end of this one, but I think Andrew probably is out of contention now, and he was frustrated after race 2. I should think he'll be even more annoyed after race 3, the way this has gone.
That's right, and Ben Powney's right up behind his teammate now, Jonathan Lisseter, as they turn into turn 1 with probably 3 laps to go. Can Powney do this? Remember, he was at least 3 seconds behind early on, and he has a look down the inside of Lisseter. He's only won at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit. He hasn't won anywhere else over the course of the year.
Yeah, and so far this weekend, he's sort of flattered to deceive, really, hasn't he? He's not really shown too strongly, but here he is now. He's challenging Lisseter, not too far behind Eddie Moyer as well, with 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. You sense that Lisseter's turned a bit defensive here, because he's losing ground to Moyer now, trying to keep his teammate Ben Powney at bay as they climb up to the top of the hill, and Powney goes through at Rocket. So Powney goes up to second place, and down to third goes Jonathan Lisseter. Actually, with all 3 TSR cars, these, aren't they, as they make their way towards Peel. So Ben Powney about 3 car lengths behind Eddie Moyer. Can he get what would be, I think, a surprise win based on what we've seen earlier on during the course of the weekend?
Rain spots appearing on our lens, the camera there, as well as on our commentary box window once more. Yeah, Powney's right there with Moyer. This is, as you're saying, been a really good drive in what have been a little bit questionable conditions, although not bad conditions, but certainly with that question mark. 2 laps to go, and he spun it! Oh, Ben Powney, we've been talking him up, and he's done a full 360, found a gear, and hasn't lost overly many positions.
Yeah, just lost the 1 place, hasn't he, to Lisseter, but his hopes of victory have now gone with 2 laps to go. I was just going to say that the lap times are simply a couple of seconds off what they were doing earlier on in the race now, so they are getting more difficult as the race goes on. Not ideal weather coming in for the Club Enduro race that's coming up in a few minutes' time. It looks like this is pretty much sorted out now with all of that going on. Eddie Moore is going to win this. I think it's going to be Jonathan Lister second and Ben Panny third. But Danny Andrew may not get fourth place here, but Simon Court did not want to do that. He did not want to go off onto the grass. He's got back onto the circuit though. That's a real problem now. If that wheel arch just dislodged, it would probably be okay for Danny Andrew. But at the moment, that tyre is going to be completely spent, isn't it, come the end of this race?
Well, the other problem, if it goes completely under the tyre and gets stuck there, he won't have any real braking ability, which would be a real issue here. So, I don't know, could work either way. But it doesn't seem to want to shift, does it? Which is
oh, it's gone. It's gone. Just as you said that, a sort of commentator's curse in reverse. So it's gone. So Andrew now probably would be in a slightly better position than he was, but he's got Simon Court and Lucas Batt and Samir Abid right behind him. As very shortly we're going to see the last lap board be shown. Yes, that's shown now to the race leader Eddie Moyer then, who's going to look for his second victory of the season, to add to the one that he had at Silverstone last time out.
Yeah, so he's been quick all year, hasn't he? But this has been a good drive, because he's the one that's not made the mistakes. We've seen the mistake from Danny Andrew, he's got Ben Powney to spin. I don't know if Jonathan Lister might know here, just be driving for the championship. Not sure if he's done those calculations. I didn't think of it until just a moment before the race, thinking, oh, we might be able to wrap this up here, and it was possible. And what has been a really good weekend for him, because he's won the 2 races before this one, and he's running second here, doing all he needs to, I reckon, to claim the championship. So what a year it has been for him. Danny Andrew might not even finish in 4th place. Was there a touch there between he and Simon Court? They're all struggling to stop. Andrew's gone off again. He did that earlier. So yeah, he's losing positions. So even more, it puts Jonathan Lister in that position where he will be the 2022 champion, so beating the champion from last year.
So Simon Court goes into 4th place. Danny Andrew is 5th. He's just managed to keep Lucas Batt at base. Samir Abid is there as well. Meanwhile, the leaders just heading through the corkscrew for the final time. And up to the line is going to come Eddie Moore to take the checkered flag and win the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Mazda 7s. He is over the moon with that result. Jonathan Lister, though, takes 2nd place, and provisionally then he is the 2022 Yokohama Mazda 7 champion. He beats Ben Powney only by a 10th or so in the end. Danny Andrew comes across the line, yes, in 5th place. Simon Court was 4th, number 55. 5th, number 27, Danny Andrew. 6th was number 66, Lucas Batt. And 7th was number 23, Samir Abid. Then there was another gap back to number 99, Martin Shelton. 35, David Winter, who had a spin earlier on, didn't he? And Michael Jacobs, number 188, rounding out the top 10. But a 1.87 victory there for Eddie Moore. That's his 2nd career win in Mazda 7s. He's been quick all season, right from his debut meeting at Croft earlier on in the year, and he's had a few podiums to show for it as well, and now a couple of victories. But Lister there being denied a 3rd victory of the weekend, his 5th of the season. He's still on 4 wins, but we think with the meeting to go at Snetton, that's enough to confirm that he's the champion from Danny Andrew, who could only finish 5th there, hampered as he was during the course of that race, Josh, by that front right wheel arch fouling the tyre.
Yeah, it was 4 wins for Lister, so 4 seconds now, and 3 third places. So that's 11 podiums plus a 6th place earlier in the year. So that's his 12 scores, which will count towards the championship. And what a season it's been from him, and he's run side by side of his teammate, congratulated Eddie Moyer on his 2nd win of the year. So Lister has basically had double as many podiums as anybody else, so that's how he's come about to be the champion, meeting early. But the races at Snetterton, especially if it is dry, which it's not at the moment, it will be absolutely fantastic. With a championship, perhaps not so much to worry about.
So we've got some cars to be recovered from I think about 3 cars we had stopped during the course of that race. But let's have a look at the results. It was a win for number 77 Eddie Moyer at the end of 12 laps of racing. He beat number 71 Jonathan Lister by 1.87 seconds. In 3rd position it was number 37 Ben Powney, 4th to number 55 Simon Court, 5th was 27 Danny Andrew, in 6th place was 66 Lucas Batt, then 7th to number 23 Samir Abid, 8th place number 99 Martin Shelton, 9th to number 35 David Winter, and running out the top 10 was 188 Michael Jacobs. All finishers David Brown, Lewis Panstone-Smith and Colin Marshall. Stephen Manley was a lap down. We lost Callum Barnes and Daniel Court during the course of that race. So the Master 7s will complete their season at Snetterton next month. We've got one more race to come here for you at Anglesey this afternoon. That's the Tiki Car Club Enduro Championship. It's just over 2 hours in length, and that will be underway very shortly. It's the final race of the weekend. Cars coming out onto the circuit for us now. The Tiki Car Club Enduro Championship. It's the penultimate round of the season. It's a 125-minute race, and of course, quite a big grid of cars that we have for this one. Almost 30 cars I think we'll have taken the start of the race. On pole position, it's the number 49 car. That is Will Stacey in the Lotus, and besides him is his teammate, number 9, Rob Boston. Both of those driving solo. Will Stacey in a Class A car, Rob Boston in a Class B car. Second row on the inside, it's going to be number 1. That's started by Carl Swift today. Besides him is number 15, which is going to be started by Colin Gillespie. The third row should have been on the inside number 27, but that car has withdrawn, so there's no Will Beach or Mark Rice there, but we do have the number 11 car, that's the Audi TT, started by Ryan Parkin. On to row 4 of the grid, that's the number 22 BMW that will be started by Luke Browse. Besides him is number 14, Chris Freeman. On to row 5, that's where we find the 179 car, David Gooding will start that. And next to him is number 92, which is going to be started by Andrew Rath, who will share with Phil Nib. That's the Seat Leon Cooper TCR. On row 6 on the inside, it's number 12, Scott Parkin in the Golf. Besides him is another Golf, that's 51, Luke Handley. On row 7, number 2 is going to be started by Ben Rushworth. That's the Seat Leon TCR, a bit further back than perhaps you might expect to see it. And number 13, the Porsche Cayman, started by Matt Fazy. He's sharing with Steve Hewson. On the 8th row, on the inside, is number 8, Chris Webster, starting the Ginetta G40. He'll hand over to Matthew Tidmarsh. And next to him is number 46, Will Ashmore, who'll hand over to Matty Taylor. That's the mighty Holden Commodore. That's going to be a handful around here in these conditions. Row 9 on the inside is number 67. That is Julian McBride in his BMW. And number 5, Jonathan Packer, is next to him in his Golf GTI. Row 10 on the inside is the 117 car of Martin Gadsby, the BMW Compact. And next to him is number 99, Joe Williams, although I believe he's a non-starter in his Golf. Row 11 on the inside is 169, Ben Salmon, starting the M3. He'll hand over to William Lynch, and the 53 car is started by Joel Oswick. On to row 12 of the grid, on the inside there is number 7, that's Jonathan Barrett in the BMW E46 M3. And besides him is number 76, Michael Downey in the Porsche Boxster S. On row 13 on the inside, it's car number 18, that's Joseph Ritchie in the Mazda MX-5, and actually it's 2 Mazda MX-5s next to each other on the grid, because beside him is number 3, John Munro. He'll hand over to Nick Dougal. On the 14th row, it's number 66, that is Johnny Hayes, although the car started there by Paul Supiani as the green flag lap, the rolling lap gets underway. So Paul Supiani starting that car, he'll hand over to Johnny Hayes. 98 is going to be started by Mark Lloyd-Jones. He'll hand over to Rory Baptiste for the second part of the race. On the 15th row, on the inside, is number 52, Matt Pimlott. He'll hand over to Steve Dolman. And the 147 car is going to be started by Yvonne Huflar. And then Edward Christie, number 481, is on the final row of the grid.
One car not lining up on the grid but in the pit lane is 98, which is the Mark Lloyd-Jones BMW, and problems on the circuit. Is that Edward Christie's
Yes,
M3?
it's the 481 car, who looks to have got off his grid position, and then the bonnet seems to have flown up. So hopefully they'll be able to get the bonnet pushed back down again, and they'll be able to get out into the race. Edward's got out of his car.
He's quite leisurely about it, isn't he?
Yeah. Marshall giving him a hand to get the boot
bent it.
put down again. Now, of course, this is a rolling lap, so this is the problem. We might have to abort the rolling start here. They're getting it pinned down again, but they've got to get the driver in the car and belted back up again. I suspect we might have an aborted start here, Josh.
Well, I wondered if we might get 2 green flag laps anyway with the rain that's coming down. So
that
perhaps this is an even better reason to have 2 green flag laps.
Yes, and I can see actually the green flag being held by the marshal on the start and finish line. So I think it was, you're right, going to be 2 green flag laps in any case, but we just need to get this Edward Christie car out there. As I say, it was starting right at the back of the grid anyway. So no sort of positions lost, as it were.
Potential championship deciding race this could be on the overall championship, because Rob Baker and Cole Swift lead the way. I reckon in one of 2 ways they could win the championship. If I either finish first or second in Class A, they will win the championship, or if Luke Handley doesn't win with fastest lap in Class B. So they've got 2 factors going for them, Baker and Swift here, to try and wrap up the championship.
Mark Lloyd-Jones in the number 98 car, that's going to start from the pit lane, and I should tell you that the 147 car is now being driven solo by Yvonne Huflar, the Dutch driver.
Okay.
She's having her second race appearance in the Team Brit Scirocco, made her debut at Silverstone and acquitted herself very well, and she is a driver that's gone from sim racing into real life racing. She's a disabled driver as well, so has to overcome those challenges as well.
One car for the pit lane here, Ian, which is the John Munro Mazda. So are they going to do a setup change? We're actually seeing what the track conditions are like, not what he was expecting, or is there a problem there for one of the Class C Championship contenders? Because that is a real battle in Class C, which is headed by Joel Oswick and Dan Orsano, but not far behind Hayden Sabiani as well as Baptiste and Hartland.
Yes, although Baptiste is driving with Mark Lloyd Jones this weekend, but they'll still score points for that combined trio, as it now will become. The Edward Christie car is now pulled off and is going to, I think, join the back of the field. So he'll only get to one green flag lap, whereas everyone else will have done two. So the safety car, or the pace car as it is at the moment, leading them around the church corners. You can hear the rain continuing to come down.
So in the dry qualifying session this morning, Will Stacey was pretty dominant. He was on pole by 2 seconds over his teammate and team boss, Rob Boston, who's in a Class B car, so he's got less power. But these conditions change things. I think if we get full wet, that will help the front-wheel drive cars. But these conditions, I'm not really sure, to be honest, because it's not wet, is it? But it's not dry either at this point. But we've got 2 hours and 5 minutes for things to change. Is it a tyre change there for the TWP Mazda?
New tyres being wheeled out, aren't there?
And they've got a lot of grooves in those tyres, haven't they? But they're also looking at the engine bay. So
they are. I mean, it doesn't look like it's full wet conditions for me at the moment.
But could you, if they've got this problem, they thought, well, we're gamble and put some other different tyres on it and see what happens from there on in.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to be careful. Might give some teams inspiration, because I know that they can hear our commentary down in the pit lane, so we'll not try and give anyone any hints and tips during the course of this race. So the cars are up at the top of the circuit at the moment. There they are, being led through Peel. You can see them getting into the 2x2 formation now. So on the closest to camera, that is Will Stacey, number 49. It's number 9, Rob Boston, next to him. So we've got the different classes. We've also got the Clubman's Cup as well for older cars. Rob Boston comfortably ahead in that class in qualifying from the Göttingen Greensall E36, E3673 I should say. Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore were the third of those cars in qualifying. You can tell it's getting darker now because the red light in our commentary box is glowing much brighter than it has done earlier on. As the safety car has peeled off, we're going to get underway then for 2 hours and 5 minutes of racing. The lights go out, away we go. Good start there by Carl Swift. Tries to get up the inside of Will Stacey, who spins at the first corner as Carl Swift went up the inside of him into turn 1 at target. Luke Browse has spun there as well. Will Stacey's pointing in the wrong direction. So too is Luke Browse. What is Will Stacey going to do? He's going to have to do a J-turn and on the grass rejoin, get around the banking, and he will be right at the back of the field basically once he gets back onto the circuit.
One thing Cole Swift cannot afford to do is get a penalty for whatever reason, and he's just taken Will Stacey out of the race or out off the circuit, because there's not much room, is there, to go up the inside free abreast into turn 1.
It was a bold move, certainly.
Certainly, that is a. Did he need to take that risk on that one of a 2-hour race when they're really in control of the championship?
Possibly not, but we'll wait and see if anything's done about that. But it's done enough to get him into the lead of the race at the moment. From in second place, Rob Boston. The Audi TT is coming up the inside though. That's made a pretty good start to the race. That's Ryan Parkin who is starting that car, but it is Swift that's leading from number 9, Rob Boston in second. Number 11 in third place is Ryan Parkin. That's the car that started on the outside of row 3. And the gap back to 4th position, and that's Colin Gillespie in 4th place at the moment at the end of lap 1. We'll try and see exactly where Will Stacey comes through at the end of the first lap. The other car that was involved on lap 1 was Luke Browse as well, but that was a separate instance, separate spin there at target on the first lap of the race. There's the 14 car of Chris Freeman, and he is doing battle with a couple of different class, the number 92 Lauren Cooper of Andrew Rath.
For Ryan Parkin, that was a really good start, wasn't it? From 6th on the grid in the TT up into 3rd place. I wonder how the TT will deal with these conditions. Pretty well on the start at least, but there is the leader. With that tyre mark you can see on the front left of the car. So where's that come from? Because it wasn't that side where the contact was made. So So that's interesting. And then Boston in second. Remember, he's a Class B car, but these conditions will mean these classes are going to be even equalised out a little bit because the power isn't so important. This track in general, with tighter sections, is heading that way. In fourth position is Colin Gillespie. He and Phil Dryborough had a good run yesterday to win the Road Sports race. In fifth place is Chris Freeman. So he's involved in a Class B championship battle with Luke Handley. When you account drop scores, there is nothing between Handley and Freeman. So we go across the line. 1:19 is Cole Swift first lap. In qualifying, that was a 1:13, so 6 seconds off of their own times from this morning. So you can see visibly in the background the conditions looking somewhat rough. There is Handley. He's just behind the Seat there of Andrew Raff, and you can see his championship rival in Class B, Chris Freeman, and teammate as well, just up the road. Then you get Ben Rushworth, who has made a pretty good start just behind Scott Parkin. Ben Rushworth having his first ever laps on the Anglesey circuit this morning. For second place here up at Rocket, Rob Boston has come under pressure, hasn't he, here from Ryan Parkin. If these conditions remain, Jack Cardin's lap record's going to be safe, isn't it? Possibly 1:15.15 from a number of years ago now.
Yes, that's right. That was set in July 2017. We'd also got 1:15.89 for Alan Henderson in Class B, and Paul Sherd and Steve Thomas at 1:19.37 in Class C. So I suspect if these conditions stay as they are, then those lap records will remain intact. There's the three cars. So John Munro got back out into the race, and that is for position, isn't it? Getting ahead of Mark Lloyd-Jones, 28.
Look how much faster he is than all the cars in front of him. So this tyre change might have worked. He's 7 seconds faster than Mark Lloyd-Jones, who's a pretty good driver. So he's quicker than all but the leader in his class, and he's only fractionally slower than the Joel Oswick BMW.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Mark Lloyd-Jones, that car is about 14 seconds. I know it was on the first one lap off its pace from qualifying, compared to about 7 seconds or 8 seconds off the pace for John Munro. But the leading cars out there, they're only about 8 seconds off the pace. So yeah, I think it's more about some drivers being a bit more cautious, maybe, or not as comfortable in these conditions as others. And John Munro, a quick driver anyway, as we know, so he's someone who'll be a bit more happy with these conditions as well.
And being Scottish, that helps, doesn't it?
Well, you think you might enjoy these weather conditions, or at least tolerate them.
You talk about Mark Lloyd-Jones there. Of course, he was a driver that started from the pit lanes, so perhaps not all is well with that car. That is one of the cars involved in that battle for the Class C Championship. 2.4 seconds was the lead for Cole Swift. So then we get Rob Boston up next. Here we look at the battle for fourth. We look at Ben Rushworth getting sideways. Get back to the old hot hatch haze on his Integra driving like that. He's just got himself a past Scott Parkin. So Ben Rushworth perhaps enjoying these slippery conditions. He was saying you have to drive this car totally different to the Integra. It understeers a lot more, where the Integra oversteered quite a lot. So he's getting used to it, hasn't really done any testing in it. So all that happens at the track. And sideways here, that's Gillespie, isn't it? Another of the Scottish drivers out there. So that's allowed Chris Freeman to draw up alongside him. The Captain Motorsport Sayer's got the power, but Chris Freeman on the inside line there into Church Corner goes through, and that is fourth position now. So we've got as many Class B cars in the top two as Class A cars now. Yes. As the conditions continue to deteriorate, I think.
Yes, they certainly do. We've also got the Lapri having started. Edward Christie has been lapped by the race leader already as we go on to this fifth lap of the race. Luke Browse, just looking to see where he is. He is in 21st position. Well, Stacey's back to 14th, and he is lapping in the 121s. So not lapping as quickly as the leaders, but of course he has got traffic to deal with, and maybe if he can find some gaps, he will start to find a bit more time. At the moment, it's about 38 seconds, which is roughly half a lap behind the race leaders as we work lap 6 of the race. In fact, just about completed that now for Carl Swift and for Rob Boston, our top two.
Ben Rushworth continues to improve. He's got himself up ahead of Luke Handley now. So from 13th, Rushworth is 7th. So this is a good drive. We saw a similar thing at Snetterton when he started from the pit lane and worked his way up inside the top 6 before the car had a problem and he had to retire it. But this is a good drive from Rushworth. You comparing lap times compared to the dry this morning, he's only 5 seconds off, so I think he's probably the closest of anybody to his dry weather lap time is Ben Rushworth, and he's immediately now on terms with the other Sayets ahead of him, of Andrew Raff and of Colin Gillespie, as the battle behind him between Luke Handley and Scott Parkin continues as they all head uphill past the traffic.
That's the battle for 3rd position within Class B and 8th place overall. They're coming up to lap Mark Lloyd-Jones in his green and white BMW that he's sharing with Roy Baptiste. Cars wriggle their way through Rocket and now head towards Peel. Past that BMW.
Chris Freeman is within a second of the fastest lap of the race in his Class B Golf, so he's going well. They're in 4th, who's ahead of this group.
Yes, and he's done that 1 minute 20.21, a best lap on the previous lap. Even though the conditions appear to be getting worse, there is still some green on our timing screen, which means times are coming down. So you've got to balance the fact that it's getting slightly wetter out there, possibly, with drivers getting more confident with exactly what grip levels there are in the track at this stage of the race. It's not declining very steeply, I don't think, the track conditions. So here's 6th and 7th. That's Andrew Raff, number 92, and Ben Rushworth in the number 2 car, the 41-year-old from Elmerton, Machina Motorsport man, Metro Cup and Hot Hatch champion. Previously started racing 8 years ago now. There he is, and he is now ahead of Andrew Raff as we're watching the battle for 8th. Handley and Parkin here. Parkin in the Dark Side Developments car, Handley in the Area Motorsports car, the green and white and grey car. It's ahead at the moment, turning its way into the corner, coming up to a lap there. The orange Scirocco, the Team Brick car of Yvonne Hufelart, who's driving solo today on her first visit to Anglesey, the Dutch lady, and getting experience all the time, and certainly getting experience of some very different conditions here as well.
Not sure many sims, if any, have Anglesey, so might not been able to do as much practice where she's more comfortable. But heading there down into the corkscrew once more. Fastest lap of the race comes from Rob Boston in the Class B car. That's the fastest lap overall, 1 minute 19.28. He's catching Cole Swift therefore. The gap is 3.3 seconds. So can Rob Boston lead the race in a Class B car? Is that going to be a possibility? Of course, he's such a talented driver. Raced at a reasonable level. Side by side is Rushworth going to get another place here. He's alongside Gillespie now for 5th into Church Corner. Gillespie was testing on Friday, I think. He did the racing yesterday. Ben Rushworth just turned up this morning and he's working his way through the order. He's into 5th position. He's got a bit of a gap now, so we'll see what kind of pace Ben Rushworth has got now with a bit of clear track ahead of him.
Yes, absolutely right. Yes, there's a bit of a gap to be made up then, isn't there, before he gets to Chris Freeman, a couple of seconds. Oh, and a spin there, I think that was Michael Downey that had a spin on the exit of the first part of Rocket. More traffic being negotiated. It's a relatively short lap here at Anglesey, 1.55 miles. Lap time's taking about 1 minute 20 for the quickest cars in these conditions, so you do end up with this situation where the traffic does hit you rather quickly. As we're watching Gillespie go through. We've got Johnny Hayes also there in the Class C. BMW Class C at the moment is being led by Joel Oswick and Dan Orsano. And they are ahead of Paul Sherd and Rishi in that class, and Steve Dolman and Matt Pimlott, who heads that class or starts that car in 23rd position overall. So hour and 53 minutes left to go. There is the 14 car of Chris Freeman. He has now been caught by Ben Rushworth. This isn't for class position, of course, because Chris Freeman's Golf is a Class B car. Yellow flags there, you'll notice at the bottom of the hill, and that's because we've got the issue at the top of the hill as well.
The lead gap's just a second now, so Rob Boston's closing in quite significantly on the leader now, Cole Swift, in all of this. So we'll have to check out that gap at the end of the lap as Ben Rushworth is drawing up right with Chris Freeman now, who's a couple of seconds behind a couple of laps ago. And the lead gap probably gone back out a little bit on this lap, I can see. Here's here they are then. Let's have a look. Cole Swift the leader, they're second. Rob Boston through next is third, which is Ryan Parkin. Then there's some lapped cars, and then the rest of them a little bit further back. So the gap is 2.6 seconds. So the gap's a little sideways moment for Cole Swift there. He has lots of understeer as he corrects it, but the car moving around. But he's happy with that, I should imagine, in with his talent level. So Cole Swift pushing on, lapping the Browse car. So that's lapping the car in 18th position up next. But I think the lead gap is changing about with the traffic. There goes Swift in up the inside of the two lapped cars. I think the yellow flags have gone in now, haven't they? Ooh. So he made sure he got past before he got into the more technical section where it's not so easy to overtake. And Rob Boston is going to have that challenge. The driver there in second position.
Yeah, he's there in the Lotus. He's just coming up to pass the Stone Market Glass BMW. That's the car that was off at the first turn. And there's the third place car as well of Ryan Parkin. So he seems to be closing in a little bit as well on the top two. The Audi TT that he shares with Daniel Sylvester. Wasn't a particularly happy meeting for them at Silverstone last time out, but hoping for things to go better here. So the top three are coming across the line to complete their 10th lap.
And another fastest lap here for Rob Boston, a 119.19.
Immediately it's been beaten by Ryan Parkin. It's done a 119.08. So Parkin, the quickest driver on that lap, the quickest driver out there in all in the moment. So there's 1.59 seconds between the two leaders. It is about 2.6 seconds between the Lotus of Rob Boston and the Ryan Parkin Audi TT.
And Ben Rushworth's fourth now. He's got himself up ahead of Chris Freeman. He's 5 further seconds behind the TT. As you said, had such a quick lap last time. Ryan Parkin just going through shot there. It's great to see the TT up there. And 3 different types of cars at the front as well. The Seat, the Lotus and the Audi. All separated by not very much after 10 laps of racing.
We're not quite as overwhelmed as sometimes we are by the number of Coopers that we have at the front of the field, the TCR, the Leons. So not quite as many of them here this weekend as we've had on some occasions this season. So the Wallaces aren't here, for example. We're usually out in one of those cars. So a bit more variety at the front, as you say. Obviously got the 2 Lotuses on the front row. Initially, now Carl Swift in a 118.51, but Boston then does a 118.50. So it basically goes faster.
But Ryan Parkin goes even faster than that, like the previous lap, 118.31. So now we're only 3 seconds away from the lap record, and so are the conditions starting to improve a little bit, perhaps, as the lap times start to come down a little bit. It's 3 abreast here into turn 1. Luke Handley was involved in that. He's dropped to 9th, I think, now, behind Scott Parkin. Yeah, he's fallen a long way back too. So Luke Handley, Class B Championship leader, not having such a good time in the first part of this race. And he's now coming under pressure from Matt Fazy, who's out there in the Porsche Cayman. I think the only Porsche in the race here. And then Will Stacey is next in 11th, but he doesn't seem to have so much pace like he did in the dry qualifying session. And he's 20 odd seconds behind these cars as well, so he's got a lot of work to do at this stage for Will Stacey after that first lap incident, which involved the current race leader Cole Swift, who is 1.5 seconds ahead of Rob Boston. Fazy there, a bit wide, trying to get past the traffic. That's Julian McBride, who I don't think's probably enjoying these conditions terribly in the big BMW M3 that currently runs in 20th position.
Yes, so the car in 10th place, lapping the car in 20th position there.
Ben Rushworth, fastest lap of the race. The driver who qualified 13th this morning is now the quickest driver on the circuit. 118.21 for Ben Rushworth, just 9 seconds behind the race leader.
What price a win for Ben Rushworth and his teammate James Ramsden then in this race.
Ben Rushworth was saying they don't know how to get the dry setup as good as Area Motorsport have run this car for much longer, and they can't really afford to go testing much either. But now the conditions have changed, where driver skill perhaps pays more of, and he's so happy with driving a car that slides around. We saw that so much in the Hot Hatch Championship. This is really being shown here in 4th position. And can Ben Rushworth start to catch those 3 cars ahead of him? Because he's had to learn so much this year, because he's normally done 15-minute races and completed, but much longer stints here, which he's not used to. He's not used to, he said, being so knackered after a stint. And also lap traffic, not something he's really had to worry about too much.
We're going to get a good scrap, I think, for second within Class C, because quite close together now are Johnny Hayes and John Munro in Class 66, the BMW 318 Ti, and the number 3 Mazda MX-5 respectively. So that's a good scrap in the offing, but they're both quite a long way clear with the German Auto Works entry of John Oswick and Dan Orsano.
Ben Rushworth was a full second faster than all the cars in front of him on that lap, so the gap, which was 9 seconds to the leader, is now 8. He's just 3.7 seconds behind Ryan Parkin in the Audi TT. Here's Stacey, isn't it, across the line, so he's still there in 11th.
And we've got the battle on screen we're talking about now, Josh. That's the battle for second, and John Munro has got through. He's got ahead of Johnny Hayes, and so number 3 John Munro takes second place in that Mazda MX-5 that pitted at the beginning of the race. Got new tyres put on it, and what lap times has it been doing? Well, he has done a 1:27.09. Yes, and the Hayes and Subiano car on the previous lap did a 1:30.
How's it compared to the leader?
The best lap for Munro is a 1:25.88 compared to 1:28 for Hayes, but the 1:25.88 is only about 7.5 seconds off the best lap time, whereas this morning, how far off would that have been? Just trying to have a look. They're about 8 seconds off, so it's a little bit closer to the pole position and the front running pace, if you like, than he would have been in the dry, I think.
How's he compared to Joel Oswick, who leads the class? Is he going quicker than
Joel Oswick? Their best is a 1:24, and they're lapping in the 1:25, so it's not really going to catch them.
Okay. But a good drive by John Munro in a car that he was telling me at Snexton really lacks power against some of the competition. There is the Class C leader, so there is Joel Oswick in the German Auto Works BMW, just ahead there on the road of David Goodin. As Ian said, John Munro up to second now in the class, and third for that BMW Paul Saviani. Fourth is going the way of Joe Ritchie, and 5th position for Matt Pimlott. There is Munro then in second in the class. There's Will Stacey, so he's 11th. He's still 42 seconds behind the leader like he was earlier, so he's lapping the same time as the leader. His teammate, though, has just done the fastest lap of the race. Rob Boston has done a 1:17.62, so he continues to push on, 2.6 seconds behind the race leader, Cole Swift.
There we can see Scott Parkin, number 12, in 8th position and second place within Class B, heading down towards the corkscrew there.
Is that a Stopco penalty board that's just gone out?
If it has, I didn't see here it was 2. So we'll see if anyone does indeed stop into the pit lane in the near future.
There's Rushworth in 4th place, 8 seconds behind the leader now. On the last lap he was a full second faster than Ryan Parkin, who is he's only 1.9 seconds in front of him, but I can't see Parkin ahead of him now. So has Rushworth made a mistake, or has the Audi TT
I'm
made
wondering
the
if
error?
the Audi TT's in the pits. If it is
that what
I
the
can't
penalty
see
board
I don't know if
was?
our roving camera can see if there is a car in the pit lane. We'll see if we can spot anything down
Yes,
there.
it is.
There it is, and it is in the penalty box. So
I think it was a minute, it said. What I caught a glimpse of.
That could, I've not got the bulletin with me, have I? But that could well be something like a yellow flag infringement or something like that.
Of course, we saw those yellows going uphill, and
Yeah.
you could overtake, or you shouldn't, but you could have overtook in that section. So, well, after a really good stint for Ryan Parkin, he's dropped way down the order, therefore, and he's going to rejoin right by the leader, Cole Swift, who's not leading by much anymore because Rob Boston's only 1.2 seconds behind. He's at the fastest lap ago, so they head off down towards the banking. And Cole Swift is just behind Ryan Parkin, so I don't know if that's going to help his situation particularly. So they're heading down towards Church Corner, the 2 leaders. There they are, there's Cole Swift, just 1.2 seconds ahead then as they go through Church. And just behind him, the Class B leader, Rob Boston. There he is in the Lotus Elise, the fastest driver on the circuit.
Looking at the list of possible penalties, that's the only thing it could have been, overtaking under the yellow flag. that's dropped them back, effectively dropped them back a lap, hasn't it now? So there you can see them together.
Swift has got past, hasn't he? Got past parking, so that's quite handy. It might not be so easy for Rob Boston to do that because he won't have the power in a straight line. More yellow flags you spotted.
Yes, and this is on the approach to Peel. So is there a car off there? We've not seen one. Maybe something at the corkscrew. I'm just going to look out of the window to see what I can see, but
the camera
no clues. There's Swift heading down, and of course he's got this kind of not a dissimilar pace between himself and Rob Boston. So as you say, that could be quite helpful to him, because it might well keep Rob Boston at bay for a more prolonged period of time. Here's the Chris Webster car. That was the Chris Webster car. There's the orange Porsche Boxster of Michael Downey, and he is number 76. Just looking to see where he is running at the moment. He's in 22nd position, one of the Class B drivers. And we've had a spin for Mark Lloyd-Jones in number 98. That's up at the top of the circuit, so that might well have been the explanation for the yellow flags. He's rejoined. So Mark Lloyd-Jones going back out into the race, and yes, green flags you can see there now up at Rocket.
There's Swift. Has Boston managed to lap park in two? He hasn't, has he? So that might start to hold him back. But we know Ryan Park is pretty quick. He's in the 12th position at the moment. But now with one of the fastest... Oh, he's got past, hasn't he? So he's not hung around getting past. So good job there by Rob Boston then to get into second place in this... Or he's still in second place in the race, but now without any traffic between himself and the leader, Rob Boston, a former Racer for Remembrance race winner, I think last year's winner, and he therefore knows his circuit really well and is chasing down the race leader, Cole Swift. 1.6 seconds is the gap. Ben Rushworth's chase has sort of come to a pause now because he started to fall away again from the top two, who head their way through the banking. Different lines being used. Front-wheel drive, heavier Seat. Rear-wheel drive, lighter Lotus, therefore, in these conditions, perhaps needing to use different lines for that to be a factor. Of course, something we also will be a factor later is the pit stop penalties from the success last time out at Silverstone, which includes Cole Swift and Rob Baker's 30-second extra long stop.
Yeah, just going to have a run through those. So in, 5 minutes or so, the pit lane window will open, and then there has to be a 3-minute stop made between them and before 15 minutes before the end of the race. But if you have success on previous races, you have to have an additional length of stop. So in Class A, Car 1, Car 2, Rob Baker have to stop for an extra 30 seconds. James Ramsden and Ben Rushworth have to stop for an extra 20 seconds. Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver for an extra 10 seconds. In Class B, Chris Freeman for an extra 30. Luke Handley for an extra 20. Steve Houston and Matt Fazy for an extra 10. And in Class C, Joel Oswick and Dan Olsono for an extra 30. Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani for an extra 20, and Nick Dougal and John Monroe for an extra 10 seconds. So as a general point, I think it is, in most cases, the sort of main contenders within each class that are getting those penalties, with the exception of Rob Boston, therefore.
Yeah, although perhaps for Class A it's not a problem for Cole Swift and Rob Baker, but an overall victory, that could change how we're going. For fourth on the road, Colin Gillespie and Chris Freeman have got themselves together. So that's Gillespie, I think, coming through the order on recent laps. He got himself ahead of Andrew Raff, and now he's got himself ahead of Chris Freeman as well. As they lap the Holden, you thought they might have a problem in this race. They've actually got up to 4 teams. It's not too bad, is it, considering the conditions there for Will Ashmore. And Will Ashmore is fighting for the Clubman Cup Championship, just a few points ahead of the Roses, but they've not travelled to Anglesey. Then third in the championship, I think, is Nigel Greenshaw and David Goodin. A big spin out of Church. That's for one of our Class C front runners. Paul Sabayani's had a big rotation out of Church Corner, and he's facing the wrong way on the wet grass. There he is. It's a difficult job for him to get back on the road, but he's done it.
Yeah, it's the 66 car of Johnny Hayes then that gets back onto the circuit. Here's Colin Gillespie. And a spin for Yvonne Huffelaar, and she collects number 14, Chris Freeman, the second place car in Class B, and he's got damage, I think, to the radiator of his car. There's damage to the suspension of Yvonne Huffelaar's Scirocco, though. as well. I suspect this is going to lead to an interruption.
3 minutes to the pit stop window.
Yes, before the pit stop window is about to open. Freeman's car is down. I suspect that's going to be all to combat, as will be, I'm afraid, the team British Rocco Yvonne de Hooflaar, who spun coming out of Peel, and poor Chris Freeman had nowhere to go.
And this is Class B Championship consequences in, as the safety car boards are being prepared, because Chris Freeman, when you took drop scores into account, equal with Luke Handley. Talk us through what happened, Ian.
Yeah, so we've got Yvonne Hooflaar. Yeah, just the back end of the car stepping out. She lost grip and just nose to nose, wasn't it, really? The two cars, that's damaged the right front suspension of Yvonne Hooflaar's car, and I suspect it's the radiator of Chris Freeman's car that's the most significant problem. So Yvonne trying to get her car moved. Chris Freeman has got his car back to the pits, but it's looking a bit graunched.
Yeah, Yvonne Hooflaar's got going briefly.
Yes,
but the safety car has gone out onto the circuit.
Yes, with, as you say, 2 minutes or so before the pit lane window opens. Luke, Chris Freeman's car has just sort of stopped there. There's no team as yet having gone to assist there. They are arriving.
I wonder if they told him to stop, because obviously further you go with damage like that, it might damage the car even more. But they want to, with the potential of cars pitting very shortly, I'm sure the officials won't want him to be stopped there for too long, will they?
Yes, exactly. Of course, this is not for him a mandatory stop. The scrutineer saying, well, can you get the car out of the way? But we'll see how that is. On a spin for Edward Christie. That's interesting, because we've now got yellow flags out.
The Browse car is stopped as well, going up the hill towards the Rocket hairpin.
Oh yes, that's just on the right-hand side of the circuit, and there it is on screen now. So that's on the track, despite the National Circuit cut through.
Are we going to be at a point where the pit stops could be made on this lap? But you've got this fuel issue, haven't you? Means you've got to have a fuel tank that'll last an hour and a half.
Right, the three back markers that the safety car had picked up have now been waved past, so it is now Carl Swift and Rob Boston behind the safety car.
This is going to bring Will Stacey right back into contention, and with that penalty for Carl Swift and Rob Baker in the pit stops, now everyone's been closed back together. That's going to be more of an issue.
And I can see that the Chris Freeman car is being pushed away by the team, the Area Motorsport team, so they may be able to work on it to get him back out into the race for some points, but clearly not going to be contending for major honours now in Class B.
Is that fluid all the way down the pit lane?
Looks like it could be.
So with a slippery track, everyone's going to have to be cautious, aren't they, when they come into the pits?
Marshall in the pit lane is dressing that. There'll be some fluid, I should think, out on the circuit.
Possibly,
as well.
Of course, we saw Edward Christie spin, didn't we? I wonder if that's related to the possible fluid on the circuit.
Yeah, so the drivers got to try and pick their way through some debris and some fluid under Yvonne Hooflaar's car that's on the circuit here. So the safety car taking them through very slowly. The Marshal rushing towards Yvonne's car.
So the pit window is going to open pretty much as the cars get here, aren't they? Isn't it?
Yes, and because the safety car board's being shown, the pit window board isn't being shown. I would think it should now be open.
Leader stays out, Carl Swift stays out. Rob Boston's in, the second place man is into the pit lane. Ryan Parkin is following him. Ben Rushworth stays out. The Giannetta's coming in, the Chris Webster car. Driver stays out, so I think a lot of people don't think they can do over an hour and a half on fuel here by the looks of it.
Well, that's the issue, isn't it? I mean, it is sort of 3/4 of the race that you'd be looking to try to do on one tank of fuel.
You won't be using as much fuel though with the conditions.
And the longer the safety cars as well, and the conditions possibly mean more safety car time as well.
So Rob Boston's obviously taken the punt, hasn't he, to be the first man in. You're going to lose a lap, aren't you, for the pit stop with 3 minutes, I would think.
Yes, I think you might be right.
So it's just the 2 in, isn't it, I think? So 9 Rob Boston and 8 Chris Webster. So fuel going into those cars. The Luke Browse car hasn't got back going, has it? See that in the background?
No, so that's going to have to be recovered, I think, by the recovery truck. Those will be sent out onto the circuit momentarily, I'm sure, just as soon as there's a suitable gap in the traffic. Number 5 comes in. That's Jonathan Packer in his Golf. He was in 10th position.
Yeah, he was up there, was he, with the other Golfs?
No.
That had been going well. The best of them was, of course, that one who unfortunately got caught up in the incident. Not Chris Freeman's fault at all, but he got caught up in that incident a moment ago, and he was the leading of them. Jonathan Packer's in the championship hunt. He, when drop scores were accounted for, is 8 behind Luke Handley.
You can see one of the recovery trucks now dealing with the Luke Brow's car, so that's going to be hauled out of the way, and the other truck is just making its way around the circuit. It'll take a moment or two to get to Yvonne Houffelaar's car. The 750 Motor Club rescue vehicle is all there. Yvonne out of the car, and the 750 Motor Club rescue crew on scene as well. And it's the safety car coming through. Carl Swift just behind it, of course, with Rob Boston having come into the pit lane. Was shown on the time screen as the leader, but that's because he had to come into the pits and therefore crossed the timing line first. Of course, the pit stops have to be at least 3 minutes, plus any penalties that have to be served, so it is quite a long time in the pits. It does give plenty of time to get any checks done, as well as the fueling, and where appropriate the driver change as well. So number 8, that being in, that will be a driver change. Chris Webster to hand over to Matthew Tidmarsh, of course.
Leaders in, Ian. Carl Swift is elected to come in to hand over to the boss, Rob Baker, who was telling me that he has had the fastest lap of that pairing more often than not this year.
Yeah, Rob Baker is there. He's ready to get into the car, isn't he? Usually it's Carl Swift that does most of the race.
Yeah.
But, it looks like Rob Baker is going to take on that mantle on this occasion.
Will Stacey in, who, as I say, might be brought back into contention here. He's going to park up against his team boss. Also in his field, he's Colin Gillespie, who will hand over to Phil Driver, who went really well yesterday, the former British GT man. And where Stacey's parked has, I think, been a bit awkward. So the team are having to remove it and put it back into the place as Rob Boston is prepared to go out, but there's red lights at the end of the pit lane.
But you've got to be 3 minutes stationary, haven't you? So that's going to mean a longer stop for Will Stacey.
Right, okay. But as long as he gets out, I guess, on the same lap. Now, is the tyres being changed on the area Seat? They've got the car jacked up, I see. There's the capture car. Julian McBride is in as well.
Yeah, so most cars, not most cars yet, but a good number of cars now coming in, I can see. And there may be some more that are underneath our commentary box that we can't see as well. From our vantage point, there's Julian McBride getting out of his car while the refuelling is done.
So he has to take to a seat, doesn't he? Because he's one of the disabled drivers we've got out in the Club Enduro Championship.
So there you can see the recovery truck ready to recover the Team Brit Scirocco of Yvonne Houffelaar.
I don't think Swift and Baker changed tyres. It was just obviously tyre pressures they were adjusting down there. It's nice. Jeff Steele Racing thinking about tyres with Julian McBride there. They had the jack out. Yes. Fancy bit of BAG engine, isn't it, in the race prepared engine in the Seat.
Yeah, you can see the team trying to sort of wipe the inside of the windscreen as well. It's obviously been misting up, and that's been causing problems for Colin Gillespie, I should think. And obviously Phil Driver won't want to have to contend with that in the second part of the race, but these are the kind of conditions, the mild conditions but moist conditions, and you will get that misting on the windscreen and the windows if you're not too careful.
Jonathan Pack has just missed his chance to get out onto the circuit because the lights have gone red and he's drove through them.
Oh dear, yes, that does look rather like the lights were on red there as he left the pit lane. So that's something that will be looked into, I'm sure, as this race goes on by the officials.
Michael Downey's got damage on his box, hasn't he? So here's another Porsche out there. He's lost his front bumper though. Ben Rushworth's gone through to lead the race. Scott Parkin is staying out too, I think, and Andrew Raff. They're the top three. Yes,
that's right. The first car behind the safety car now, though, is the Barrett BMW, isn't it, I think?
Yeah. So there's the area motorsport team. Got Luke Handley up next to teammate Rob Baker. So through has gone Rob Boston to, I think, basically overtake him for position on the track. That will all come clearer once the safety car period is over. There's Luke Handley, one of our Class B contenders. There's Stacey now. Is Stacey going to get out ahead of Baker? He is. So Will Stacey gets back ahead of the car that he had contact with at the start of the race, and they're going to be together on track on a restart here. But now with Rob Baker in the Seat.
couple of the MX-5s in below us. Matt Pemlock handing over to Steve Dolman and Joseph Ritchie to Paul Sherd. And they're going to have the best part of an hour and a half to do in this race, so quite a few teams taking opportunity of this safety car that came as early as it could do in the sort of relation to the pit window to make their stops. Of course, there's always the possibility we might get another safety car within the window, but have decided not to take the chance and waited for a second one.
I'd imagine as well with Ben Rushworth and James Ramsden, there's the assumption that Ben will be a bit quicker,
Yes.
so therefore they're staying out and seeing what happens as the race goes on, basically.
I think that makes sense if you do have a driver pairing where you have one driver felt to be quicker than the other.
I'm not sure all is well here, is it, with the Drybrough car, because we saw the bonnet up on that, and I think it's been in longer than it needs to be right now.
Yes, so that was up there, but we'll be losing ground here. Safety car's doing laps in about 2.5 minutes at the moment, so you're only losing a sort of probably a lap, aren't you? While the safety car's out, where you probably lose 3 laps in, or getting on for 3 laps in by pitting in under race conditions, normal conditions. There's a lot of fluid down, I think, from the Chris Freedman car. Some of it was dressed, but not all of it could be, further up the pit lane.
Matt Fazy stayed out, didn't he, in Steve Hewson's Porsche. Scott Parkin, has he been in as well lately?
I know Matt Fazy, talking of him, he's a very great advocate and really enjoys driving at Anglesey, so that's possibly why he is keen to get in. The 12 car going back out into the race, that's Scott Parkin.
So he did pit, yeah. So Rob Boston in 10th is the leading stopper, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Ahead of his teammate Will Stacey, and then the erstwhile leader Rob Baker now in the hands of taking over the car from Cole Swift led. So yeah, this pit stop's still ongoing down at Capture Motorsport.
Yes.
So the Road Sports winners from yesterday obviously have had problems, and therefore falling down the timing screens, but not losing as much time now, obviously, than if we were under green flag conditions.
That's right. So for the moment, at least, the race order's not going to make a huge degree of sense, but we do think that Rob Boston is the leading stopper at the moment. Will Stacey, I think, second of the stoppers, and Rob Baker, third of the stoppers. They're 10th, 11th and 12th overall. And there's the Scirocco still trying to recover that car. They're having to attack it from a different angle now. I don't think they could get it on backwards, which was the original thought. They have to try and pull it on forwards.
Of course, it's got one corner that's not going to be very helpful, I suspect.
Yeah, the right front damaged, as we saw.
So some kind of fluid or something has come out that
Well,
Seat,
they've got the hose pipe on it as well, though, earlier, hadn't they? So I don't know if that's something to do with all what's going on.
It's not been a good day for that team, because before the race even started, we lost the Beach and Grice car, and now the teammate car is in strife.
That's hard work. That is really hard work, waving 2 yellow flags in these conditions. So well done to the marshal on post 8, although I think he might be giving up. He was looking for some shelter, I think, there. But yes, many, many thanks to all of the marshals here at Anglesey this weekend. As we always say, we couldn't go motor racing without you. You do an invaluable job. It's really appreciated, especially in these conditions, by all of the teams, all of the competitors as well. John Barrett's come into the pit, Jonathan Barrett, number 7. So he was the first car behind the safety car, although he was a bit further down the order, 15th, I think. So that car's going to be refuelled.
Saxon Motorsport team down there.
Spinner, that's interesting.
Is that McBride?
Yes, it is the Julie McBride car. That's spun coming out of the final corner, obviously behind the safety car. He's pointing in the wrong direction. He's got the car fired up again. He's going to get the car, try to get the car turned round. He's going to have to reverse, I think. I mean, he has got plenty of gap to do that right now.
Not much is occurring though.
No. So I wonder if the car... Oh, no, there we go. It's reversing. And can hopefully get the car turned back round and can get back into the safety car train.
I think it's windy out there, Ian.
I think it might be. The noise on our mics tells you that. The flag's being waved by the marshals tell you that. Really horrible conditions out there now. And it can get like this at Anglesey very readily. Indeed, obviously a very exposed location on the Irish Sea coast, the Irish Sea just yards away. And this is a significant pit stop as well, because this is David Gooding coming in to hand over to Nigel Greensall in the 179 car. Nigel, as we know, a very quick and experienced professional driver. So he's taking over for the second part of the race. We saw him do a good job yesterday as well in road sports, didn't we?
And these conditions surely will suit what he can do in a car. Whether the M3 suits the conditions is in fact a different matter, but I'm sure it'll suit Nigel Greensall, who's so rapid in so many different types of car. He started racing with David Good in a Jaguar E-Type, but they've moved into this M3 this year. Looks like Jeff Steele Racing running the car for them down there in the pit lane.
I think he still has the lap record on at Coombe, doesn't he, on the original circuit?
Yeah, that would never get beaten.
No, indeed, the pre-chicane layout in a Formula 1 car. I remember him racing at Mallory Park in Radicals, and Formula Ford 1600, of course, as well. Star of Mallory races, he raced there.
What's got the record round here? I wonder.
Good question. I will delve into that. Marcus Simmons is probably the man that would know, because he keeps track of the fastest laps at every circuit each year.
Got his number?
Not handy. The Autosport journalist. Right, Yvonne Huffeler's car's been recovered, so very soon I would think we will be able to go back to green flag racing. You can still see the Colin Gillespie Phil Driver car, which should be being taken over by Phil Driver for the second part of the race. That is still in the pit lane. We've got a driver in the car, but it's been in there for 10 minutes, if not more now. Probably 15 minutes it's been in there, that car.
The a well-known website of information suggests a Gould, it's really a hill climb car, a 101.7, which we weren't that far away from earlier with the Jedis.
Okay, Sylvie Mullins, the Irish racer.
Okay.
So possibly in a Irish boss race. One perhaps Leinster Motor Club have been over here. So the Gillespie cars was about to go back, and then I think there was just some concern, something on the left front. I've checked that, and that car was going back out in place, but it has lost, well, not as many laps as it would have done, of course. It's probably lost about 4 or 5 laps, though, in this safety car period with that extended pit stop. There you can see the marshals doing their best to dress the fluid that's been put down, oil I think it is, that's been put down by Chris Freeman car when that came into the pits.
Did you notice any Class C cars that came in? Because obviously now in 6th position overall is Joel Oswick.
I didn't, did I? Yes, Paul Sheridan Joseph Ritchie came in.
She'd have been quick now, wouldn't
Yes, Steve Dolman and Matt Pimlock came in. I didn't notice about Hayes and Sabiani, and I didn't notice about Nick Dougal and John Monroe, but I expect they'd want to keep John Monroe out there as long as possible.
Yes, that could be interesting, couldn't it? But I think we're about to get racing back underway, are we, with Ben Rushworth. We'll have a clear lap for a few laps of this race. So the safety car comes in, and Ben Rushworth will accelerate out of the final corner and see a green flag.
And he will want to get as much time between himself and anyone else as he can here. He's got the clear track ahead of him, so we'll get 2 or 3 laps of that, and this could be quite important in terms of his overall finishing position.
The battle to probably watch, the cars coming across the line now, Will Stacey versus Rob Baker, as they go down towards turn 1, the Lotus and the Seat, to see who's got the pace at this point of the race. Of course, Rob Boston there is ahead of them, as there's an instant for one of those Class C cars.
Johnny Hayes is off the road, trying to get the car turned before he got to the barriers at the banking, and he did. So that's at least the second off that he has had, and he's getting back out into the race in the number 66 car.
There's Boston, then 2 cars between he and his teammate Will Stacey, and then behind him is Rob Baker. So they're the top 3 cars to have pitted at this stage of the race. There's Stacey then, just behind the Class C leader, Joel Oswick. He's not going to be behind him for long. Goes down the inside of the German Autoworks car and goes through. So Stacey's race has come back to him now, hasn't it? Where it looked to be in tatters at turn 1 of the race. But situations have changed and now he's right back in it. And on this restart, the Lotus, the leases look pretty good.
Yep, they do. So we need to see how things will pan out. Conditions, I think, look as if they've improved a little bit while the safety car has been out. The rain not quite lashing the windows as it was. Still very windy out there, as we know, but we'll see what the lap times look like as this race gets back underway. No.
Oh, Stacey's car's got a problem. There's smoke coming from it.
Yes.
So,
yes, so
how situations change.
Yep, and it looks like he's going to pull off there quite soon. So Will Stacey, number 49, looked like he got back into the contention. Now out of it again with problems. We saw him have dramas early in the road sports race yesterday as well when he'd done a tremendously good job in qualifying, but he's going to pull off onto the infield here. Now the question is, where's he going to put it? Because it's a long way to the marshal's post, and if he leaves it there, I suspect we might have to have another caution period.
Yes.
But we'll see. We will see. I may be wrong.
So Rushborough pulled out 10 seconds on that first lap in. He was lapping way past anybody else. Obviously everyone else was in traffic. Oh, the Holden that's fourth has gone straight on at the hairpin. We'll get back on though for Will Ashmore.
And that's a change for second place there, because Matt Fazy now in the Porsche Cayman has got ahead of Andrew Raff in the Seat Leon. And of course that's a Class B car for Matt Fazy, who loves Anglesey. I'm not quite sure what he thinks about the rain, but nevertheless he's going well. You've got cars on really trying to sort themselves out. You've got Ryan
Safety
parking
car,
there.
cool.
His safety car is coming back out, as I hinted that it might do. I don't think the yellows have gone all the way. Oh yes, they have gone all the way around the circuit. So we've got yellow flags and cars side by side once again through the corkscrew. So they really need to sort themselves out into some kind of an order.
Well, we've already seen penalties for overtaking under yellows.
Yes, so we'll keep an eye on whether we get any more.
Andrew Raff has pitted, by the way, immediately once the safety car boards come out, as has Michael Downey. But from third place for Andrew Raff.
Yes, so safety car has picked up Ben Rushworth. So that 10 seconds or whatever he gained is now gone, and he's got Matt Fazy right behind him now. And Rob Boston then is the next car through, and that is for position, isn't it? Yes, he is up to third place now with this with the Andrew Raff car coming in. So Rob Boston now in a really good position here, and not such a good position as it turns out, I don't think. Although that Boston's a lap down, isn't he? We need to remember that. So he's a lap down.
He should cycle to the front when others pit. Do you reckon it's still not raining so much, Ian?
Well, I don't think it was when I said that, but it is now. It's raining a bit harder again as this safety car's come out. So you can see Will Stacey, he'll be getting wet because he's out of his car over there on the exit of the banking on the infield, and so that car will need to be recovered. Of course, the two recovery trucks have also got to offload the cars that they've picked up here. Von Hoefelaar's car, and there's some damage to Michael Downey's car from the first part of the race. But yeah, the two recovery trucks, actually they've already offloaded their cargo and are heading over to collect Will Stacey.
Couldn't really see much damage on Stacey's car, so from what looked like a dramatic moment on that first lap from the vantage point we had, perhaps there wasn't quite the contact that what would first seem to be the case.
Yeah, well, I wasn't completely sure that there was much contact, because he did get down the inside, did Carl Swift, and it was bold and it was decisive, but I think Stacey managed to keep out of the way. He did go off, but I'm not sure there was contact there necessarily. The recovery truck has now arrived at Will Stacey's car. Oh, there goes our camera. With 1 hour and 14 minutes left to go. Slippery surface flag is out as well, and that is because the car of Will Stacey obviously put some fluid on. We saw it smoking, but there's also been some fluid coming out of that car as well. And so that needs to be dealt with as well. So whether the officials will or the marshal will try and address that. The 169 car is into the pit lane. That's Ben Salmon handing over to William Lynch, one of the Class A cars, the BMW M3.
So we're heading towards the second half of the race now, aren't we? Is this a kind of penalty area?
Yes, that's the 5 car of Jonathan Packer.
The red lights, that'll be.
Penalty area. Yes, we saw that be reported. So he's having to serve that penalty. There's Will Stacey's Lotus being towed away. So depending on whether there's anything that's done, and obviously in these conditions it's increasingly difficult to do anything about fluid that's spilt onto the circuit. But if there's nothing done about it, then we'll be able to get back racing fairly soon, I would think.
Until someone goes off on it, potentially.
Cynic.
So for Boston and Baker, they're quite close to the front of the queue now, aren't they, where they weren't on that original start. So that could be interesting to see how that goes. Packer's had his penalties on his way, and he's cautious to see which light's being shown, I'm sure.
Yes, green this time, which was the right one. So
The track does look a bit oily, don't it, out there, looking out of our window.
not looking in perfect condition.
But like you say, there's probably not very much that can be done about it, I doubt.
Not in these conditions. Michael Danny's going back in. Oh, Mark Lloyd Jones come in, hasn't he, to hand over to Roy Baptiste and spot him downstairs. He's one of the Class C drivers, of course. There is that car, so Roy Baptiste, number 98, will get into that. Baptiste, who is 4th in the championship, along with Tim Hartlands and Mark Lloyd Jones, coming into this weekend.
Into the pits comes the class leader and the championship leader within that class, Joel Oswick in the German Auto Works car. So Dan Orsano will get to do the second half.
Yeah, or more than half, because we've got an hour and 11 minutes still to go. Driver out before refueling can get underway. There's the 49 car of Will Stacey being hauled away. That's just on the exit of Church at the moment.
It'd be interesting to watch the lap times on the restart, because it would seem the conditions that deteriorated somewhat since that safety car came in.
That's correct. Yeah, there's the Oswick and Orsano car. Refueling going on. Beautifully turned out machine. And there's the 98 car of Baptiste. Where Baptiste taking over that car for the second half. Keen to get out while there's a green light on.
The German Auto Works car is being jacked up. Our Class C leader, are they going for a tyre change, or is there a problem there? We can get a closer look at this, because this could be quite crucial as a class championship leader and a class leader in the race up to this point. So if we get our camera to have a look at that, that'd be good. As the Will Stacey car is about to be brought across the circuit into the paddock, so therefore we might be able to go green flag racing this time, which isn't ideal if German Auto Works are still going their pit stop. Let's they see if that is the case, if the officials are happy with the track condition. Yeah, there's a mechanic completely under the car here, so there is a tyre change going on the rear left, but is there more damage than that? Well, they're doing a suspension setup change possibly there to accommodate the change of conditions from the from an hour ago when they were getting ready to start the race. So interesting stuff there for the Class C championship leaders, but the safety car lights are out, so Ben Rushworth will see a green flag again, just like he did about 10 minutes ago, and we'll get this race back underway. But just behind him, in what is currently second position, is Matt Fazy. Then behind him is the third place man, but a lap down, Rob Boston. And then there's a car between himself and his main rival to potentially battle for the win here, Rob Baker. And Rob Baker dipped a wheel over the grass there, coming out of the first corner. The lead has gone off. Ben Rushworth spun away the lead. We said the conditions had changed. He was the first driver to get there at speed. We know there was a bit of oil down as well, and Ben Rushworth has spun away the lead. So it's Matt Fazy, that man that likes Anglesey, in the Class B Porsche that leads the motor race.
But only for the moment, because Rob Boston is right behind him, a lap down, so he's got to unlap himself. But these cars are going to be, well, not that similar in performance. Right behind Boston, you've got the Audi TT, haven't you? That is a further lap behind.
Yeah.
So
Daniel Sylvester looking pretty good in it. Probably the first time he's driven it in the wet, I would think. The MR2 Championship racer.
Yep, so the interesting situation here where you've got Matt Fazy, who could potentially be continuing to lead, but unlapped. Of course, he's got a stop to make as Matt Fazy to hand over to Steve Hewson for the second part of the race. There's parking a bit Sylvester a bit sideways in the Dark Side Developments Audi. And you've got Rob Baker that, and another off for the 66 car. He's been off there before. That's Paul Subiani now in that car though, isn't it? So they have changed drivers. Johnny Hayes was in it for the first part of the race.
Okay, so how are the leaders going to get on down here? Because it's very slippery through the banking. So Matt Fazy and Rob Boston taking different lines. Boston goes right up against the white line on the high side. And look at the grip he finds out there.
Yeah, it's the karting line, isn't it, as they say?
But he couldn't get past Fazy there to unlap himself. There's something else that could happen here. If he gets ahead of Fazy, then the safety car comes out again. He'd come right back onto the end of the first lap, where everybody else would be a lap down, I guess. Yeah. So that's an interesting situation. How are the lap times comparing to earlier? Well, they're in the 23s and 24s now, so a lot slow. Obviously, the track's not in good condition. But for our Class C Championship leader, still in the pit lane, so real dramas for the German Autoworks car. Dan Orsano not back out in the race. So the Class C leader is now the Mazda MX-5 of John Munro and Nick Dougal. Second in the class will be Paul Sheard, who has already made his stop in the Mazda MX-5 Mark III.
Yeah, John Munro yet to make the stop, of course. Here's Matt Fazy sideways, pushing on through the corkscrew. So you've got 4 quick cars here together, and you could see how oily the circuit was at the corkscrew there, couldn't you? So conditions really difficult. What are these lap times looking like as they come through? Matt Fazy comes across the line again. That was a 1:23 for him. So yeah, that's 4 seconds off his best time during the course of the race.
Rushworth's 2 seconds quicker than this lot in second place in the race.
But he's 6 seconds behind, so he's soon going to catch them again, isn't he? As Boston now tries to unlap himself from Matt Fazy at Church, and he has done it. So he goes on to the lead lap again, does Rob Boston. And Matt Fazy behind him, and then you've got Daniel Sylvester now. He's 2 laps behind the Porsche. So needs to do quite a bit of work here. And then you've got the Baker and Swift car, which is on the same lap as Rob Boston. Well, just behind Rob Boston, effectively. That is for position.
Sylvester's got up the inside of Fazy.
Yeah, so he's unlapped himself as well, and I suspect Rob Baker might do so before too much longer as well.
So the only rear-wheel drive car that really seems to be able to take it to the front-wheel drive machines at this stage are the Lotus Elises, isn't it? And perhaps helped by having such a talent as Rob Boston at the wheel of it, who comes across the line there in 3rd place, but on the lead lap now, which is not the case currently for Rob Baker. Look at Ben Rushworth, he's continuing to chase that pack down. He was, what, 2.5 seconds quicker on that lap than the leader, Matt Fazy. So Ben Rushworth might get the lead back, but his stint perhaps not gone quite to plan. Further back in 5th place is Scott Parkin, and he's ahead of Luke Handley now. Oh, and Fazy's there, he's sideways right in front of the championship leader, and Rob Baker just avoided him. He could have had a very similar situation. Look, still having a moment here is Matt Fazy. What, 100 or 200, and there's another car gone off behind him, so that's the Hayes car again, isn't it? Yeah, Hayes and Subiani, and another one off. Paul Sheard has gone off the road as well, so that's at the banking.
Yeah, so the Paul Subiani off at the exit of Church. You've got the 66 car there rejoining. Paul Sheard has gone off at the banking. He's back into the race as well. Matt Fazy ultimately has continued. That's a worrying moment there for that car, which is still well, it isn't now the leading car, so I imagine that Ben Rushworth has retaken the lead, hasn't he?
Yeah.
As a result of all of that.
But that moment for Cole Swift, that must have, or for Rob Baker as it is now, was almost the same situation as Chris Freeman had earlier, except that he was able to avoid the moment that was going on ahead of him. So there's Rushworth, our new leader, retaking the lead, really, I guess, in the Sayat there.
Yeah, he did a 1:21 on that lap, which is good going in the situation. And Fazy goes across the line now in 2nd place. And what's the gap between them? waiting for the screen to wait. Yeah, 12.5 seconds now, so he lost probably 15 seconds or something like that on that lap with that big moment coming out of Church. And it was lucky that he didn't collect Rob Baker, but also he came back across the circuit at one point, and there was always the worry there that someone else could be caught up in all of that.
3.2 seconds is a gap to monitor between Rob Boston and Rob Baker at this stage, because they're the leading stoppers still. Here's our two RC cars just together there, I noticed, because Dan Orsano back out in the race. But he's a number of laps behind John Munro now. So they're on 33, Munro on 35. So that was 2 laps between those two cars that are together on the circuit. Just heading there into Church Corner, the Mazda ahead of the BMW at this stage. Just heading out of shot there. There they are.
So the two top points was in Class C. The Orsano and Oswick car, that's had problems in the pit lane.
Paul Sheard is pitted after his off.
Okay.
And he's driving into the garage, I think. So.
Okay. So to continue the point, Orsano and Oswick, they've had problems in the pit lane. Hayes and Subiani have had a number of spins. Nick Dougal and John Munro, they're still out there and leading Class C, but yet to make their stop. And of course, the quicker driver is out there at the moment in John Munro.
The car in 5th place is into the pit lane. Scott Parkin, who's already made his stop, and is that the penalty area?
Yeah, that looks like the penalty area for him.
Just a stop go at, it looked to me to be.
Yes, I've not been notified of any particular reason, so...
He doesn't lose that much time, because he was only 10 seconds ahead of Luke Handley, and he's come out ahead of Luke Handley, it would seem. So the stop go penalty isn't so much of a penalty round.
I wonder if that was a pit lane speeding penalty. That's the only thing I could think it would be, given the range of penalties available.
Munro's pulled a long way clear from Dan Orsano there as well, so he's lapping quicker than the BMW at this stage. As Baker there, heading through the traffic, how's he doing compared to Rob Boston, who's ahead of him? So there's a change of lead basically there. So Cole Swift has got himself up ahead of Rob Boston, who he was 2.8 seconds behind. So what has happened to Rob Boston on that lap? But that is the lead in stoppers. So in reality, really, the lead of the race has changed, with Rob Baker getting ahead of Rob Boston. Potentially a drama on that lap for Boston. We'll have a look at those lap times, because that seemed to not be great for Boston. No, it was a 1:26, much slower than what he should be doing there. So we'll have to see if he can get it back up to speed, whether it was just a small drama. There's the smallest and biggest cars together on the track there, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the little Ginetta, that's now being driven by Matthew Tidmarsh. You've got the Holden Commodore. Has that stopped? I think it has, hasn't it? So that's now being driven by Matty Taylor. But yes.
I'm not sure, but they're in 7th.
Yeah, you're possibly right. It could still be Will Ashmore that's out there, couldn't it? Yeah, so it's not marked off. So yes, you may be right. That could still be out there for its first stint, but probably due a pit stop fairly soon, I would think. I imagine it's quite a thirsty car, so it perhaps couldn't stop too early in the race.
Yeah.
There's the Class C leading car on screen now, heading into turn 1 at Target. That's number 3. That's the 117 car of Martin Gadsby just going. And someone was getting a stop-go penalty there. You can see the board being hung out, but I couldn't see the number that was being shown to. So try and keep an eye out of the window for that, Josh.
Okay, Dan Orsano, I don't think enjoying these conditions terribly in the BMW there. He's doing a 1:32, where John Munro's doing 1:29. So quite a big difference. Rob Boston's kind of back up to speed now, but he's not lapping as quick as Rob Baker. So Rob Baker doing a very good job in what is 3rd position currently. There's Parkin after his penalties. Came out though ahead of Luke Handley still. And it's got Parkin involved in the championship lead battle in Class B. Not really, where Handley is the championship leader. And he's just behind there, the car driven by Phil Driver. Had those problems earlier. Where did they come out? 20th, so way back. Unsurprisingly, really, at a very long stop. How's Nigel Greensall getting on with his pace in the M3? He's a few seconds off, I think.
I think that probably one of the penalties, stop-go penalties, is for number 5, and the other is for number 3 by the looks of it, which is John Munro. Because they were sort of wielding the board at him as he went past. So I think Packer, I wonder, because they took their penalty under a safety car. I'm not sure if they can do that or not.
Okay.
And what the issue would be for John Munro, I don't know if it would be overtaking under a safety car or yellow flags.
Yeah, that's a 1 minute penalty, wasn't it? So we'll
Yes.
see how that goes. There goes across the line the battle for what will become the lead of the race between Baker and Boston. 2.1 seconds between them. That time Boston was quicker. So they trade fastest laps, or the fastest car on the track, those two. So that's really been a race-long battle, hasn't it? Although we haven't seen it sort of side by side, but it's always been pretty close there. And they're in the traffic at the moment. So but Daniel Sylvester's pulling away from them, isn't he? He's doing a really good job in the TT. He's there in 10th place, but he's probably the quickest car on average on circuit at the moment. So a real shame for them. They had that yellow flag penalty, but that's a much less needed penalty because you can't overtake under yellow flags. It to be fully caution. So it was a real costly mistake that by Ryan Parkin in the first part of the race, because if that wasn't to be the case, they might have been leading the race right now.
Yep. So 57 minutes of this race left to go, so well into the second half of it. Yeah, the marshal's gesticulating at John Munro because he's passed, I think, probably that board 3 times now, say, you have got a stop-go penalty, so you've got to stop. You've got to come into the pits, and certainly I can see the board, has got the number 3 on it. I think it's got another number on it as well, which I can't see.
But the team are just next to them, aren't they? The TWP team are just next to the marshals, so they should be aware of the penalty as well.
Yes, that should be on the radio, you'd think.
I think John Earp is, isn't he, by the looks of things? Perhaps he's been trying to argue the case, but he's maybe not been successful. 16 seconds, the lead gap for Ben Rushworth over Matt Fazy. And Rushworth at this stage is not on Baker's pace. So Rob Baker showing his speed here, because where Rushworth and Swift were pretty similar, it does seem that Rob Baker has the better of Ben Rushworth at this point. There's Dryburgh still. He's up to 19th now. And Scott Parkin, who's 5th. And it's a third of the stoppers, so Scott Parkin could get a very good result out of this in the Diesel Gulf.
That's right, so he's heading into Church Corner now. Michael Danish to bed, a bit of a squeal of tyres we could hear there as one has an off. And the Roy Baptiste BMW looks a little bit slow coming out of the banking, so I wonder if he had a bit of a moment there. We'll watch these 2 different laps, of course. Oh, and there's a big moment for Dan Asano. He said he wasn't enjoying these conditions. You might well have been right there, Josh, because he was very sideways as he came down through the corkscrew there, and he, of course, is part of the Class C Championship leading team. Much
bigger gap this time, I'd suggest, between between Baker and Boston. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, it's gone out to 4.5 seconds now. There's Munro in the penalty area, and it does look like it's that minute penalty you were anticipating. So this Class C battle, they might not have the biggest class in the Club Enduro Championship, but there's plenty of drama here. So the current race leaders in the penalty box. Second now in Class C is the Steve Dolman and Matt Pimlott MX-5.
Yeah, that'll be Steve Dolman at the wheel of that car at the moment, won't it? I think. And there's the 12 car, that's coming as well. Now that's also in the penalty box, and I think that is also a car. I did see a number 2 on the board, and so that could well be a penalty for Scott Parkin. And again, that might well be a sort of 1 minute jobby.
Well, they had that penalty, didn't they? Where they were in the penalty box, but got out and hardly lost any time. So I wonder if there's a reason those 2 are linked or not.
Yeah, so we'll see what goes on there.
Munro's on his way. He'll still be leading, won't he?
Yes, although of course he still needs to make his mandatory stop at some point in the next 40 minutes, 49 minutes.
Here's the lead of the race, yet to stop, Ben Rushworth. Probably do an even longer stint than maybe he was anticipating in very tricky conditions to keep adapting to. He comes out across the line.
Yeah, perhaps complete 44 laps, isn't he, of the race in the hour and 10 minutes or so that we've had so far. And he is turning his way through the banking here. So it's number 2, Ben Rushworth leading. Number 13 in second place is Matt Fazy. He's just gone across the line 18 seconds behind the leader. Of course, both of them need to make their stop. The first stoppers in third place overall is number 1. That is Rob Baker now. Fourth is number 9, 5 seconds behind Baker. That's Rob Boston. Fifth is number 12, the car that's just been in the pits for another penalty stop. Scott Parkin, so he's dropping down the order now behind Luke Handley, number 51. Seventh, not having yet made a stop of the 46 car, that's Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore. Eighth is number 5, Jonathan Packer. Ninth is number 11, Ryan Parkin and Daniel Sylvester. And 10th is the 117 car of Martin Gadsby. I don't think that's made a stop either as yet. You can just see that car going through shot, being lapped once again by the race leader, number 2, Ben Rushworth, former Hot Hatch and Metro champion. Out there in the Corton Miller Cupra. Oh, and off has gone number 8 for a brief spin. That's Matthew Tidmarsh in the Flying Tangerine Racing Ginetta G40. They've picked up quite a lot of grass there on the front splitter of that car now. So 52.5 minutes remain. Yes, Gadsby up to 9th place now, so I'm pretty sure he hasn't made his stop. He's driving solo in that number 117 car. There's Fazy going through, and just behind Scott Parkin. Yes, he's back out onto the circuit now. So Fazy, the driver, in second place at the moment. Oh, and a spin, another spin for Julian McBride. He's already had an off there early on in the race at the exit of the corkscrew. That was under the safety car. And this time he's able to get going a little bit more quickly. Julian McBride in the 67 car that's running in 15th position, having made it. Stop-go penalty there we can see for 5 and 179. So that's Jonathan Packer still being urged into the pits in the 179 car, which is the David Gooding and Nigel Greenstall car. Nigel Greenstall now above that car that's running in 12th position, 3 laps behind the leader. So that car needs to come in for a pit stop. Maybe that's a penalty earned during the driver changes. There it is now, in fact. Nigel Greenstall in there to serve that penalty. The fact that the car is stationary for more than just a moment is indicative that that could be a yellow flag infringement or a safety car overtake. So that car will be stationary for a minute beneath our commentary position, we think. So there is Scott Parkin going through in number 12. So he's dropped to 10th as a result of that penalty that he had to serve. He's 2 laps behind the leader at the moment. Don't forget that the lead lap is lap 46. And it's probably going to cost at least 2 laps to make a pit stop for either Ben Rushworth or Matt Fazy, unless there is another safety car at some point in the next 35 minutes, in which case they might be able to benefit from that and not lose quite as much time. But you're going to lose at least 2 laps in a pit stop under normal racing conditions. So there is 13, Matt Fazy in the Intelligent Money liveried car, and making his way through there. And he is from Solihull in the West Midlands. Started racing 5 years ago, mostly in Club Enduro. This is his favourite circuit, as he took an overall win in the Class B car here. And as well as it being a great circuit, just enjoys the view as well. Steve Hewson's car, of course, will see Steve Hewson, the man from Stafford, out in the second part of the race, the diagnostic technician and part-time race instructor as well. He raced bikes originally in the late 1980s, switched to cars in 2014, and it was the Club Class C, Club Enduro and overall class champion in 2018 when he shared with Matt Nossiter. But it's still Matt Fazy aboard that car at the moment. It's just behind the car that's sort of lapping in similar lap times, that of Scott Parkin, but that car being 2 laps, nearly 3 laps actually, adrift.
Yeah, Scott Parkin's obviously lost a lot because of the penalties, much like his brother had earlier on, that dropped the Audi that now runs in 7th. But Daniel Sylvester at the wheel, still one of the quickest drivers on the circuit, soon might gain us more positions. But there is the Porsche that you've been telling us about of Fazy, now 21 seconds behind Ben Rushworth, and as I anticipated, across the line Daniel Sylvester goes 6th ahead of Jonathan Packer, so he's recovering well. there's the second place car heading downhill towards the corkscrew.
Yep, and that Porsche was bought as a crash road car in 2020 and self-converted by Steve Hewson. There's Luke Handley, so he for the moment is in 5th place overall and 3rd within Class B, although that will become 2nd effectively, won't it, I think, once Fazy has pitted.
He's a long way behind Rob Boston though, isn't he, the class leader?
Yes, that's true.
And he's being caught for a position on road by Dan Sylvester, who's 20 seconds back, but lapping 4 seconds a lap faster last time around. So that's quite big gains that Dan Sylvester is making, who's 3rd in Class A at this stage. Oh, big slide there. Who was that? 169, which I think is William Lynch in his E46 M3.
Looking at Class C, it looks likely to me that when they make their stop, John Monroe and Nick Dougal will lose out to Steve Dolman and Matt Pimlott. It's for the lead of that class. Joel Oswick and Dan Orsano about 30 seconds behind Dolman and Pimlott. There's Packer back into the pits for a stop-go penalty.
How many has he had?
Once again.
At least the 2nd, if not the 3rd.
Yes, well, he's been here for a few occasions. There's Handley heading up the hill, number 51.
Just wondering, Ian, if we look at Luke Handley, whether he might be able to wrap up the Class B title in this race, because he came into the weekend 18 points ahead of Chris Freeman, who's retired. Jonathan Packer keeps getting penalties. So I think Luke Handley might be here on his way to wrapping up the Class B title a race early.
Yes, that's possible. One more race to go is at Alton Park next month. Final round of this Tiguar Club Enduro Championship. Packer still there serving his penalty. You can see the rain blowing across the pit lane as well. 3/4 of an hour or so left to go. There's the Classic Championship leading car just going through. Dan Orsano. What kind of lap times is he doing at the moment? He's doing 1:33s. So he's lapping a couple of seconds faster actually than Steve Dolman, who is ahead of him within that class. He's lapping several seconds slower, I should say, than John Monroe, but he's going to hand over at some point soon-ish. So Nick Dougal, you would think. But at least you need to make a 3-minute pit stop either way, even if the late call is made for John to do the full race distance.
There's Rob Boston as Nigel Greensill gets squeezed out over the curves, and there's some contact and he comes back on with Jonathan Barrett. So Rob Boston will be pleased to have got out of that. But Boston is now 8 seconds behind Rob Baker, so he can't live with the pace of Baker, it would seem. There's Greensill. He's lapping the 124, so it's not too bad. He's 14th in the race in that M3. He shares with David Goodin. And they are one of the championship contenders in the Clubman Cup. Currently, I think, in 3rd place in the Clubman Cup.
That's right, yes, in the Jeff Steele Racing car, behind Taylor and Ashmore and the Roses, who aren't here this weekend, so could well get ahead of Lewis and Aaron Rose, depending on where they finish in the overall running order. So Rob Boston leading the Clubman Cup at the moment, isn't he?
That's right. And 2nd is the Holden, but yet to pit.
Yeah.
Taylor and Ashmore. And then is Martin Gadsby's car a Clubman Cup car?
Let's have a look.
It's not, is it? I think it's got a sequential box, perhaps. So he's not in the Clubman Cup. So looking a bit further down the order, the car in the pit lane is Phil Knibb, who I don't think should be.
It's not a scheduled stop, is it? It's already made its stop. So that was from what position? 13th.
Okay.
And is that Jonathan Barrett just going back out? No, it's the Browse car going out into the race again. That was the car that stopped earlier on. So I imagine that's Paul Browse now aboard there.
3rd, I think, is Nigel Greensill in the Clubman Cup at this stage. So doing a good job.
So on that basis, they would go ahead of the Roses, I think.
Yeah.
In 2nd position with a round to go.
There's Scott Parkin in the traffic. He's 8th now after his penalty. And did he have, oh, there's been contact behind. There's a big spin for Julian McBride, who got tagged by somebody there. It all got very tight. So that's a big speed at that point.
Yeah, high speed spin there for Julian McBride. There goes that Paul Browse car ahead of him. Now, can Julian get the car followed? It would be tricky to get the car moved back around. He's going to have to drive onto the grass to do so, I think, to get back into the race.
The car's moving now, though, isn't it?
It is. Just behind us is on the national circuit link.
Guess where he is, are you blinded perhaps a bit by the tyre wall? Which won't make it so easy, because you know how fast the cars are going at this point.
Yeah, so he's going to try to rejoin. No, he's not going to try to rejoin now, which is probably just as well, because Daniel Sarno is heading there. The problem is there's no real gaps in the traffic.
No. It might be quicker for him, although he might have to forego a lap, is to take the shortcut back here.
Yes.
And just forego that. The Holden for the pit lane.
Yes,
so
so
the car
that's a pit stop.
Second in the Clubman's Cup. Will Ashmore is in to hand over to Matty Taylor. And he was 8th overall.
Okay, so still Julian McBride is stranded there. There's no marshal's post there, so a marshal can't sort of indicate to him when there's a gap in the traffic to go for it.
Now, I'm not sure if the Holden might have been involved in that incident. There was a lot of cars around the area. So here's Dan Ossano in the German Autoworks car. He's there in 21st, still behind the Dolman car.
Julian McBride's got going, by the way.
That's good news. There he is. That's good to see. Julian McBride, who was running 17th for that scary moment.
Yes, so 41 minutes of the race to go. A couple of cars in the pit lane. Looks like Phil Nibb's going to get back out into the race, having lost a couple of laps probably. With that extra stop.
Daniel Sylvester now just 4 seconds behind Luke Handley for 5th, and was going 4 seconds quicker. So there's the Holden. I don't think there's any damage on that car. And there is the leader, just with Daniel Sylvester actually, is Rob Baker. So these are, I think, the 2 quickest cars at the moment. And just ahead should be a Golf. There, just ahead, Luke Handley. So I don't think this lap Sylvester will gain that place, but perhaps on the next one.
Maybe so. 40 minutes of this race remaining. Best lap still with Rob Boston, of course, a 1:17.62, but that was much earlier on when the conditions were much improved compared to where they are now.
McBride is pitting after that off.
Yes, he's had a few moments during the course of this race, hasn't he, unfortunately.
So a big, powerful BMW is probably not the nicest car to drive in these conditions either.
No, especially as we've had such a good weekend weather-wise before we got to this race.
Yeah, yesterday was a lovely day to be here. Today rather less, or at the moment anyway.
It was always forecast this way though, that the rain would come in during the afternoon.
You can see out the window now Daniel Sylvester is with Luke Handley as they head up the hill towards the hairpin. So that position will change shortly. There's a tyre change going on for Julian McBride. See if that helps having some new grooves.
It looks like Daniel Sylvester has got through at the top of the hill and through into 5th position.
And that's the 3rd of the stoppers, isn't it? So that's a good recovery from being a lap down with a penalty early on.
So still we wait though for Ben Rushworth and Matt Fazy to make their stops. They've only got 25 minutes to do that in now because you have to stop before the final 15 minutes of the race.
Yeah, so probably Ben Rushworth's longest stint he's done, I think. There he is, I think, the leader, number 2.
Yeah, and just going past the MX-5 there.
He's half a minute ahead of Matt Fazy, 66 seconds ahead of the 3rd place car, Rob Baker, who is lapping slightly quicker than him.
That's the 52 car, which is the car that will I think take the lead in the Class C once John Munro pits. The Steve Dolman driven MX-5. They're 28 seconds ahead of Dan Orsano at the moment, who's 3rd within that class.
Has the Dolman car pitted?
Yes, that did pit.
We did spot that.
Yeah.
Okay. Currently, he's being caught by Dan Orsano, just 12 seconds back. So there's despite the longer pit stop, the German Autoworks BMW might still get a very good result out of this.
Yeah, could well do. There's the Jonathan Barrett BMW just coming onto the screens now at the exit of the corkscrew to complete another lap. That's car number 7. It runs in 17th position. Still the Army Motorsport cars in the pit lane, so it's a longer stop than I think it ought to have been. To hand over to Matty Taylor.
She's got a lot of fuel perhaps to go into that car.
Yeah, and the scrutineer just pointing something out as well, I think.
There's Greensall, who started the lap in 12th, but I think he's got past William Lynch for 11th. In the top 10's the Janetta, that pitted, didn't it already?
Yes.
So Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster on for a pretty decent result here. The best result we've seen from that car this year. He's not been on the podium, I don't think. I don't think it is going to be here either. Currently 6th, I think, in Class B. So there's more Class B cars than Class A cars in the top 10, aren't there?
Yeah, there's the Class C leader at the moment, John Munro, in the TWP Racing number 3 car, sharing with Nick Dougal, of course. But John, 24 years of age, from Banbury now, having moved down from the Highlands, is a video producer. And he started racing in 2015. He was the MX-5 champion in 2016. He was a Scottish Sprint champion in 2014 as well. And he's been racing his team for a few seasons now. Nick Dougal, his teammate from Northampton, the MRF tyre supplier. Started racing in 2008. We'll see him soon, but not just yet, because John Munro staying out there for a little bit longer. The car prepared by TWP, Wrexham University. So I guess this is one of their 2 home races between here and Alton Park, which is the final round of the championship next month. So there's Munro. And he's in the 13th position overall, 52 laps in the book for him, 56 laps in the book for our race leader Ben Rushworth, who also has yet to make a stop. Cars heading through Church here, including John Munro, but the Audi TT of Daniel Sylvester has just passed them.
For John Munro and Nick Dougal, their best result so far this year was 2nd, which came at Croft, Class C.
We've got Carl Swift here and Daniel Sylvester. They're still doing very similar lap times. They both did about 1 minute 20.5 last time through, although they're on different laps. Rob Baker, I should say, in the number 1 car, he's up done 56 laps, and Daniel Sylvester's done 55.
Yep.
Cars have done 56 and 55 laps.
Well, Baker can't get past, can he? Daniel Sylvester is doing a grand job. I don't think he's going to overtake any more cars on track, because Rob Boston is quite a long way ahead. Over a minute, I think.
Yeah, that's right. It's 13 seconds behind Baker.
It looks like Jack Harding's lap record is going to stay, isn't it?
Yes.
Club Enduro. Oh, no, we're talking up Sylvester. He's got there sideways. He managed to accelerate. And now Munro is in, but into the garage.
Yes. So, is there a particular reason for that? They're getting the car jacked up. Is this always part of the plan? John Munro getting out quickly like it's a planned stop. And there's Ben Rushworth. So it's all happening. All of a sudden, Ben Rushworth, the race leader, coming in as well in the Corton Miller Leon. So he's going to get out of the car. Here's these 2 cars that have been so evenly matched, different laps, but this is the car that will eventually move up to 2nd place then, with Rushworth having now stopped. That's the Dayglow yellow and black Seat of Rob Baker. There you can see fire extinguishers on hand, as required when the refuelling is being done. What are they doing with the tyres? You can see change of driver there.
They're going to put some new front tyres on that car. I did wonder how front tyres would last here. Obviously the weather conditions have sort of changed how it would have been otherwise. Yeah, they are putting new front tyres on for James Ramsden, so hopefully he'll have a bit more front end grip to work with. So how far are they going to fall down the order? because obviously they're doing this under green flag conditions, which wasn't the
Yes.
case for the rest. They'll probably lose just over 2 laps, won't they?
I would think so.
Which, in Class A positions, will probably still mean they're third, won't it, behind Baker and Sylvester.
Yeah, I think that's pretty correct. Looking at how this is going to play out, which is still a good return from where that car qualified on the grid, of course. Which was doing a good job to get it up the order, and then obviously taking the lead when others made their stops behind the safety car we had about half an hour or so into the race.
Rob Baker's 20 seconds ahead of Rob Boston now, so brilliant drive this from Rob Baker. Really quick in this car. Area Motorsport obviously know these cars so well. Running the cars here, also in the TCR UK Championship, which also got to an Alpha Live. And there's the Quarter Miller Cup, just losing the class lead as Rob Baker went across the line there.
Yep, so of course it's now Matt Fazy in the lead of the race until he makes his pit stop.
He's only 22 seconds ahead of Baker.
Yes, that's true. Lapping about 4 seconds a lap, so he could even lose the lead before he makes his pit stop here. Matt Fazy. Hand over to Steve Hewson for the final knock-ins of this race.
I think our cameraman at church is getting battered. He's probably closest to the sea, isn't he?
He is, yes. A very exposed camera position there. Just on the cliff edge, more or less. Attacked from 2 directions. He's been attacked by cars heading towards him. He's attacked by the wind and rain blowing from behind him as well.
Just see Dolman being lapped there, and he's been passed by Dan Orsano on the last lap of they came through. Just thought, there's Orsano just ahead. He's pulling clear now. So that is for the lead now in Class C, I think.
Because Steve Dolman's been lapping much more slowly than Dan Orsano. Orsano's been doing 128, sort of 4 seconds off that car's best, whereas Dolman's doing 134s, which is sort of 6 seconds off that car's best. So that is Dan Orsano effectively will be into the class lead, I think. We've not seen the car 3 go back out yet. Big sideways moment there for the Audi.
Who's got out just ahead of James Ramsden, I think. Or Ramsden another lap back. Either way, ahead into 4th position for Sylvester. And he's still ahead on the road of Rob Baker. Here, they work their way through Church Corner. Yeah, I think Ramsden's another lap back, isn't he, on Sylvester? So Luke Handley has come through to 5th. And I suspect Scott Parkin will come through to 6th. So I think James Ramsden's probably 7th after his pit stop. There's Rob Boston. How far behind Rob Baker is he now? 22 seconds. It's about a second a lap at the moment. There's the Janetta we mentioned, 10th for Matthew Tidmarsh. Martin Gadsby hadn't stopped yet, has he? So he's in.
Yep, so this is one of the later stoppers.
Oh, and off has gone Jonathan Packer. He's there. Oh, and the car behind him's gone off as well. A spin for the car behind him on the road, was facing backwards. So Jonathan Packer grass track his way back on. But can we have a look at the other car? Oh, there's a couple of cars involved, perhaps.
Luke Browse, he's had a moment, or Paul Browse, that will be in the Stowmarket Glass car, which seems to have come to a stop again. Just on the inside of the banking, with half an hour of the race to go. Is that car going to fire up?
There's lots of movement inside the cockpit.
Yes. There's the Gadsby car in the pit lane then, number 117. Being driven solo this weekend.
I think Greensall is into 2nd in the Clubman Cup now, after the pit stop for the Holden.
Paul Browse car's still there, isn't it? Which is a slight worry. You can see safety car lights are on at the end of the pit lane.
And I think Michael Downey 3rd in Clubman Cup.
The safety car's going out onto the circuit. So you're going to get yellow flags.
Now, the situation here, if we end up getting Rob Baker behind a safety car, I don't know whether that will happen or not, Daniel Sylvester will move on to the lead lap of the race, won't he? Oh, Fazy hasn't pitted, so he
No.
will be the car behind the safety car. I thought he was going to come in, but he hasn't.
No.
Oh, is this car running slowly?
That's the 52 car. That's the Mazda, which was sort of running well in Class C for a time, but much more slowly. That's Steve Dolman and Matt Pemlock car. Steve Dolman at the wheel at the moment, we think.
He was shaking the car about here, and the Nick Dougal Mazda goes back out. That was a longer stop, surely, wasn't it?
It was, yes. And it was interesting that they'd taken that into the pit garage as well. So really that puts Dan Orsano into a comfortable position within Class C. He's ahead of that Dolman car, and then it's Paul Subiani, and then it's Roy Baptiste, and only then is it Nick Dougal. So they're back down to 5th place within Class C now.
I wonder if Orsano can win the championship here. Probably not. I don't think.
Yeah, because they've had a non-finish and a race they didn't enter as well, didn't they? So although they've had 3 wins, drop score's not necessarily going to be kind to them, are they?
No, but they're pretty close now, I think. If they win, of course, which they haven't done yet.
No, they've got 27 minutes to go, some of which will be behind the safety car now, while the Paul Browse car's recovered.
I think Hayes and Subiani will have to finish second behind them to possibly, if they're going to make that work.
We'll see if that's going to happen or not. So the safety car has picked up Matt Fazy. Now, is he going to stay out for a bit longer, or is he going to finally come into the pit lane? He is going to head into the pit. So Matt Fazy heads into the pit lane, which means that the car now behind the safety car is number 5, Jonathan Packer.
It'll be interesting here if they decide to pick up Cole Swift or Rob Baker as the leader or not.
Yes, because he is
4th in line, 5th in line, 6th in line.
Yes, I was looking for him. He'd already gone past me, hadn't he? So
for Daniel Sylvester, that's where it's really important, isn't it? They want to be waved through, because then they're on the lead lap.
yeah,
They'll have a lot of traffic between themselves and what will be the top 2. Fazy and Houston could be in a good place here, couldn't they? Because they'll only lose a lap if they do the same as what everybody else has done. So they'll probably come out in 5th place, I think, which would be 3rd in Class B. Possibly 6th, actually. So perhaps 4th. But fairly well up. So it's worked out for them, hasn't it? Waiting as long as possible for this latest safety car period. And that's getting even worse than it was earlier, I think. Up there at Church. Pretty vile conditions up there. Greenstall is in for a tyre change, so he's obviously not enjoying the tyres that he was on. Perhaps he wants some more grooves to help him out. Nigel Greenstall currently 10th,
yeah.
but as I was saying, 2nd in the Clubman Cup. He's not going to catch Boston, is he? That's not going to happen, not on pace anyway. But then Downey is 3rd, and he's a lap behind at this stage. So Greenstall really wants to get out on this lap they're currently on, otherwise he might lose a place in the Clubman Cup, which, as you were saying earlier, in for the older cars that don't have a sequential gearbox.
So, yep, they're going to get that car back out into the race.
It looks like they shouldn't lose a further lap because the green light's still on.
It is, so they'll get that car out, I'm sure. Back into the race. 24 minutes to go here at Anglesey Circuit, this final race of the weekend for the 750 MotorSport Car Club Enduro Championship, which close to being resolved in the various classes, and with still the remaining meeting of the season to take place at Alton Park next month. Matt Fazy entertaining us there in the pit lane. But now back to the serious business of getting Steve Hewson back out into the race. There's the Paul Browse car, number 22, about to be brought back to the paddock now that there's a gap in the traffic. So that's the second time that car's had to be brought back during the course of this race, I think. So possibly they will admit defeat now, the Browse team. And you can see the car coming down the pit lane, and shortly I think the Hewson. Oh yeah, that's been pushed back now. Going back out into the race. There'll be a green light at the end of the pit lane, and that will be able to catch up with the Crocodile, which is headed by the safety car, which at the moment is just going past the school. And they're starting to climb up towards Rocket on a wild afternoon in Wales. Well, they're really having taken a turn for the worse this afternoon here. After a glorious day yesterday. It's the kind of place where you can get 4 seasons in one day, though, Anglesey. It's distinctly autumnal at the moment. Seeing Nick Dougal's car go through there, he's still in 5th place within Class C at the moment. So a long pit stop for the TWP team, which hasn't gone therefore entirely to the plan. The safety car lights are out, so it looks like the race is going to get back underway. A safety car is in, green flag is prepared, so with just under 22 minutes remaining, the green flag waves, and we go back racing once again. As there's the safety car coming down the pit lane. So Carl Swift was 6th in line, and is still just behind there for the Daniel Sylvester Audi TT. And they will try and pick them up as they come out of the banking. They've got to 3rd and 4th in the queue now, Sylvester, and then Baker, I should say.
Rob Boston's still 12 seconds behind the leader, so he didn't really gain out of that safety car. There's so many cars in between himself and a Baker. But of course, Rob Boston does lead Class B. That's the main thing. But for Daniel Sylvester, he didn't get onto the back of the queue, which he would probably been hoping for.
That's right. So I think possibly now, with everyone having made their stops, it's just a bit of sense to run down the order for those of you wanting us to do so. Lead then is number 1, which is Rob Baker in the Seat Leon. He's completed 65 laps. Second is number 9, Rob Boston, 12 seconds behind him. Third is number 11, that's Daniel Sylvester, or a lap behind. Fourth is number 51, Luke Handley, 14 seconds behind him. Fifth is
2 cars off Ian.
2 cars off. One of those is Daniel Sylvester. So one of the front running cars, so he's frustrated. The other car is the Ginetta of number 8, which is Matthew Tidmarsh for the second part of the race, and also Jonathan Barrett's car looked like it was off up there as well. So double waved yellows there. There's the Sylvester car that was in 3rd position, ahead of Luke Handley, Scott Parkin, Steve Hewson, James Ramsden, Jonathan Packer, Matthew Tidmarsh, William Lynch, who completed the top 10. So if we've still got those cars stranded there, yellow flag still waving up at the top of the hill, I think. So there's our race leader. You can see Daniel Sylvester, the number 11 car, tumbling down the timing screen now, so it's behind Scott Parkin, the car of Ryan's brother Scott, and also Steve Hewson now in the Porsche Cayman, having gone ahead. And it will fall behind as well, I'm sure, James Ramsden, unless he can get going again. The Ginetta, which was involved up there, is into the pit lane, I can see, number 8. So Matthew Tidmarsh in the Ginetta G40 into the pits. And they were from a good position as well, from 9th place. And 6th within Class B. More Class B cars than Class A cars in the top 10, as we've been saying.
We've got 4 Class B cars in the top 5 now, haven't we? As Daniel Sylvester tries to get back going. But here, we've got a bit of a battle developing for 3rd in the race. Luke Handley versus Scott Parkin. They're all in this group, heading down towards the corkscrew. Handley's got to the front of it almost. Parkin's right there now. So what is second in Class B and for third overall. Can Scott Parkin get that position away as they come up across the line as we watch the leader? And yeah, the two cars absolutely together into turn one. So a great battle there for third position in the race, heading down towards the banking. Luke Handley's still ahead of Scott Parkin, but he's under threat now.
Well, Barker we've seen going through shot there on racing, and shortly we should see Boston come in. There is Daniel Sylvester still trying to, well, I'm not sure what he's trying to do or where he's trying to go really. Get back to the paddock maybe.
And side by side into Church, right round the outside has gone Scott Parkin for third place. And he goes through. Great move there from Scott Parkin. I wonder if he put new tyres on in one of those stocks, because he had lots of grip there. And they're both being reeled in by Steve Hewson on that lap. Steve Hewson was 4 seconds quicker than Parkin. It might have been down to traffic, but he's only 5 seconds back. So for the podium positions in Class B, they're up for grabs.
Yes, certainly are. So we'll keep an eye on that one. They're heading into the yellow flag zone at the top of the hill. The race leader's gone through to complete that number 68 now. And just having a look, see those cars going back down towards me, towards the corkscrew. Daniel Sylvester is at the corkscrew now, but you've got Scott Parkin, then you've got Luke Handley, and then you've got, yes, the Cayman closing on them now. How far behind was the Cayman? 5 seconds behind at the start of the lap. It's probably still about 5 seconds behind, I reckon, as they headed into the corkscrew. We'll get official confirmation of that as they come over the line this time, but certainly it is now for second place in Class B, third overall, Scott Parkin, number 12, and the Cayman has just crossed the line as well, waiting for the screen to update itself, and he's actually lost a bit of time. He's lost a couple of seconds on that occasion as Steve Hewson, so he's now about 7.6 seconds behind behind Luke Handley. As for the pits is Daniel Sylvester in the number 11 Audi TT, so their race has really come unstuck. The car gradually tumbling down the timing screen, showing at 8th at the moment. 16.5 minutes to go. That's the number 66 car we can see on screen, which is third in Class C. That's Paul Sabiani at the moment.
I think that pass that we saw from Scott Parkin on Luke Handley was important for the Class B Championships. I think that pass has meant the Championship's going to continue on and be decided at Oulton Park.
There's the Audi heading into the pit garage. Looks like the race is over for the car. 16 minutes of the race left to go. So there's the Steve Hewson Porsche Cayman then. Has he even had a better lap this time? Is he able to catch Luke Handley? Luke Handley's just gone across the line now, and Steve Hewson about to do likewise. So when the screen updates itself, we'll let you know the gap between them. It is now nearly 7 seconds. It's about 7 seconds between them, but Handley's lost 3.8 seconds to Parkin. So looks like Hewson lapping faster than Handley, but not as fast as Parkin. So maybe third place is in the Class B is the limit of Steve Hewson's ambition here in the Porsche Cayman.
Packer just went off at Rocket while you were talking about that, but didn't lose huge amounts of time in all of that. As leaders are working lap 70, 15 seconds between Baker and Boston. There is the leader.
Yep, and it is Rob Baker then at the wheel of it, as it has been for the majority of this race. Carl Smith stopping fairly early on.
And they're on their way to winning the overall championship here too.
Yes, of course. They've obviously dominated Class A this season, but looking for the overall title as well. So there should be class battles possibly to resolve at Oulton Park.
Yeah, B and C looking like they might go all the way. In the race, Dan Orsano leads Class C by 6 seconds over Steve Dolman.
Now we just see Jonathan Barrett being lapped by Rob Baker, the 50-year-old financial analyst from Tunbridge, who started racing in 1999. Sorry, in 2019. Done various races, Brit Car Trophy, done the 500-minute Enduro car race at Brands Hatch as well. he's there in the Saxon Motorsport Straight 6 3.2 litre Alexander Abrams BMW Car Club Racing Championship car. There is a very wayward Rob Boston going through. He's in second place, 16 seconds behind the race leader Rob Baker, leading Class B by a very comfortable margin indeed. And still he's lapping 5 seconds slower than he was in the early stage of this race before the weather conditions really deteriorated. Okay. Don't think Daniel Sylvester too impressed there with Ginetta, the driver. And I'm sure that will be dealt with after the race. The camera in front of his face. Maybe not the wisest. Anyway, 12 and 3/4 minutes left to go. It is still Rob Baker leading the way then from Rob Boston in second place, Scott Park in third, Luke Handley fourth. Force third within Class C. It's now 5 seconds between Luke Handley and Matt Fazy. There's 12 minutes to go, so it's going to be touch and go, isn't it? Whether Steve Hewson can catch Luke Handley.
So it did start at 5 seconds at the gap, then it went out a bit, didn't it? It's not coming back down again. Somebody that's made progress is Phil Driver. Remember they had that long stop. He's up to 9th and he's right with William Lynch, I think. So that could be a change. And they're both being caught, are they, by Nigel Greensall with those new tyres on, who's in 10th. That is the third in Class A, isn't it? That battle for 8th position is for podium in Class A. So Ben Salmon and William Lynch, first time out of this Class A M3, actually going all right. But I think they're going to lose out to the Seat of Phil Driver. The leader's carving his way through the traffic, and for Rob Baker, he had a very near moment, didn't he, with the Holden as they went through the kink at school. He sorted it out, but he wasn't sure, I don't think, if Matty Taylor had seen him.
Yeah, heart in the math moment there, I'm sure, for Rob Baker there, who's putting a lap on Nick Dougal.
Driver goes through ahead of Lynch, changed for 8th and for 3rd in Class A on that lap.
Yes.
4 seconds quicker than them though was Nigel Greensall, or 4 seconds quicker than Lynch anyway.
Yes, and a couple of seconds quicker than Driver as well, wasn't he? So that could change before the end. Of course, Greensall we saw come in for those new tyres, possibly more to his liking. Slapping in the 120 6s, which is as fast as anybody else apart from the top 3 or 4 drivers at the moment. So he's going very well indeed. 10 minutes remain, coming towards the conclusion of this race now. Very wet, gloomy picture at Anglesey Circuit. Baker just trying to cling on really. Hope the car remains reliable for the next 10 minutes of this race. Looks like that's going to be the only thing that can stop him now. Obviously we've lost a few cars during the course of the race. I think we've lost half a dozen in fact. Julie McBride, the Sheridan Ritchie car, the Browse car which has been off twice, William Stacey of course, Chris Freeman and Yvonne Houflar, who had that incident up at Peel, which triggered the first safety car of the race. There's the second place car, the Class B leader, Rob Boston.
Yeah, he's dominated the class, hasn't he? So the second place man in Class C's had an incident. That's Steve Dolman, who was just 12 seconds behind the lead. He's got a decent amount of damage by the looks of it to the front of the Paul Sheard Racing Mazda. That happened at the bank-in. Has there been another car involved, I wonder?
Yeah, they're about a minute ahead of the next car in that class. 50 odd seconds ahead anyway of Rory Baptiste.
Who's not very far ahead. Oh, he's got ahead actually, hasn't he, of Hayes and Saviani?
Yes, that's true. Just on the previous lap, I think, in actual fact, yes. So Baptiste up to third place within that class, and now obviously closer to Steve Dolman, Mazda MX-5 as well. Still it's Dan Orsano leading in Class C, though in 16th place overall.
There's Boston, carving his way through the traffic. He was quicker than the leader on that last lap by a second. 15 seconds the gap. As he works his way through Church corner there, and then climbing uphill. Third still Scott Parkin, fourth for Luke Handley, and fifth for Steve Hewson, who's not making so many inroads into Luke Handley's gap. Then sixth is James Ramsden, seventh for Jonathan Packer, eighth for Phil Driver, who's pulled clear of William Lynch now, who has been caught by Nigel Greensall. So Greensall will be gaining a place shortly, I think. Working another lap, and that place has changed, I think, up at the banking. So Greensall is now 9th, and that is 4th in Class A, I think. Yep, 4th in Class A, that'll be.
It's the Holden going through. Back with Boston, watching him. He's still pushing on, isn't he, Rob Boston here? 14 seconds behind the leader.
He was a second quicker again. That's 2 laps in a row where he's been a second quicker than Rob Baker.
Yeah, it's too late though, isn't it? Because they're only going to get probably 6 more laps in, and he's 14 seconds behind. So I don't think he's going to catch Baker unless something very odd happens in the closing stages. But you can see just how wet this circuit is now. In practice, the best lap times are 1:11. The best lap of the race has been a 1:17, but the best laps at the moment are about 1:22. So even the quick drivers sort of, well, if we actually compare like for like Boston at 1:13 compared to 1:22, he's 9 seconds off the pace. So actually, the gap from the dry lap time to the full wet, as it now is lap time, not as big as you might think. Only 9 seconds.
Not quite as dramatically close as we saw at Pembroke, though, beginning of the year. That was interesting, wasn't it? But then other circuits, Netterton, for example, I know it's a long lap, but even so, there's normally a real big difference there. That's normally a very slippery track in the wet.
Yeah, it's all about the grip levels that the circuit offers, and of course the circuit layout as well. Obviously this is quite a low speed circuit anyway, so I guess the speed differential is not quite as great. That's the number 12 car then, running in 3rd position, Scott Parkin. He is about 10 seconds clear now of Luke Handley, and it's still about a, what have we got, a 4 and a bit second gap between Luke Handley and Steve Hewson, so Steve Hewson running out of time to get onto the Class B podium here.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. It stayed really at 5 seconds, around there, a bit more, a bit less, for a long time now. Scott Parkin goes through. He's a long way clear of those now. Good drive from the driver in the CDI Golf. And he goes through the banking. 5.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
Church corner.
Yeah.
The weather is louder than the cars.
Yeah, well, I think it is now a question of clinging on for the drivers, just bringing the car or cars home. It's not.
So on that lap here, Steve Hewson got the gap down to 3 seconds to Luke Handley. We're talking about more about 5 seconds. That lap, was there a big change in times?
Yeah, 1:23.59 for Hewson, 1:24.67 for Handley. And there's Parkin, who's ahead of both of them within Class B. He's second within Class B at the moment. And well ahead of Handley and Hewson. I'm trying to just pick up where those are going to be. They'll be coming down towards our commentary position.
Yeah.
I think, yes, the gap seems to have come down again between them on this lap. So Hewson, I think, has taken a bit more time out of Handley. It was 3.2 seconds. It looks like it might be a bit less than that now. They've got the Seat Leon between them. They cross the line now to complete their 76th lap. And what's the gap between them now? It's about 2.1 seconds now. So really close battle between these two. Got Phil Driver there in the Leon. In between them, he's a lap behind, well, actually several laps behind them, in 8th place.
Luke Handley hasn't finished off the podium all season. There's a threat that could happen today. He's there in 3rd position, but with Steve Hewson clawing that gap down.
Only 3 3/4 minutes remain though, so not much time left for Steve Houston, even if he catches him to try and find a way through. And that car that should be quicker really, in between them as well, the Phil Driver, Capture Motorsport Leon. It's not going to make life any easier for Steve Houston, I don't think. But the gap's certainly coming down. Visibly.
If Driver tries to find a way past Handley, that might offer something up.
Yes, that could work for him if Houston can get up behind the Seat, and then as it tries to make a move to unlap itself, he can nip through. That might be his best chance, I suppose. So the gap was 2.1 seconds. It's probably going to be a bit less than that again as they come across the line to complete lap number 77. Just wait for the screen to update itself. Yeah, 1.8 seconds now between them. So it's come down again.
Lead gap's now 11 seconds, which is probably one of the smallest winning gaps that Cole Swift and Rob Baker have had. But in the class, they lead by about 3 laps. So for a class position, it's not very close. And the overall lead is pretty close still, considering. But there's Handley. He seems to have got the measure now again of Steve Houston. So whether Phil Driver, is he lapping quicker? Driver did a 23.4, so about a 10th quicker than Luke Handley. And we just have a couple of laps to go now.
Yes, yeah, we'll soon see the last lap board being shown to Rob Baker. So what have we done? We've done 79 laps, so probably 81 lap race, or probably 82 lap race maybe. You can see our club photographer John Elsey now in position for that checkered flag shot. He's there on the pit wall.
Looking soggy.
Does look a bit damp, now you mention it. There goes the Houston car through again, and I think the gap has come down again. Yes, about 1.6 seconds, but I think he is running out of time. Just looking, yes, here comes the car of the race leader, and did the last lap board go out or not? Yes, I think the last lap board is shown there.
Yeah,
can't quite tell.
Yeah, well, we only just had 1:15 to go when he crossed the line,
yes.
So certainly should be the final lap of the race.
Ought to be. So yeah. There's Handley, there is Driver and the car behind him. So these have got a lap and a half to go. Is Steve Houston then. So they're getting closer all the time, but possibly just going to run out of time, Steve Houston.
Quite a lot of traffic here though, so there's still a bit to go on there, isn't there?
Checker flag certainly being made ready beneath me now, as Rob Baker is up at Rocket. I can tell you, so it's just behind that group of cars there, which is coming down to start its final lap. There's our Class C leader as well, Dan Orsano, number 53. Here's our overall race leader though, number 1, Rob Baker. They've won 4 of the 5 races so far this season, Carl Swift and Rob Baker. Between them, checkered flag is made ready. The car is coming through the final corner now, and the checkered flag waves, and it is victory for Carl Swift and Rob Baker in the Car Club Enduro Championship. Second place will go the way of Rob Boston, and he will win Class B as well. Congratulations to him, a very good drive from Rob Boston in these difficult conditions. And then we'll see Scott Parkin come through in a little bit, just keeping an eye on Steve Houston. I don't think he's going to get close enough to Luke Handley.
I think he's got to get past Handley if he wants to have a chance for the championship at Oulton.
Okay, so I think he's going to run out of chances to do that. They are up at the top of the circuit, still got the Phil Driver car between them as well.
And I think if Handley hangs on, that's the Class B title going in his direction here today.
So we're watching those now as they, well, I'm watching them at least, as they come out of Peel to see if they are going to change order. Now I don't think they are, because you've got Luke Handley still with Phil Driver behind him. There's our race winner on his slowing down lap, number 1, Rob Baker. But up to the line now comes Luke Handley, so he takes 3rd place within Class B behind Scott Parker and Steve Houston. You could see the pink and blue Porsche there just in behind in 5th place and 4th in Class B. So I think nearly everybody now is across the finish line, including now our Class C winner, which is number 53, Dan Orsano, in 16th place overall. So Josh,
And
what do we think that's done in terms of various championships?
I think that they've won the Class C championship with that as well. I believe all the championships have been wrapped up there.
So we think it's Class C for Joel Oswick, Dan Orsano and Charlie Dark, who's not racing here this weekend. We think Class B for Luke Handley, and we think the overall championship as well to Rob Baker and Carl Swift, all done with a meeting to spare at Oulton Park.
The overall one for sure, and I'm pretty confident on the other two, but I'd have to work that out ahead of Oulton. I'm pretty definitely for Baker and Swift to win the overall title, and I'm pretty sure the other two as well.
The official points will all be worked out in the next few days and published on the 750 Motor Club website, no doubt, ahead of the Oulton Park meeting. So that brings to an end our racing here today at Anglesey, I should say. Carl Swift and Rob Baker winning the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race. 81 laps they completed in the 2 hours and 5 minutes available to them in the Seat Leon TCR car, the area motorsport car. Second to number 9 Rob Boss in the Lotus Elise, winning Class B. Then the 3rd place car, 12 Scott Parkin, he was a lap down, 80 laps completed for the VW Golf. 4th was number 51 Luke Handley. 5th was number 13 Steve Hewson and Matt Fazy. Then 3 laps behind the leader. In 6th position, the long-time leader, number 2 James Ramsden and Ben Rushworth. Of course, Ben left the pit stop very late and didn't capitalise on the safety car period. 7th was number 5 Jonathan Packett in the Golf GTI. 8th, number 15 after a long pit stop, Colin Gillespie and Phil Dryborough in the Capture Motorsport Leon. 9th to 179 David Gooding and Nigel Greensall. 10th, number 169 William Lynch and Ben Salmon. In 11th place, number 92, Phil Nibb and Andrew Rath. 12th, number 117, Martin Gadsby in his BMW Compact. 13th was number 76, Michael Downey in his Porsche Boxster S. 14th, number 7, Jonathan Barrett in the BMW E46 M3. 15th, number 46, Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore, who struggled really in the Holden Commodore around here. Very difficult conditions for that car. Then we go to the Class C competitors. That was won in 16th place overall by number 53, Joel Oswick and Dan Orsano. In 17th place, number 98, Roy Baptiste and Mark Lloyd-Jones. 18th and 3rd in Class C, number 66, Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiardi. 19th, number 52, Steve Dolman and Matt Pimlott. 20th to number 3, Nick Dougal and John Monroe. And then I think the remaining finishers were Edward Christie, the Tidmarsh and Webster car. That was a pit visitor, as were the Parkin and Sylvester car, so I think Christie was the final finisher probably. McBride, Sheard and Ritchie, Browse, Stacey, Freeman and Hooflar, all retirements from that Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race. Well, that brings to an end our racing here at Anglesey. Many, many thanks once again to all of the marshals who've done such sterling work, especially in the conditions we've had during that Club Enduro race this afternoon. Many, many thanks to them and all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club and all the competitors for putting on such great racing, and to everyone here at Anglesey Circuit as well for welcoming us, as they do so often, to this Anglesey Circuit. It's been great to have you with us. Or great to be here, I should say. And great to have you with us watching the Alpha live stream. If you've been enjoying this at home, probably the best place to be on an afternoon like this, and we hope to welcome you to another Alpha live stream of a 750 Motor Club event very soon. But for now, from Joshua Barrett, myself, Ian Stoneman, on behalf of everyone at Anglesey, the 750 Motor Club and Alpha Live, have a very good evening.